Welcome to FII Priority Summit Miami 2024, where innovation meets action.
We are back. In 1 year, the FII Institute has become a movement. We want to be catalysts of ideas, curators of platforms, and influential initiatives, and inclusive connectors.
We have a mission this year is basically the sustainability, the education, AI and robotics, and also healthcare.
All of the successive waves of technology are built on top of the previous ones.
How could you have such different views on the same technology?
If we don't create environments where the good folks are learning how to use AI, the bad guys become the experts on it.
It means people have to skill up. That's the name of the game.
And seeing the changes, seeing the excitement is unique.
AI, I like to think, is the bicycle of the mind.
FIFA is an official happiness provider since 120 years. We need occasions to bring people from all over the world, from different backgrounds, different countries, different religions, to come together.
Today, it is impossible to separate geopolitical risk from capital allocation.
Performance, liquidity, and the fact that you're getting that diversification at a lower risk profile.
Are you gambling or are you investing? And I think the job here is to try to be mitigating risk and be investing.
Broadly in the Mideast, particularly, around energy and energy transformation, I think there's going to be a lot of opportunities.
We want to be the world leader when it comes to the blue hydrogen.
America was built on home ownership.
The revolution around the urban design and urban living is around the line.
What you really need to do is to make cities resilient.
If you want to see the cities of the future, you should go to Saudi, because it's your gate.
We need a different kind of AI.
AI is getting so predictive of knowing what you're going to get.
The key to a positive future is multi-model, I call it multipolarity.
All of us will have to continue to adapt and learn.
The data is the key part.
There's going to be a series of waves of opportunity.
Synthetic intelligence is maybe the most fundamental of the revolutionary technological trends in this moment.
These systems can actually read what 1 million people felt and produce something as good as the great humans can.
Good morning. What a day. So I hope you have enjoyed the yesterday. What great conversations. Today will be extremely dense. We will hear about many topics about investors, again, about space, about art, about culture, about sport, about entertainment. We'll have a great debate between the father and the daughter, the Rubinsteins, to understand how private equity goes from one generation to another generation. And we will end with a great conversation with the Oscar winner, Gwyneth Paltrow, on stage. So it's a very diverse program, which I hope you will enjoy this morning. And to end our amazing 48 hours in Miami, amazing, vibrant city, we will understand also, and we'll have a conversation about understanding how global cities become more and more attractive. Before we're talking about branding nations, now we're talking about branding cities worldwide, which has an amazing capability to attract investors and to become an amazing platform for attractivity. So without further notice, we'll start this amazing morning, and thank you again for your commitment and for being with us. And I will call our friend from Global 500, the moderator who will moderate this amazing session, Ms. Powell. Please, the floor is yours, Courtney. Thank you,
Richard, and good morning, everyone. Really looking forward to our series today, where we'll be interviewing 4 incredible sets of founders and their investors. So we'll start with welcoming Arman Ali, VC at Human Capital, and Tanay Tandon, CEO of Commure. So I'm going to start with you, Arman. Tell us a little bit about Human Capital and what you're focused on.
Sounds great. Thank you for having us, and thank you to the organizers, Richard and Cecilia, Sanabel. Really appreciate being here. So I started Human Capital with my best friend from college about 9 years ago now. And what we observed was for the best companies in the world and the best founders, really they have unlimited demand for their products, unlimited demand from investors. Really, the thing that they spend most of their time thinking about is, for any problem I'm confronted with, how do I find the best person in the world to solve that problem? And how do I convince them to join me? So as a result of that, we built a firm around solving that problem. We built the largest talent and recruiting team in venture capital and growth equity globally, about 60 people full-time, tasked to solve that problem. And we've raised around a couple $2 billion around that thesis as well. And what we've observed over the last little while is that for the most ambitious founders, they've been spending more and more of their time working in more challenging and regulated industries. And you're seeing some of the most exciting companies today in areas like aerospace, in defense, and in healthcare, where I think there's an enormous amount of impact to be made. So we've been spending a lot of our time on that. I think Commure is an excellent example of a company that is solving material problems, which will result, in our view, in a tremendous amount of value being accrued to that effect. And I think when you look at what Commure is doing, they've got an incredible group of people around the table, right? Tanay is 27 years old, but has raised around $500 million plus for his business. He's got Haman from GC as his chairman. Sequoia's around the table as well. So we're really looking for those businesses where they're tackling meaningful problems, they have the right group of people and the right level of ambition, and are thinking on a time horizon that's commensurate to that.
Amazing. And give us a little bit of insight. What was the first thing about Tanay that really stood out for you? Because I'm sure, of course, you see hundreds of founders. So what was it that really caught your eye?
Yeah, so I think we look for people that have incredible technical capacity and have shown signs of commercial aptitude very early in life. But I'll let Tanay tell you a little bit about himself. But it's sort of manifested in a pretty exciting journey thus far. He's raised north of $500 million, and just recently, at the end of last year, received a $6 billion valuation for his last round of financing. But I think there were lots of things in advance of that gave it away that he'd do something pretty incredible.
Amazing. Tanay, we want to hear. Tell us about Commure, tell us about yourself, and also tell us from your perspective why you felt like this partnership was so critical to your success.
Well, I think, first of all, human capital, like Arman said, at some point in time, capital itself becomes commodity. And I think when a company is growing, the fundamentals are strong. For Commure, the scale of the business is millions of patients and hundreds of thousands of providers. Our rate limiting bottleneck, like really the constraint I wake up thinking about every morning, is talent and people. And what human capital has done for us is they've planted recruiters in the org. And so the best talent, Silicon Valley engineers, biz ops people, operators on the ground, whether it's in the finance teams, they're there. And that was a promise, and I think every VC firm claims you're going to help with recruiting. These guys actually delivered. And that's why that partnership has been so fruitful for many years now. I think Commure itself, and the reason this has been such a fun problem to work on, is when you look at healthcare, it's $4 trillion, right, in the US economy alone. It's also 15 to 20% of the US's labor force. So it is a massive force and massive piece of the economy. And the reason it's broken is we always talk about work versus work tax. Work is like real stuff, seeing a patient, taking care of the patient, treating them, performing surgery, treatment, whatever that might be. Work tax is all the stuff that comes around it. And in healthcare, I would say for every unit of work, you have 10 units of work tax. That's filling out paperwork, that's sending an insurance claim, clicking around on a screen in a really complex, messy EHR. And for us at Commure, using language models to actually automate that and obviate the need for a person to sit around on the phone or for a person to sit around in front of a computer filling out a claim manually or solving a denial against an insurance company is one of the most potent uses of software. Like if you could make healthcare 20, 30% more efficient using language models, which when you walk into a health system or practice is actually obvious, like it's very clear you can do this, that returns $1 trillion to $2 trillion a year in non-inflationary stimulus every year to the economy. And that's what makes it so exciting. It is literally the best lever point for machine learning.
And tell us a little bit, if you can, about your journey as an entrepreneur. Was this a company, a sector that you always had in mind that you wanted to pursue?
I think I was really fortunate to have grown up in the Bay. And so I was a research intern at the Stanford AI Lab back in 2013, 2012, and sort of grew up around some of the names that ended up making AI what it is today with language models. I mean, you had Andrew Ng running the lab at the time. You had Karpathy that was working in the lab. You had Richard Socher, who went on and started MetaMind, one of the early fathers of dynamic memory networks, which help build language models eventually. And as a research intern, you got to experience that, hey, this thing is going to work. It'll probably take some time. Like the first language model that I worked on regurgitated the letter Z like 100 times, and so it was useless, right? And then over time, these things got better and better. And I think it was clear that healthcare, given the massive chunk of labor that it is, would always be that holy application of the tool. And I think over the 6-7 years that I've worked now on Commure and the company, it's become even clearer that leveraging my skill set in artificial intelligence is best put within the healthcare sector.
And for our audience who may be less familiar with healthcare and especially the just rapid advancement that we're seeing right now with AI kind of leveling everything, what should our audience know? What should they be expecting to be a practical implication of what's coming?
Well, I think when you think about the white-collar economy and the segment of the population that sort of sits behind a computer and moves numbers around or like moves pieces of text around, I think healthcare is going to be the most impacted. And what I think the audience should and the broader community should understand is healthcare is about treating patients, but it also comes with all this other busy work. And if you're looking for a segment of the economy that is in the trillions of dollars, that has a lot of that digital paperwork, and is just sitting there ready to be lit on fire with these workflow automations, it's one of the best places to deploy capital because you get put to work so quickly. One automation has like a 1-to-1 ratio with a person's job in some cases. And so the investment, if you run a health system as a CEO, so like we partner with HCA, which is a $80 billion hospital operator in the country. The way they think about this is, they have 20, 30,000 people that sit and work insurance claims. If those people can become lines of code, one, margin profile of the business completely changes. You go from a single-digit operating margin to maybe 10, 15, 20% operating margin, which allows you to reinvest in breakthroughs and better forms of treatment, which is what's so exciting about this.
I love this. So a very optimistic view in terms of what hopefully we'll see in cost reduction, but also just new technology and development coming from the space. I would love to close with you and hear from your perspective as a VC. I mean, the last couple of years have been intense in terms of the markets and the cycles that we've seen. How are you feeling about the market generally? Do you feel like these incredible advancements in AI and healthcare and the sectors that you're investing in are going to help us see a resurgence of IPOs and valuations, and how are you feeling?
I feel incredibly optimistic. I think part of the pain that we felt the last couple of years was candidly self-inflicted. I think there was a lot of exuberance. People were, very optimistic, sort of looking at the best case scenario as base case for a lot of companies. I think given what we're seeing with artificial intelligence, with sort of the proliferation of internet around the world with things like Starlink, I think that there's a huge amount of tailwinds behind companies that are going to continue to build and build products and services that are actually delivering real value. So I think if you look at the sort of durability of the businesses that are succeeding today, where capital is more competitive to go and acquire, I think you're seeing businesses that are built with more discipline that I think will be better publicly traded businesses where you're going to want to own them for a long time. So the pain was definitely there, but I feel like a lot of the waste has been flushed out of the system, and there's a lot to be optimistic about.
Amazing. Well, thank you both so much for joining us today, and looking forward to see what you take us through in healthcare and all the exciting developments. So best of luck to you both.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Please. And up next, we have joining us Anil Ranadiv, VC at Soma Capital, and Shara Tiku, CEO of C16. Welcome to the stage. Good morning. Looking forward to really hearing from both of you, and a very exciting company that you're building, Shara. But we'll start with you, Anil. Tell us a little bit about Soma Capital, what you're investing in, and what you're seeing in the market.
Yeah, absolutely. So great to be here. So I'll start out with our kind of thesis to be a bit contrarian and wake people up this morning. So we believe VC is insanely broken and has gone from a high-margin cottage industry 50 years ago to a super saturated space with tens of billions, AUM arms race, kind of all competing growth going downwards progressively, D's, C's, B's, and A's going downwards. And so our vision with Soma is that the greatest companies in human history are actually ruthlessly efficient, dilution sensitive, and often don't raise a lot. Bernard Arnault, Rockefeller, Sam Walton, Henry Ford, and then even in tech, you have Bill Hewlett, David Packard, Bill Gates, Michael Dell, Larry Ellison, Mark Benioff, raised zero VC. Amazon less than 10 million, Google only 25 million, Apple, Facebook didn't raise a lot. And so we think generational companies often emerge out of downturns. There's never been a more exciting time than now. Where 50 years ago in the kind of mainframe infrastructure, semiconductor days, you had to kind of be at the right place at the right time. You had to, let's say, be Bill Gates and have a computer, huge mainframe in your school and get lucky and sneak in and be, stealing coding time. Whereas now, anyone, anywhere in the world can have lower costs of compute than ever, can use Copilot, can use AI, and scale to, never before imaginable potential. So Soma, we started 9 years ago, and Soma is really a financial startup, and our premise was that venture's saturated and that there's a few monopolies 50 years ago that kind of dominate the space, and as soon as there's really obvious product market fit, they often get a lion's share of the upside. And so our unique approach was, I was really lucky to have a lifetime of data. I got to watch my dad, as an immigrant from Mumbai, build Tibco software, digitize Wall Street in the 90s, middleware software competing fiercely against IBM and Oracle, was valued over $30 billion in the 90s, powering 80% of Fortune 500 companies. My dad was kind of a go-to phone call mentor involved in the early days, seeding, mentoring Google, Yahoo, Salesforce, eBay. Steve Jobs was one of his closest friends. He helped Steve pivot from next mainframe to next operating system. Worked with Mark Benioff in the early days of Salesforce. Larry and Sergey famously raised their seed round at his holiday party, which is how people like Ron Conway got in early. So I saw trillions in value creation my whole life. I got tough love from immigrant Indian father who said, you get nothing, screw you got to make it on your own and have constraint the same way I did. So I wanted to be a founder my whole life. I spent 11 years getting massively humbled, failing at everything, credit card debt, bankrupt, sold my car, put everything I had into it. But I think for Soma, that's one of our edges, is humble ourselves, work our butts off, use an unfair network. And along those 11 years of startups, the last thing I'll say is that it turns out in the mid-2000s, being in your early 20s, was a great time in San Francisco building startups. There weren't that many founders. There was no such thing as unicorns. And some of my kind of friends that emerged during that period, and especially in the 2008 recession as we were building things, ended up being co-founders of Facebook, Uber, Airbnb, Dropbox, Box, Reddit, embedded myself in the YC ecosystem. And I'd say, I was able to build lifelong friendships there from being humble, being able to share experience, empathize. And then there was no one was talking about fundraising or valuations or unicorns. The goal is just be independent, be self-sufficient, never have to talk to a VC.
So it was certainly a bit of a different time, that's for sure. Speaking of unicorns, you've invested now in 20 unicorns across your portfolio. We have some shared on this list, I see as well. Deal, Ramp, Rippling, Razorpay, Alto Pharmacy, just to name a few. C16 is a little bit different than this. So Shara, tell us a little bit about C16, and then we'd love to hear what made this one of your investments. So please.
Definitely. So C16 is a New York-based biotechnology company. And we are reimagining how we make materials around us. Specifically, we are reimagining how we make oils and fats. That is a $250 billion industry. Oils and fats are found in everything around us, from the products on supermarket shelves, the products that clean our kitchens and our laundry, to the fuels that power cars and SAF, even airplanes. The way that we make oils and fats today is scalable, but sort of riddled with challenges. So today, oils and fats come from large-scale vegetable oil production, animal farming, and or petroleum. And as we look to the future, as this industry is looking to grow to be $850 billion by 2050, we actually don't have sufficient ways to scale those technologies. So C16 has developed what we call biomanufacturing technology, which is using biology as the manufacturing vehicle. We've spent the last 5 years developing that technology. And last year, we launched the Palmless platform for sustainable ingredients to commercialize our first product, which is an alternative to palm oil.
Amazing. And tell us a little bit about your background. Was this a lifelong dream for you in thinking about building really incredible products like Palmless, or how did this come to be?
Yeah, no, I actually never thought I would be a founder. We sort of call ourselves accidental entrepreneurs. We founded this company, I would say there's sort of an intersection of two things. One, we saw the palm oil problem sort of out in the world. And two, we saw a technology which we thought could actually solve it at scale. So in my past life, I was on Wall Street. I worked at Goldman Sachs on the trading floor, and I covered our APAC markets. And in 2013, I was in Southeast Asia. I was in Singapore. And if anybody here spent time in Southeast Asia in 2013, you might remember these big episodes of haze. And so in the summer of 2013, I landed in Singapore. I had to wear an N95 mask everywhere I went. Schools were shut down because the air quality index was way over 400, which is highly, highly toxic. And this was all because of forest fires in Sumatra, where palm oil growers were slashing and burning tropical rainforest, clearing the land, and converting it to palm oil. I very quickly learned that this happens every year. And this is sort of how we've been investing in the growth of things like vegetable oils. We have to take highly valuable land near the equator, convert it from its natural habitat, the biodiverse habitat, and convert it to the sort of industrial agriculture to make a vegetable oil. That seemed completely crazy to me. My co-founder, who I met when I was in grad school, we were both at Harvard getting different degrees. He had the same experience in Costa Rica, essentially. Went to see the rainforest, and it was just gone. And so we quickly learned palm oil's in 50% of products on supermarket shelves. It is totally ubiquitous, and it's actually responsible for nearly 2% of annual greenhouse gas emissions, which is more than the entire global aviation sector. So everybody's footprint from flying around in airplanes, palm oil is way worse than the aggregate annual emissions from that industry. We saw that problem. We got curious. We said, surely we don't have to sort of burn down rainforests to make vegetable oil. And we asked what might be possible if we were to use not animals, not plants, but microorganisms. Long story short, we identified a yeast which can do this naturally, and we've developed as I said, biomanufacturing technology to take a yeast and ferment it. So instead of making alcohol or ethanol, we make oils. And we sell those to large consumer goods manufacturers today. We've started in beauty and personal care, which is a great market that's very focused on innovation and very high margin. But as we look forward, this is a problem for large food manufacturers who don't have surety of supply of ingredient sourcing. An R&D manager from one of the largest consumer goods manufacturers said there's not enough palm oil in the world to meet our global needs, but also for countries as they're looking for the future of food. And we just received about a $4 million grant from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation because of this problem, actually thinking about how do we produce food without land and what might that future look like.
Amazing. Well, congratulations on having such incredible investors, and we're all looking forward to seeing your successful journey. Thank you both so much for joining us today, and best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now we're going to welcome to the stage Jack Selby, the Managing Director at Teal Capital, as well as Dr. Thomas Cahill, Co-founder and Managing Director at New Path Partners. Hi, welcome to you both. Nice to see you. Thank you. Please, you're good. All right. So wonderful to see you both, and we're going to start out by asking us to share a little bit about, Jack, we'll start with you. Tell us a little bit about your firm and your thesis and how you two came to know each other.
Sure, happy to. So I met Peter Teal back in 1998, and we connected, and he had an idea that effectively was the predecessor to the predecessor of what would evolve into PayPal. And he convinced me to quit my job and move out to Palo Alto and give it a go. So
He's good at convincing people to quit their jobs, huh?
Yeah. So I've been working with him now for 25 years and help run, fast forward today, something called Teal Capital, which effectively is the family office for Peter. And so we do a lot of different things. We run a macro hedge fund. We have a bunch of different venture capital funds. And we also make investments in outside funds. And our biggest allocation to an outside fund is Tom Cahill from New Path Partners.
Amazing. Tom, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Sure. My background, I run New Path Partners. It's a venture capital fund. And honestly, I never thought I'd be doing this stuff. So I was an MD, PhD at Duke. And I started investing and building companies during my medical school training and PhD. A couple investors, Peter and others, came to me my last year at Duke in 2018 and said, why don't you go do a fund? And I ended up just launching a fund with a couple $100 million out of medical school. And what we do is we build companies. About 75% of all drugs since 1985 have come from venture-backed companies, which is a crazy number if you think about it. And there's only about 12 to 20 funds that actually build those companies. So it's like the tech world on steroids. So we just look for human biology that's interesting. And once you understand how diseases work, you can actually solve the disease. And so we've built 20 companies so far. We kind of operate the company, hire the first 30 people, syndicate the deal, and then pass it off.
Wow, very, very interesting. Jumping a little bit with both of you in venture, obviously it's been a pretty rough couple of years in venture in terms of seeing the market reset and venture as an asset class really maturing. From your vantage point, should we be feeling more optimistic about this upcoming year, this upcoming couple of years? How are you seeing things in the markets that you're investing in?
Well, yeah, I mean, in biotech, it's bad out there, but it's a good thing. There was a lot of crap that came out. There's too much money infused in the system, and a lot of companies have no underlying science that's interesting. Those companies will probably die by Q3 of this year if you look at the runway, but we've got like 200 companies trading at negative enterprise value.
Wow.
But good companies, I mean, in any sector, just like in biotech, they're good companies are good companies. We've been able to take 2 companies public in this market, raise like the 7th and 8th most capital in biotech IPOs ever. So I think you can still do it. But the biology has to make sense. It can't be just, a BS company to fundraise to continue to clip fees over and over again.
And you mentioned perhaps there was too much capital in the market over the last couple of years. Now, when we're thinking about what's coming from AI and Gen AI, are you seeing that as a way to make some of these companies just more efficient in terms of outcomes, or how are you really seeing the impact of Gen AI?
In biology? I'm sure everyone here has heard a lot about AI. It's very overstated in biotech. It's always there in the background. It'll help accelerate discoveries and help automate them. But the impact it will have is most likely in areas that would surprise you. I think the most interesting thing is fraud in science. that's actually the place that's having the biggest impact. If you know Dana-Farber in Boston, all you have to do is upload these papers, and AI kind of detects all the fraud that's occurring in science. And since about 50% of all papers are fraudulent in the literature, it's going to help kind of eliminate those people.
50%.
They're not, well, maybe they're not fraudulent, they're a scam. There's kind of a difference, but they're not reproducible.
Wow.
And so as we start to go through that, it'll reset the market completely. But the AI thing, it's about data. And biotech has discontinuous data sets, and it doesn't have great data. And what I mean by that is if a patient comes in and they have a disease, they go to, let's say, UT Southwestern, and then they go to, MGH in Boston. That data is not transmissible. The medical records aren't shared, so you lose that patient. So you actually don't have continuous data, and they're lost to follow-up. So you would have to actually have like a longitudinal data set with patients that have their genetic data and their kids' genetic data and their grandkids' genetic data. So the reason AI has been useful in certain sectors is in Finland, where they started sequencing people and taking blood in the late 1970s, because Finland is like a super interesting country, because unlike other countries in Europe, it's like 75% of people in Finland would die for their country today, which is very unique in Europe. Most are like less than 10%.
Wow.
And so it's just got a super interesting nationalism. But all discoveries have come from that population. If you think about what could be done in the Middle East, we don't have any data on people outside of basically white Scandinavians, not even like Italian white people. Like basically no data on Middle Eastern folks and no data on Asian folks. And we've worked on some interesting stuff. So, I worked with a lot of my investors. We worked with the administration on COVID. And then we worked on this Ozempic trial, for this weight loss trial. And one of the main reasons for that was, if we're honest about it, like COVID has a high mortality, but it tends to kill fat people. And no one really wanted to say that out loud. But something like Ozempic would have actually changed outcomes quite a bit during the pandemic. But if you think about Ozempic or Mounjaro or Wegovy or semaglutide or tirzepatide, whichever name you all know these drugs as, if you take someone from Asia or India and you look at someone that looks like me, say they're 37 years old, say they weigh 200 pounds, they will have 4 times higher rate of diabetes than I do, and we don't quite understand those genetics. So once we figure out why that happens, you can actually make better drugs, but right now that data is absent.
Very interesting. And switching over a little bit actually to more of the entrepreneurial side, you've said before that you feel like great entrepreneurs really require lateral thinking. Can you expand a little bit on that and kind of how you identify an incredible entrepreneur?
So I think the recent kind of cycle downturn in many ways is a good thing, because I think during the period of easy money after the great financial crisis for 13 years, it was almost like a game show of who wants to become a billionaire. And so young people were getting on what they thought was an escalator and hoping to get off at the top, and the confetti and the balloons would drop, and they would, there'd be like the big publisher clearinghouse check would come out, and they present it, and congratulations. But that's obviously not how it works. And so now that the cycle has turned, it's essentially culled the herd of a lot of the folks that were masquerading as entrepreneurs, and those folks have gone back to whatever other industries they were in before. So for people that are allocating capital, it's actually this kind of Darwinian process is quite useful. And because essentially what we do and what you do, Courtney, we're like talent scouts, and we're trying to figure out, is this person I'm talking to, do they have the chops to be the next amazing actor or actress or artist or however you want to describe it? And it's kind of an innate skill. And if you just have to select from a far smaller sample set, it makes the job that much easier.
We hope so. Well, thank you both so much. It's been wonderful to have you, and we're looking forward to seeing the incredible companies you continue to invest in.
Right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Amazing. So now we're going to welcome our final set of entrepreneurs and investors to the stage. So please join me in welcoming Gregory Diripa and Troy Harvey, please. Welcome to you both. I'm excited to talk a little bit more about this wonderful partnership that we have. And I'd love to start with you, Gregory. Tell us a little bit about your firm, your thesis, what you're seeing in the market, and then we'll move to talk a little bit about your investment into Troy's company.
Great. It's a pleasure to be here. So I'm Gregory. I'm founder and managing part of AO. AO is the largest venture capital firm in Europe focusing on Proptech, or the built environment, which is real estate and construction industries. So the idea is that real estate is the largest industry in the world. It's a 380 trillion industry. Happens to be one of the least digitized industry globally, and it's by far the most polluting industry in the world, accounting for 40% of greenhouse gas emissions. So at a time where we're all thinking about the climate crisis, I think the idea that we can impact 40% of the problem is very meaningful, because we're running out of time. And so what the world needs is not another meatless burger or an alternative to plastic straws. It needs to invest capital where it's actually going to move the needle. And so that's exactly what we do. We invest in early stage, let's say late seed to Series B, companies that are transforming the industry, digitizing it, automating it, decarbonizing it, and creating climate resiliency.
Amazing. And I mean, as somebody who's spent quite a while in PropTech, it was actually a very surprising fact that you shared related to 40% of carbon emissions coming from this industry. Is that something that's typically surprising for people?
It's less and less surprising, but I can tell you that maybe 3-4 years ago when I was pitching LPs, they were like, I'm pretty sure your stat is wrong. And now it's fortunately been accepted. And I think if you double click on the number, 40%, you can divide it into two buckets. So 1/3 of that 40% is embodied carbon. So everything that goes into the process of construction, think of materials, think of the actual process of building. And by the way, I think a huge amount of global wastage is in construction and demolition, so it's also very inefficient in these processes. And then 2/3 of this 40% emission is operational carbon. So think of the lights, the HVAC, the heating, the cooling that you find in any building or structure on planet Earth is vastly, vastly inefficient. And so that's typically the type of things that we tackle.
Amazing. Troy, tell us a little bit about Passive Logic, and then I think it'll make a fantastic sense for the audience on why AO has invested.
Sure. I mean, we started with that same 40% number, and it turns out the Department of Energy's own numbers is 40% of that is just being wasted because we're not controlling the infrastructure that we have accurately enough. And so if you take those two numbers, 40% times 40%, that's the largest chunk of energy that is just like sitting there waiting for us to save, and the end climate goals of that. So that's like not turning like gas cars to electric. It's like getting rid of all transportation, right? So that's where Passive Logic started, and what we realized is that the infrastructure in buildings and the built environment and industrial systems, the technology and the automation, it's really, really old. Like the newest platform you can buy there is like 25 years old now, and it's using 100-year-old algorithms. So you've got the world's most complex robotic systems in buildings where you look at it by just I/O count, meaning the sensors and controllables. And buildings are hitting 1 million I/O in one large building now, where a Tesla is like 200, right? So what we saw is where companies like Tesla were focused around autonomy in vehicles, there was this huge opportunity in how do we make autonomous systems in everything else to save the energy and also make those applications easy to deploy. So Passive Logic really focused on generative autonomy, and there's two parts to what we do. How do we build those generative autonomy systems? So you're familiar with generative AI, where you can ask questions to ChatGPT, and you get answers, but what if you could just draw the systems that you're interested in and generate custom autonomous systems in a matter of minutes, just like you can use ChatGPT? And then that requires a whole new AI infrastructure. The current tools that we use, things like Google's TensorFlow or Meta's PyTorch, they have two big problems. One, they're not fast enough to do all this edge compute that we want. And the other one is they're not actually generative, these tools we're using, they're interpolative. And what we need is composable AI, the ability to take bits and pieces of different AI sub-fragments and then create new kinds of AI. So that's the thing that's missing in AI today. AI is sort of famously monolithically trained, which is very successful on one hand, but on the other hand, violates every known principle of computer science, where it's been a 70-year study of composability. So we build AI frameworks and new kind of compiler technologies to then power these generative autonomy systems.
And tell us a little bit about your background. Was this a company you always had in mind to build, or how did you get here?
It wasn't a company I had in mind to build. Originally, I came out of product development, and then somewhere about 15, 20 years ago, accidentally found myself in the building environment where we were doing physics-based simulation of buildings. And at the time, there was this big industry sort of emerging of people saying, how do we make high-performance buildings? And I found myself accidentally getting sucked into this industry where it just took over my previous business. I had architects, developers from around the world asking, how can I help them build better buildings? And then once we got into that space, we realized, oh man, buildings really need a lot of help. And it's not just that they're wasting all this energy, they are incredibly opaque. There are companies in the world, some of our investors besides AO, or companies like Brookfield on the building side, and NVIDIA on the AI and GPU side. And they were all looking around the same problem of like, hey, this is the biggest industry in the world, and buildings are black boxes, right? We have no idea what's going on inside them.
Amazing. Tell us, as a consumer, is there any way for a consumer to be able to have more knowledge, perhaps about the energy usage and efficiency of either residential or commercial properties? How does that exist today? Do we think we'll see more of it?
So I think in this space, the way that people think of automation on the consumer side is this very soft side of like the audio and the visual systems, right? That stuff's being sort of mainstreamified, but this sort of secret life of buildings, like the underlying systems that actually make the functional pieces go. Today, what we're trying to do is make that more interactive and something that's tangible, right? So that you shouldn't be spammed by notifications that's not smart. When we think smart building, what we think is like I press a button on my phone, something occurs, and then maybe I get all these notifications, right? So that's really nothing different than remote control. Like when I was a kid, there was these late night TV commercials for the clapper. Right? Most of what you're experiencing today is the clapper for your phone, right? So it's not actually smart. It's not, what smart would be, it's taking care of it for us, and we don't have to think about it.
Amazing. I am looking forward to a future where no more clappers and truly seeing beneficial automation. Thank you so much to you both. We're really looking forward to seeing what you're going to do together and hopefully bringing that number down much lower. So thank you both very much. Yes?
Thank you.
Great. All right.
Courtney Powell, thank you so much. What a great series of interviews there. Performance, portfolios, investor, and founder interview series. Really, thank you so much. That was beyond interesting. A lot of issues there that we all need to be looking at right across different sectors. We're moving to another sector now and heading for space. And we're very, very excited about this. What's next for humanity's exploration of space? Joining us now, we have the CEO from Sierra Space, Tom Weiss, and Anton Levy joins us now, the co-president and chairman of global technology group General Atlantic. So Tom and Anton in conversation. We're really looking forward to this. Gentlemen.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Anton Levy. I'm the co-president and chairman of our technology group at General Atlantic. For those of you who aren't familiar, we're a leading global growth equity firm. We've got just shy of about $100 billion of AUM. And what we do basically, since 1980, we've been investing and working with visionary founders and companies to lead transformative businesses. Over our 44-year history, we've invested over $60 billion in over 520 companies across multiple stages of growth. Today, I'm honored to be joined by the CEO of one of those companies, one of our best CEOs, Tom Weiss, who leads Sierra Space, a highly innovative space technology and services company focused on next-generation space planes, space stations, and critical space subsystems and infrastructure. Tom joined Sierra Space in 2021, following the company's spin-out of Sierra Nevada Corporation, a leading global aerospace and national security company. Tom has an extensive career in aerospace, including the CEO of Ariane Corporation, and before that, among many other things, president of Northrop Grumman's aerospace systems sector. Sierra Space has built over 4,000 space subsystems, components, run over 500 missions, and including 14 trips to Mars. GA, just as background, led Sierra's $1.4 billion Series A investment in November of 2021. Tom, thank you very much for being here. Really excited. So just to kick off the discussion, space, Tom has said in op-eds and just came out with a book 2 weeks ago. We'll hear a little bit about that. But Tom has talked about the impact of space being bigger than electricity, steam power, and the internet in terms of its impact on humanity, going in this next phase from just a handful of astronauts in space to thousands of people in space doing many different activities. We're going to hear a lot about that. But just to jump in terms of today, lots of news this week about national security, about defense, lots of questions around the US, Russia, China, ambitions in space. Can you talk a little bit about what your views of that are, how the world is changing, how you think about defending space, and that whole sub-area that I know is on a lot of people's minds this week in particular?
Well, you jumped in with a hard one there. Thank you.
It's my job.
You know, the first thing I'd say is that, what we're focused on at Sierra Space is to build out a business and technology platform that can really drive the new space economy. So therefore, our company spends an enormous amount of our time, ingenuity, technology to make sure that we defend space. We provide systems that give our nation and our allies overmatched capability to ensure that space is free. Things that are in space to do harm in space, and things on the ground, the terrestrial targets or terrestrial missions or terrestrial missiles or defense capability that can actually get to space and then harm space. So, if we just think about space was a sanctuary domain. It wasn't that many decades ago where we'd put something up on orbit and you didn't have to worry about it much. Those days are completely over. This is a day in which space is a domain just like every other. Same as underwater, same as surface, same as land, where adversaries are really very aggressive in terms of holding the U.S. at some kind of position where our freedom of action isn't guaranteed. Space is no longer a sanctuary domain, it is a warfighting domain. So our company is very focused on developing technologies associated with ensuring that the assets we have in space are protected, that the systems that we provide our women and men in uniform and our allies, again, make sure that we can provide the capability for the U.S. to defend and to offensively do the kinds of missions that are important to us. We spend a lot of time thinking about this problem. We have been investing quite some time. One of the concerns I have is that the adversaries around the world are more aggressive now than they've been at least in the last 10, 15 years. You see conflicts around the world, while at the same time you see the CEO of some of the major aerospace and defense companies talking about, they're pushing back on defense acquisitions that are meant to put capability in the hands of our warfighters faster. You see them talking about potentially not bidding on things or participating in acquisitions. At Sierra Space, we think of it very differently. We are a high-tech, high-speed innovator that's very focused on bringing capability very quickly. We provide the ability to do very tight coupled between AI-enabled software and hardware that allows mechanisms, systems in space to be very adaptive to the threat. We've talked a lot about large language models. We use LLMs, we use CNNs very effectively to think about what is the adversary's next step and then to block that step. Just in the last 8 months alone, executing this strategy, we've been awarded $1.3 billion in new satellite constellations in the area of things like missile classification, missile detection, missile warning, missile tracking, and fire control. And it shows that Sierra Space is in fact a next generation defense tech prime in the area of protecting space. Again, protecting space from other space assets and clearly protecting space from terrestrial things that want to do harm to in-space assets. So that's the focus we have. But again, it's in the context of we're building out a new space economy, and we invest a tremendous amount of technology into creating space planes, space stations, next generation rocket engines. That same technology, that same underpinning, we now apply to national security and defense tech. So we're both a high-tech space tech company and a defense tech company, but we really get to leverage a single investment to feed both of those different verticals.
Shifting topics because we don't have that much time. Let's talk about the International Space Station. It's winding down at the end of this decade, and you've come out very publicly and talked about how important it is for the U.S. to lead this next phase of innovation and why it's important to democracy. Can you elaborate a little bit about that?
Yeah, we're really excited about this. If we think about, we're transitioning from 60 years of space exploration to the full commercialization of low Earth orbit. Low Earth orbit is just 250 miles above our head. It's about the distance between here and Orlando. But what you can do in low Earth orbit, taking advantage of foundational tech that underpins microgravity, is that you can actually create an entire new field of products in biotech, industrial tech, and clean energy. The way that we are thinking about the disruption to terrestrial markets from our space stations in low Earth orbit, this market is huge. It will drive GDP. I always think about the next magnificent 10 years from now will be companies with a significant footprint in space. We already know we've run thousands of experiments on the International Space Station. This is not science fiction, it's science fact. We can produce new novel drugs in oncology. We're producing drugs today that have impacts on longevity. We're focused on crystallization of materials that will affect glass, semiconductors, and the focus we have in terms of really getting after clean new sources of energy and battery technology. We can do this in space. It's 250 miles above our head. And the focus we have is actually driving the price down so significantly that the board of directors and the biotech companies, industrial companies will see space now as their next frontier to develop the next big products. Why the U.S. must lead this, and I'll think about it in terms of the way that the U.S. and our allies and our partners around the world think of the economic model that we enjoy versus the economic model that maybe the Chinese enjoy, is that there is a space race going on. It's not only a space race in terms of national security, but one around economic security. These markets are huge. In fact, the 4 markets that we're focused on initially that our space station will service is 3 in biotech and 1 industrial glass. In 2022, terrestrial markets were $900 billion. They're growing at a little over 8% CAGR to $3.7 trillion by 2038. And we intend to disrupt about 2 or 3% of that terrestrial market just in the first space station. But what we did was invent technology that allows us to put up space stations, reinvent a space station. So we can put up a space station that's 1/3 the size of the entire ISS in now a single launch. It took 40 launches to put up the ISS. We could put up the ISS now in 3. If we think about that same technology in a SpaceX Starship, right, using the same technology we have available today, we could put up a space station 6 times larger than either the Starship itself or the ISS. Again, what we're doing is something similar to what SpaceX did. SpaceX drove the cost per pound to orbit down significantly with things like Falcon 9 and Falcon 9 Heavy. We're doing the same thing by taking the cost per cubic meter down of operating in space and driving that down significantly, again, to allow the next big breakthrough products to happen in space.
Super exciting. Going to shift topics again a little bit. Dreamchaser, this is one of the company's key initiatives and products. First of all, for this audience, can you talk about what is Dreamchaser? And then after that, maybe talk about a little bit about what it's going to enable and a little bit of how you're thinking about the time frame.
So Dreamchaser is a really innovative, revolutionary commercial space plane that takes advantage of the entire worldwide airline runway infrastructure. We utilize fuels on board that aren't toxic or hazardous, so you can walk up to the vehicle directly after it lands, after it cools down. And so we can take advantage of any runway a 737 MAX can go into, or an A321neo can go into. Again, it's revolutionary. So we can bring cargo and people back and land at a runway that, again, we're not just creating the first space plane, we're actually creating the first space line. If you think about it, for 60 years, everything coming back from space today is still plunged into an ocean, just like the Mercury program, the Apollo program. We rethought entirely how to redo this. So we've reinvented the space transportation network, and the way that we built it was to connect to the infrastructure already available on the ground, which are runways. So that gives us now the opportunity, obviously we take off, our first flight will take off from Kennedy Space Center this year, service the International Space Station with 11,000 pounds of cargo, come back and land at Kennedy Space Center. But we're working with companies in Tokyo, so we can take off in Tokyo, land at Oita Airport. We're doing the same thing in Europe. We're focused on doing the same thing in the Middle East. We can already land in Huntsville, Alabama, and New Mexico. This is the advantage of having a space plane in a space line instead of taking a capsule and plunging it back into an ocean for a salt bath. We just think differently about this. We think differently about reinventing the space station as well. And so the space plane and the space station, what we call, is an integrated platform that actually drives the economics. And the reason why we want to drive the economics is we're after terrestrial markets in biotech and industrial tech. That's the whole premise of the company.
Super exciting. Again, just in the interest of time, to touch on a number of different important topics. Let's talk about NASA. NASA, how they procure and how they commercialize the various projects has changed a lot with the private markets. Can you talk a little bit about what's going on at NASA, what's changed, and how you see the next decade playing out?
Yeah, first of all, I always have to say, I'm a product of NASA. As a young kid watching Apollo launches and NASA putting human beings on the surface of the moon, it's what got me to be an engineer in the first place. And right now, NASA is focused on their next big mission, right? They're transitioning off of the International Space Station. We're going to deorbit the ISS at the end of the decade. And NASA and the United States is transitioning low Earth orbit to commercial space companies like Sierra Space, as NASA then thinks about, obviously, the transition to the moon and deeper space missions beyond the moon, as they think about Mars and beyond. So low Earth orbit is now going to be the venue of commercial space companies. Again, that's what our focus is on, low Earth orbit. But we need to think about, NASA really did an incredible job building international partnerships. 5 space agencies that represent 15 countries are represented in the International Space Station. As we transition from a US and space agency-led coalition on the International Space Station, we've got to think about taking now the responsibility of us in low Earth orbit. So we work a lot with not only international agencies today, space agencies around the world, those that are obviously on the ISS today, but our focus now is growing relationships in the Middle East, growing relationships in India, growing relationships in Africa, growing relationships in Latin America. And again, beyond international space agencies and beyond countries, we're very focused on growing deep relationships with global biotech companies, global industrial tech companies. We now have 50 different MOUs in those 2 areas alone. And we think this is going to create, again, the next generation of international partnerships in low Earth orbit, but they're going to be on commercial space stations, but it's equally as important that international partnership remains. I do believe strongly that space is an element of diplomacy. And so part of what we're trying to do is ensure that we continue to have great economic ties, great country-to-country bilateral and multilateral ties, even though it's a commercial space station. It's really important to think about this transition from a government-run International Space Station to now a commercial-run International Space Station.
So, Tom, we have time maybe for one more question here before our time is up. You've talked about space and the next period of space being space for humanity. You've written a book about it, as I alluded to in the introduction, that's come out 2 weeks ago. Can you talk about for this audience what you like the key takeaways for the book to be, and why you wrote the book?
You know, we see space in almost every element now in the arts and the sciences, movies. We see it and just it's all around us. But I don't think anybody's actually done yet a very good job at explaining how each of us will see this new environment, will participate in this new world. It's going to have a profound impact on all of us. I write in the book that you know, for the first time we can actually see a pathway for solving leukemia. Every 9 minutes, somebody in the United States dies of blood cancer. I think about saving the young girl today that we don't have an answer for. I think about finding new solutions to nanocomputers that will help drive, again, the next wave of AI that may not be produced. I've read a lot of foundries in my life. You know, gravity, it does have an effect on how you produce things. So I think, you know, it's befitting at a conference where we're talking about impact to humanity. The reason why we're building a platform in space is to literally benefit life on Earth. We're not the company that's trying to be, you know, multiplanetary. We're not trying to figure out a way to get off the planet. I participated in designing the James Webb Space Telescope during my time at Northrop. It's a telescope that can see back in time 13.5 billion years. You know, we still have not found life beyond Earth. This is a very special place. And so the focus we have and what we're doing is really try to impact the lives of 1 billion people at a minimum. I always think of us as we're the billion people company. We don't go to space for the benefit of the few. We go to space for the benefit of the many. And we think that's profound about what we're doing.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
This was a great session, and you can see the incredible work that that Tom and Sierra Space is doing for the planet. So thank you very much.
Hey, thank you. Appreciate
Thank
it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Tom Weiss and Anton Levy, thank you so much. And words we'll remember. We don't go to space for the benefit of a few, but for the benefit of humanity. Thank you both, gentlemen. Thank you so much. We're continuing our conversation with Investor Insights, and we're absolutely delighted now to have in conversation David Rubenstein, the co-founder and co-chairman of Carlyle, and Ellie Rubenstein, the co-founder and managing partner of Mana Tree. And Manus Cranny is here with us as our moderator. Manus, TV anchor at Bloomberg. Thank you so much.
Good morning, David. Good morning, Ellie. It's been a spirited 30 minutes back there. This is the father and daughter. It's like Family Fortunes. Let's see how well they know one another. That's an old TV program from when I was growing up. David, good to see you. Ellie, good morning. Dad has his own TV show, and he gets to ask all the questions, start and finish. So, Ellie, I'll start with you. What is the one thing that Dad, David, has taught you when it comes to doing business? What's the one thing sticks in your mind when you're closing a deal?
Well, don't focus on making money and don't listen to what others say. But if you have conviction behind what you're doing, you have to influence others about that. And I think that's what we've learned in food investing. Nobody knew that healthy food or food investing was a category. And we went around the world telling people you can make a lot of money in healthy food. But that was novel at the time.
David, listening to your daughter backstage, and she just confirmed to me the size of her fund is $700 million. She's on her way. She's catching you up. When you talk to your children, when you talk to Ellie about setting her fund up and doing business, what was the piece of advice that you gave her? Because you've closed a few deals in your time.
Well, when your children go in the same business that you're in, and of course I've said it's the highest calling of mankind, so my children listened to me and they all went into the private equity world. Ellie was the first one who started her fund. It was in a healthy food area. I didn't think it would get off the ground because she didn't have any experience.
You were doubtful of your daughter's success.
No, he's not kidding. He said good luck, and that was actually what happened. I said, well, I'll go get a double master's in food. And I remember at my graduation, I handed him a pitch book. I said, the first pitch meeting's in 3 hours. You may want to study this.
What did you think of the pitch?
I think it could have been refined a little bit, but I would say, look, she grew up seeing me run around the world raising money and doing other things at Carlyle, and I guess she either liked it or admired it, or she thought it maybe be a good future. But private equity is a really good business. It turned out to be, because when the business was invented in the 1960s or 70s, the people who started it more or less said, we want 20% of the profits. And that was a way that if you did a good job, you could make a fair amount of money. So the business has boomed, not just because the 20% has induced a lot of people to go into it, but because the returns have been better than anything else you could legally do with your money. And so people have produced really, really good returns around the world if they're pretty good private equity firms. So the business is really, I think, at a plateau now, and I think it's going to go off even better from where it is now.
What about in 2006? You said this has been a golden age. I remember that. This has been a golden age for the industry. Nothing continues to be a golden age forever.
Right.
So do you think that there's still halcyon days ahead for private equity? No sign of a bubble, no sign of a bubble in private credit. Everything's fantastic.
There's always bubbles when you do very well for a long period of time. But in the end, what people have realized is that if you are smart at what you're doing, you analyze companies appropriately, you can make a fair amount of money investing. And look what's happened in the private equity world in the last couple of years. The business has slowed down a little bit because interest rates have been high, prices have been high. But now, as interest rates are likely to come down, inflation's coming down, I think you're going to see more and more people investing in this area and doing well. But also, you have an enormous amount of new investor base, which is, let's say in the United States, the high net worth individuals and around the world. And then you've got the 401ks and the IRAs that are ultimately going to be allowed to invest in private equity. So there's a fair amount of money that's going to be out there. And as a result of that, I think you're going to find more people who are talented going into the business, trying to make companies more valuable. Why is the United States economy so efficient? We're lapping the world in the economy post-COVID, in part because we have figured out how to really make our economy efficient, I think in large part because private equity has made people focus on the things that matter in building a company, and private and public companies as well have figured out how to use the private equity techniques that have made companies more valuable. So as a result of this, the economy in the United States is pretty efficient, and I think we're pretty much the envy of the world in terms of the way our economic growth has occurred.
Well, you're certainly lapping the world economically. Ellie, if I bring it back to you, David talks about the scale and the size of the business here. You at Manitree, obviously it was something deep in your heart that you started out with, but it is a very efficient business. It's a $700 million fund. Tell me this, the arrival of Ozempic, yes, we got it in. Don't worry, I'll get NVIDIA in before we finish. Ozempic, has it changed the appetite of investors in this room to talk to people like you about food, health, and that area that you're in?
So first of all, just to clarify, so when we started, the first pitch book I handed my dad 5 years ago was a $25 million pitch book. $25 million. It was supposed to be a proof of concept. I had just gotten my double master's in food at Purdue, and we wanted to see if we could buy a seafood company. And what we were trying to look at was protein, which was a category that we're still very focused on right now, but going after clean ingredients. And so we were looking at eggs and seafood and strong brand. So our first fund was $141 million. There was no track record. So those of these spin-outs that exist, we had no track record. And so what I did do was not ask him for money. I ran around the world and went to the next gen. So as he talked about, there's this new category. You know, and I would say the hardest person to convince is your dad, but if you can have all of his investors tell him that this is real, then eventually maybe you'll get him to come in.
Have you been converted?
Well, I have been, and let me explain the reason for this. When humans first came out of caves, roughly 400,000 years ago as Homo sapiens, the life expectancy was 20. In 1900, in the United States, the life expectancy at birth was 49. Today, the life expectancy in the United States, depending on your zip code, is somewhere probably between 80 and 85. How have we been able to increase life expectancy? Well, there's a couple things that have happened. One is, of course, greater sanitation, greater medical care. But one of the things is that people are eating healthier. It was not known for most of those 400,000 years that if you eat healthier food, you're likely to live a little bit longer. So for most of the time, people were just eating whatever they could get into their stomach and whatever they could find. Now, when people get wealthier, they want to live longer because living longer is more enjoyable when you're reasonably wealthy. So people, as the wealth in the world has increased, particularly in the United States and emerging markets, people are doing more things to live longer. And one of the things they recognize is by eating healthier, they're probably going to live a little bit longer.
David, would you like to tell the audience then what kind of a McFlurry you have every day, or what kind of?
All right. So listen, when this started, I truly said to Dad, your strawberry banana smoothie from McDonald's is not going to cut it. And I would come home and visit it.
Every day, David?
Well, almost every day. But I would say, you know, I'm not the healthiest eater, but I do better than I used to. When I was growing up, I used to eat hot dogs and French fries and ketchup, and while those might be healthy foods in some people's mind, it's probably not as healthy as what I'm trying to eat today.
So one of the things Mandatory does is we invest in brands, and brands are really one of the best way, an experiential way, and tangible product to convince people. And that was something I watched with Carlyle. You know, they had these consumer investments growing up, and the only things we really cared about were the companies he could bring home the products to. You know, when you're a little girl and he brings home, I remember Philosophy, or, you know, we talked about Dunkin' Donuts, it was the product. But I could always tell if he was eating healthy, because I'd come home, and I started just to fill his fridge. I was like, all right, here's your kombucha, here's your sour cream, here's your snacks, here's your eggs. And part of it was we needed him on Zoom to kind of hold up one of our products. And so actually get him, look, I gotta say, he's lost 25 pounds. And yeah, he looks pretty good, right?
25 to go still.
No, but you know, he used to tell this joke that, you know, someone would come into the house at night and steal the scale and change it, or that he would walk into the gym by reverse osmosis and that was working out. And I had to realize that as a daughter, and when I was even trying to convince people this was a real category of investments, sadly, in the US, 88% of people are metabolically unhealthy. The #1 cause of death is non-communicable diseases, which is poor nutrition. And so eventually what I said to Dad is, look, I'm not going to change your habits, but what we do is we're really in larger private equity companies that are at scale. The price has come down. They're brands people recognize, and it's almost become the sexy thing to hold, you know, one of these companies.
Right. Look, if you're in this audience, you're probably a reasonably wealthy person, probably. And if you're reasonably wealthy, you probably enjoy your life and probably want to live a long time to see your kids and grandkids be prosperous as well. What's the best way to do that? Well, you can obviously exercise. That's challenging for some people, but it probably helps. Eating well is probably a good thing to do. When I say well, not fancy steaks, but good, healthy things that are likely to make you live a little bit longer. So I think it's a very important area. And increasingly, what you find in emerging markets, as people get wealthier, what they want to do is live longer, not surprisingly. And one of the reasons they think they can live longer, one of the ways they can do it is by eating healthier. So you're seeing around the emerging markets as well, people are eating healthier than they did 10 or 20 or 30 years ago when they were just worried about subsistence. Now they're worried about just living longer.
So let's make a hard pivot. Time's always short. We're on the clock here. David, you came on Bloomberg Surveillance a couple of weeks ago. You talked about buying Orioles, or you're on the process of being approved. I don't know whether that's actually happened or not. You talked about that as a way of giving back, but everybody seems to be buying a sports team. So it's not all philanthropy to buy the Orioles? I mean, David Beckham has Messi on his WhatsApp. Who's in your WhatsApp? Who are you going to buy?
He doesn't have that.
I don't think I can say yet, but I would say that
go on. No.
Clearly, sports is something that seems to unite people around the world, and the values of these teams have taken off dramatically. The Baltimore Orioles, when they came to Baltimore in 1954, where the purchase price was $2.2 million, $2.2 million. We've agreed to pay roughly $1.7 billion. Some sports teams now are probably worth $7, $8 billion. So it's turned out to be a pretty good investment.
Do you think, is Amanda Stavely in the audience or Todd Bowley? Because there are two people that know a thing or two about football and sports investing. Who did you speak to before you bought this, or did you just went, no, I want that team?
Well, I didn't initially want to go into sports investing, and I'm doing this through my personal funds, not through Carlyle, because I thought that if I bought a sports team 10 or 20 years ago, people would say I'm not paying attention to the dollars I'm managing for third-party people. But a lot of my friends in the private equity world, they bought sports teams, they made a lot of money, and they didn't seem to be criticized. What?
Did you feel left out? Did you feel left out?
He did. You know, he used to say he had family office envy. I think he had sports team envy.
Yeah, because all the my friends were buying basketball teams. They're doubling and tripling their money. And I said, well, what about their investors? Aren't their investors worried they're not paying attention to their funds? But they didn't seem to worry about it. So in this case, now that I'm older, I am not responsible day to day for Carlyle. I feel okay to take some of my personal money and buy a sports team. But I'm doing it not just to make money. I think it'll be a good thing for Baltimore. That's just my hometown.
But in terms of money, do you think you can get it to, you know, where do you think you can stretch that valuation out to? Just ballpark.
Well, valuations have gone up because advertising has gone up. Sports revenue has gone up in large part because of people are more interested in buying the apparel. There's more betting going on. And also the television rights are just staggering because people are watching sports events all over the world. Even though you might think they might be in a different country than relevant one for the team, people are watching sports everywhere.
When you heard that this is what he was doing, this is what he was buying, what did you have to say?
Look, this has been a long time in the making. There's parts of my dad I think you guys don't see, but we grew up going to sports games. Now, I will tell you, I did not like the unhealthy food in the stadium, so I said to him, if we could make this be more about brand and experiential and family-oriented, that would be great. But I know my dad, he didn't like to lose at anything, and so this has been going on a lot longer. And I think I also have a lot of respect for him. He didn't want to be seen as overpaying. I had to explain this to people. He's a buyout tycoon. He's not going to want to overpay. He wants to do a deal. And I think, what's been interesting is how many people are excited for him to do this. But I have a lot of respect, as a diverse manager myself. He has gone out of his way to get people who have never been sports owners as part of this group with him. And I think that's the way you're going to change sports.
So I had some experience. I was the chairman of the board at Duke University, and when I was chairman of the board, we won a national championship basketball game. I like to say that I was sending in hand signals to Coach K about what the plays he should call us, and that's why we won. I don't know if that's true.
Growing up, we didn't have vacations. My father's a workaholic. So we were either with investors running around the world, and Dad had to go fundraise, or we were at Duke basketball games. And this is just not an exaggeration. We got a dog named Duke. Dad really believed in the power of sports.
So we're down to 5 minutes, 36 seconds. We're in an election year in the United States of America. I'm Irish. I don't have a vote. You should all be relieved. I don't even have a green card. But you are American, and you do get to vote. And you've met one or two presidents. So let's go through a couple of rapid fires here.
Okay.
We presume it's going to be Biden-Trump. Let's just work on that as a thesis. What is the thing that the Democrats and Biden are doing wrong at the moment? Because it's not translating in the polls. David?
Well, I think they need to focus on 5 states. The 45 states have voted the same the last 2 elections. There are only 5 states that voted differently. 5 states that went for Trump in 2016, they went for Biden in 2020. And that's where the election is going to be. And those 5 states are Georgia, Arizona, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. And that's where the election is likely to be. And the Democrats need to spend more time there. And they need to get their message out better about what they've done. The economy is in reasonable shape now. In fact, as I've said earlier, we're lapping the world in many ways. And they need to get the word out. And as real wages increase, as I suspect they will continue to do, I think the Democrats will do better. The Republicans need to get out their message as well. And their message is that it's not a party only of one person. That's what their message they have to get out, because the Democrats are going to argue that it's all Trump, and the Republicans are not going to be, I think, able to say that it's anything more than Trump. They need to say that it's not only Trump that they're supporting. They're supporting certain principles that they have.
And for you, Ellie, obviously, a wonderful thing around the family dinner table, one party, different parties, obviously. Ellie, for you, if it is Trump in the White House, what's the number one thing you'd say on a call or a dinner when you're there?
Well, look, somehow my 2 parents worked in the Carter White House, but the kids went the other way. So I'm not,
Chose another road.
We went the other way. Look, I think as somebody who's young and running my own business, we want the economy strong. And I would say I spend more time in the Middle East now because it's unbelievable how fast they can grow and the lack of regulation that's holding back innovation. So I look at things that I care about, like gut health and food as medicine. The reason I think people believe in Trump is that they believe he's going to undo bureaucratic policies. And so I think that's what we look at it. It's not Republican or Democrat. And Dad always says, what's wrong with being on the carried interest ticket or, the party of private equity? I'm starting to feel that way.
What would Trump do for private equity? You have a wry smile there. Go on.
Well, I don't know. Carried interest, which is, of course, sacred to many people in the private equity world, it actually changed a little bit under President Trump. It could change again. I think the Democrats want to change it as well. I don't get any carried interest anymore, so I don't focus on it as much. I think the private equity world will do well as long as the economy does well. And under either president, I suspect the economy will do reasonably well. Think about this. Before COVID, the European GDP was roughly the same as the United States GDP, and Europe had 200 million more people than we have. But now we've lapped Europe, where our economy is about 20% bigger than the European economy now, and that's in part because of the efficiency, I thought, that was brought to the table, in part by the techniques that private equity developed. So our economy is doing quite well. We are doing better than many people projected, and I think if interest rates come down, I suspect they will 2 or 3 times before the election, I probably will keep the economy in pretty good shape.
So you think we're going to get 3 rate... go full Bloomberg, why not? You think you're going to get 3 rate cuts in before when? Give me the timeline. Ellie, you can jump in afterwards.
I think the chairman of the Federal Reserve and the Federal Reserve does not want to cut interest rates during the presidential election season because they'll be accused of really helping the Democrats. So I think they want to get their rate cuts out of the way. I suspect at the March meeting they'll probably increase or decrease by about 25 basis points, and I suspect you'll probably see three 25 basis point cuts between now and July 1.
And for you, Ellie, in terms of the economy and wages, are you paying more? Are you trying to retain? Tell us how inflation comes alive in your world.
All of these themes in the last few years that have had people worried, we have been the benefit of it, whether it's COVID and 85% of consumers, their number one purchase driver is, will this make me healthier? Will this help my immune? And so consumers are really empowered. And that's why we always say we believe food investing is actually redoing healthcare. Someone has to fix healthcare. And so putting it back into consumers. The other thing we're seeing is all of our companies' top line growing. So even in an inflationary environment, kids don't want mortgages today. They don't want cars. They don't want houses. They want to buy brands that they feel like represent them and their values. Or if you're someone like my dad, they want to feel like they can get healthy and they don't want to sit at the doctor. So we've never been so busy. I mean, really, the fridge right there in his home, that's what changed his 25 weight loss. It was not Ozempic, and I will tell you that. I mean, even people on Ozempic, they still are snacking and eating healthy.
Quick response, because I want to ask a question on
I would say the most underpaid people in the world are people doing television interviews. Don't you agree with that?
The next time you see my boss,
I will talk to Mike Bloomberg right now. Say you're way underpaid.
I just don't know where to go with that. Hard to be floored by David Rubenstein on an open podium. NVIDIA, you long or short?
I don't own it, but I suspect when something goes up as much as it's gone up, and for as long as it's gone up, at some point it will have to pause and come down a bit because it's hard to believe those projections for future earnings can be as good as they are currently. So while I'm not a buyer of the stock,
do you think we're at a tipping point in AI? I want to close off on AI. Do you think, you've been through lots of cycles and Damascene moments in markets. So is this one of those?
Nobody really knows what AI is going to do, but everybody's excited about participating in it. It's like the internet. When the internet first came along, people got excited. Then we had a couple bursts. I suspect there'll be some deflation at some point on the AI prices, but everybody's afraid of missing something. The greatest fear people have in the investment world is they're going to miss a great opportunity to make money. And so people are pouring into AI-related things. I'm sure they really understand exactly what AI is all about, but they're afraid they're going to miss something. At some point, there will be a correction. I just don't know when.
The lesson Dad always taught me is don't invest in something you don't understand. And so, I don't own stocks other than one, which was our first company that went public called Vital Farms. And I think it's a really interesting thing. Everybody's running to the masses or this theme or that theme. And meanwhile, we know that people have to eat 3 times a day, and if they feel like they can eat healthier and better, they're going to keep buying products. So we just focus on healthy food, and everybody goes here. And the thing I'll say about healthy food is it's technology and AI. Those things are needed in the supply chain. But I think that consumers now feel like they want clean food that they can trust.
I'm going to close off with this. David, everybody in this room is anxious to know whether commercial real estate, where the next issue is in the US economy. You say, we're lapping the world, things are great, rah, rah, rah. Every day I do interviews, so I'll give you the final word. How worried are you about commercial real estate?
Well, commercial real estate, if you're talking about office buildings in New York City and San Francisco, clearly there's going to be some debt sales where people are going to buy distressed debt from the holders of that debt, the large banks. The banks have not wanted to sell it right now because the markdowns will be greater than they probably are carrying it for. But at some point over the next year or two, you'll see distressed real estate and commercial real estate, office buildings, being a pretty good area in which to invest, I think.
Okay, moments of opportunity. We've run out of time. We've run down the clock. Father and daughter, family fortunes in Miami.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Hey, wait.
And what a wonderful conversation. Manus Cranny, thank you so much there in conversation with David and Ellie Rubenstein. And really, I think we got everything from interest rates, state of the economy, state of your gut health, a bit of sports thrown in there, commercial real estate, really, and some investment advice, just to be careful out there. Don't invest in what you don't know. I think that was, very fitting as well. But so much going on in this space, and now we're going to continue our conversation. And one thing, of course, that comes up in everything we talk about is security and stability, and we're certainly going to be looking at how can we harness technology for greater security and stability. We're going to hear now from Dr. We're hearing from Dr. Alex Karp, the co-founder and CEO of Palantir Technologies, and absolutely delighted now to welcome our wonderful moderator to the stage, Cecilia Attias, the Senior Vice President of Public Affairs for Richard Attias and Associates, and founder and president of Cecilia Attias' Foundation for Women. Cecilia.
I'm very happy to be here, and I'm very honored to welcome you, cher Alexandre.
Merci.
Your French is perfect, I know that. My English is not perfect, but your French is so good. So maybe we can do the interview in French.
Si tu veux draguer avec moi, on peut draguer ici, même que ta mec est là.
So, dear Alex, you have a very interesting and diverse background, coming from philosophy, sociology, and a German university. I don't speak German. And going to one of the most influential tech companies in the world. It's fascinating how someone with such a background in social sciences transitioned to successfully into tech industry. How do you explain that?
Well, so I wrote a PhD. I was born into an academic family, and there was basically one choice: be an academic or be a failure. And I didn't. My family, business was not viewed as an option. So I ended in academia the way most people end up doing things, just because it's what I knew, and I was reasonably good at it. Although it turned out I worked with some of the best people in the world, and what I discovered was I should go build things. And the other thing that I really remember vividly thinking was, in the past, you shaped the world through, ideas and words. And obviously at the time, this was pre the software revolution, but I really came to believe and believe now that the world will be shaped through the embodiment of ideas and words in software platforms. And that these platforms are so levered that, in fact, they will shape our life in a way that words used to. The weird thing about German academia, at least at the time, was unlike what one might experience at an elite school in America now, people were very, very serious about academic rigor. So the rigor and the kind of depth at which you had to understand ideas, not just their caricature form of the idea, played a very big role. And then one of the major things I've been thinking a lot about, and some of these ideas are on our platforms. I don't want to there is kind of a German phenomenological version of Foundry, PG, these products we built. But I think the thing that has been influencing me the most currently is that we have these amazingly successful products, but I think they're successful because we built them outside the norm of any playbook. And if you go deep enough into philosophy, you see that these playbooks or authors or schools, at some point they break. So, so you
think your background helped you to be out of the box?
Well, I mean, the primary thing that helped me be out of the box is I'm pretty far out of the box. But then, I felt a lot of, I did feel a lot of kinship with, I could give you lists and lists and lists of important, especially German, to some extent French, philosophers and thinkers. But one of my critiques of most of them is they're actually more poetry than they look, in that they explain a time period. So for example, you can't translate Adorno into English really, because it's a time period of a time period of a time period. And what we're experiencing now across the West is that the playbooks, financial playbooks, the people who understand them, hardware playbooks, the people who understand hardware, political playbooks, left, right, center, ways in which to deal with issues, wars, crime, education, raising GDP. The old expertises really are not as helpful as you would think. And so one of the reasons why America is leaping forward is we have a much greater community of non-playbook players than any other place in the world. And so, for example, if you've built a great hardware company, that's probably not very where you want to be when you evaluate software. If you have a deep rigor of the political dynamics of a culture, you probably are getting massively manipulated by people who know a lot less, but they, so, and what's super interesting about the AI revolution is almost none of the playbook rules make sense. LLMs by themselves aren't that valuable, so it's confusing people. It's like, yes, there's poetry and videos, but you can't make you can't get better margins, you can't rebuild your manufacturing, but actually you can if they're processed. So then it's confusing, it seems to all come from America, but then the countries that are adopting them and doing the most with them, I think you're gonna find are in America and also in the Middle East. And why is that? Because it's another thing that's very unfair. This is a highly inequitable revolution. So the rich people get much richer. The poor people in America, I do think will have GDP growth, but the delta is going to be very large. Then you have places that are known for innovation over hundreds of years. Europe is not participating. And you have also LLMs, algorithms, software. These are very different things. The ability to build a software platform that could be useful and the ability to work with LLMs, build LLMs, work with algorithms, it is also completely different. The assumptions are different. For example, in hardware, basically, the value is having a community of people who are all very good. In software, the value is having the one right person. Now, that seems like a small difference, but almost all the ability, the attempts to build these American, Silicon Valley similar ecosystems of tech largely fall apart because the people building them are not software natives. And then you see like Saudi Arabia, Emirates, other places embracing these technologies in a way that, you know, I wish other places in the West, Europe would, but they're not. So it's very, very, very counterintuitive. And then, you know, there's this, then there's this thing, but simultaneously, of course, just to riff on this last thing, you can't invest in things you don't know, but this is something you have to know.
So that drives me to my next question, which is kind of a tricky question, which also concerns me and concerns a lot of people here. If we think about privacy, ethics on one side and growth on the other side, there seems to be a controversy here. I would like to understand how Palantir navigates the challenges posed by those opposing priorities and finds balance.
Well, there's you know, Palantir started 20 years ago, so there's different phases. The core Intel product deals with privacy issues by removing the contradiction, by exposing authorities and only authorities to the data they're allowed to see without seeing the other data that they're not allowed to see. And that, but what's crazy interesting is that architecture is actually the cornerstone. We did it for the right reasons, meaning we thought expanding liberty meant fighting terrorism and fighting terrorists. So you don't get the left-right divide that, like, you know, one side wants terrorists, the other side doesn't care or wants to take away your civil liberties. So the interesting thing about going deep into that problem was, and if you do that, you need an architecture that sits on every bit of data, that has branching, that is a security model that's granular. Those are the precursors to being able to work with large language models or algorithms in a way that's not just ethical, but quite frankly, that works. Because, for example, if you're sitting, this is a completely commercial example, but it is exactly mirrors at an architectural level the example you would have if you were sitting at an Intel service. You're sitting running a large agricultural company and and that involves all sorts of things, wheat, cows, whatever. And you have to model your supply chain and your export of your product, and you have to task. That's influenced by weather. So in any enterprise you're sitting in, you're going to have a security model. You can't just outsource that tasking to any random person. You have microtasking. This person has the ability to do A, B, C, D. How do you interact with the large language model to find the satellite, to task the satellite that can look for this kind of weather conditions that's cheaper and another kind of weather conditions that are more expensive without outsourcing the logic of your enterprise, outsourcing enough of the logic of your enterprise so the LLM understands the use case without exporting so much of it that the LLM owns your use case and your business? And how do you control who sees what and when this tasking happens? Those are exactly the same kind of issues you have if you're running an intel service. Who gets to see who this crime network? Because in that crime network, you probably have assets, you have people, meaning they work for you, you have people that you're protecting because they're an idiot, you have somebody you're trying to undermine because they're smart. These are architectural cornerstone issues that are vital to every enterprise in the world. And if you don't think they're vital, you will not be able to interact with the enterprise as it's currently conceived, meaning the people managing it without paying attention to these issues. It's basically a non-starter. So the overarching thing I would also say is I'm very pro civil liberties, but you have to both augment civil liberties and augment GDP, and they're not in contradiction. And what you will find is that often people who are allergic to technical issues are actually the adversaries of the Enlightenment, because if your enterprise doesn't work, your country doesn't work, and nothing can work, and mostly because you're so lazy, you're not willing to take the time to go figure out how these issues are solved technically, or you're so arrogant that you don't believe you have to understand these issues, you are actually the person yelling at me. You should be yelling at yourself. We're on the side of enlightenment. You're not on the, laziness and ineptitude and watching your society go over the edge is not the friend of your enterprise, your country, the betterment of human rights. And so it being like choosing to be a Luddite for whatever reason, because your country is not producing the tech people, or because you used to, investing always worked this way, or honestly, most importantly, because you don't like hanging out with the person who has the knowledge, or you're threatened by him, her. That's actually what stops the development and completely backfires. And I'm very proud that that is the line between Germanic PhD level professional education and what is happening across America with my product and presumably in other contexts, and then on the battlefield.
Absolutely.
So
I would like to have, for the people here, to have a clear understanding of the contribution of Palantir and the role in Palantir in the world. If you could name one thing that you would be proud of, one just simple thing that would make a positive impact in the world, what would it be?
Well, I'm very proud that there have been innumerable terror attacks that have been stopped in Palantir in Europe. And I would say, in all modesty, if they were not stopped, you would have a very different political reality in the West. And that's just a fact. I love when I'm getting yelled at in cities in Europe. I'm like, keep yelling at me. The only reason why someone's not goose-stepping between me and you is my product. Say thank you. So it's thank you. Thank yous will be accepted. Look, the fundamental reason for America's outperformance right now is tech. Palantir plays an enormous role on the commercial side. On the warfighting side, we've entered a phase where real battles happen in very complicated electronic suppressed environments. You can't use old hardware in those environments anymore. You have to engage in software war, and almost all useful hardware things going forward will be software-enabled, software-controlled, with human handoff functions. Palantir is indisputably been at the lead of that, and I think we're at the way, way beginning. I would say, from a technical perspective, the thing I am most proud and in awe of is we built these products that looked like kind of marginal luxury products built in part by Palantir, their madman leader, and outside the norm IQ people didn't want to hang out with. And lo and behold, they're exactly the products everyone needs now. And you know, we never had high sales. We are not in conformity with whatever you've been taught you're supposed to say that you don't believe that you have to say. We've never done that, and we're winning. And winning, by the way, again, something I wish we would teach more at our elite schools. It's very important. This like I lose and therefore I have a higher value and therefore people respect me is BS. And we don't stand for that at Palantir at all.
So tell me, we live in a very difficult time of wars, conflict everywhere. Palantir operates worldwide and handles critically sensitive data. Could you tell us how tech companies like yours are affected by geopolitical conflict, particularly when it comes to data ownership and data privacy?
By the way, I neglect to say I'm very honored to be on stage with you.
Oh, come on.
Yes, people may not, but like when you have a question you need a wise answer, you're one of the first places people in the know call, and I'm very honored to be here with you on stage.
Thank you.
Look, the core issue that companies have in the environment we're in is companies were built in a world, for a world, and the tech that they've employed have by and large been built for a world that is global and peaceful and where every day there's less violence and bigotry and your supply chain is never disrupted and your primary task is to tax optimize in a rational environment that every day gets more rational. That playbook is out the door. So your products have to work in an environment where you can understand your supply chain even as it's disrupted, predict potentially disruptions, treat your company and all of its latent assets as a portfolio under the condition that the portfolio will be very different tomorrow than it is today. And the stress that is placed upon it does presuppose robust software in your commercial environment and at war, and that your primary duty as a leader now is to adapt for that environment. And what does that mean? It means going to the front line and seeing do my products work? We do these boot camps where we tell everybody take everything you've done in AI, prepare, do all the PowerPoints that you have people doing, and then compare it to what we can do live in 10 hours. Now, of course, it's self-serving because it's not 10 hours. It's being right about architectural decisions over 20 years and then being expressed in 10 hours. But the reason it works and the reason it's valuable for people in this room to consider doing that is you must know the state of play, and you have to look at it directly. And it is your responsibility to go look at this, because if you don't look at it, people around you aren't going to look at it. And I'll tell you something else. Half the world is aligned around some idea that this stuff can't work. That's because they don't have any valuable products. You got to go look at it yourself. Of course, half the people are telling you this can't work, it has to be a PowerPoint, that can't work. Yes, I can tell you, at least in this country, down the road, they're employing a product that does work. And you have to look at it yourself. And anyone who's telling you it's not valuable, it's not going to be valuable, or it's only a PowerPoint, probably doesn't have anything to sell. Distrust them, go look at it yourself.
Okay, we're running out of time, but just one little question, the last one. If we're in a science fiction movie, how do you see the future of AI?
It's undecided. It could go either way, but I would say in the near term, the most important thing to make sure. Let me give you another counterintuitive riff. In many developments, technological developments, the innovation is taking place 5 years out. This is a place where the innovation ramp is so great that the most important thing really is what do you do in the next 18 months.
Yeah.
So like the most important battlefield for this is in the military, and what will be decided is can America and its allies get to a point of decisive dominance and then impose regulation on the rest of the world from that perspective of dominance, that would be the best outcome.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. It was great having you. Thank you. Come.
Thank you, Cecilia. My name is Femi Oke. I am your moderator for the next session, which is the secret ingredients that make a vibrant city. I know you don't realize this, but you are my co-moderators. You are helping me with the very first few minutes of this session, which is what makes a vibrant city for you. Ushers, stand up, put your microphone in the air so that I can just get an idea of where the vibrant cities are and what makes a vibrant city for you. Okay, here, go ahead. Come into the audience. Thank you. What makes a vibrant city for you? Yes. Yes. Great. Anyone that's smiling at you really wants to talk to you. Trust me on this one. Go ahead. Let's do it in the front row. Very good. Vibrant city. What is a vibrant city, sir, for you? What's the ingredients?
An amazing skyline.
Skyline. I like that, skyline. So we've got skyline. Another one. Usher. Okay, great. Can you go right into the audience? Gentleman's got his hand up. I love volunteers. Thank you. Go ahead. What's a vibrant city for you?
Vibrant cities are diverse. That the highest socioeconomic level can interact with every level. They're all present. All the characters are present.
Skyline. All the characters present, so a nice social mix. One more, sir.
Interconnected and efficient.
Love that. Okay. We have a panel that you are really going to enjoy. Panel, please come on. Gentlemen, nice to see you. We've got Tom Garfield. Hello, Tom. Thank you so much. Steve Stout. And Jeff Zelaznik. Thank you, gentlemen. You are so involved, gents, in building beautiful, vibrant cities. So first of all, Jeff, for you, what makes a city special? What are the vital ingredients that make a city work from your perspective?
I think there's obviously a few. I mean, I think first and foremost, you know, things start with food and beverage, you know, because that's what I do.
Why would you say that?
But I think food, beverage, and hospitality end up really grounding and moving a city forward. I think that, you know, not only are the, you know, eating, drinking, and sleeping are the only three things that people actually need to do, right, before you get into everything else. And, you know, I'm fortunate to be in a position where that's what I do. And, you know, it's a great example of how you move a city forward. You know, when I came here to Miami, you know, about a little over 3 years ago, you know, we came to a city that was really just starting to evolve. And I found a city where there was a big opening, where there was not great elevated food and beverage experiences. And in the last 2.5 years in South Florida, we've opened about 14, you know, fine dining restaurants. And what we've seen is that people responded incredibly well. The people in the community that were here already welcomed them. And I think it brought about, you know, we saw it bring about a piece of what was about to come, which was all these great people coming down here. They need places to eat, they need places to drink, they need places to sleep. And, you know, I think that that's where it starts. And I think that, you know, we've been a big part of that in Miami, and I think that you see something very similar happening right now in the kingdom. In terms of other things, I think you have, you know, the other great people sitting right here. You know, what comes next? Sports, music, you know, all the other things that people can come together around. I mean, talk about around the dinner table.
So Steve and Tom, you agree that food is the most important thing, obviously, because you've got to eat.
I mean,
Good food.
If it's major food groups involved, then the answer is yes. Yeah.
Look, I think Miami is a great example. It might be the most vibrant city in the country right now. And I think I say often, Miami is a curator of culture for the rest of the country, in some ways the world. Fashion, sports, music, food, art, all of these things, you know, the values that people have, the original thought, original things happening. And, we talk about it often, just like excellence, doing things really, really well. Those things become models for other cities, for other places. And when you have those things, then you have a very vibrant city people want to be a part of.
For me, I feel like what makes a vibrant city has changed in the last 10, 20, and 30 years. Specifically, when you think about it, it's never been easier in the history of the formation of companies to relocate, right? So you can relocate your headquarters quickly to a new city. And as a result of that, what you're looking for in that new city and what your expectations are from that new city has changed. So we could talk about what Tom said, cultural dynamism, where people love the dynamics of culture, and it's specifically multicultural for the kind of employees that they're looking for. They want a diverse employee base, as well as the innovation that comes from a diverse employee base. That's one of the things that make a dynamic city. The other thing that makes a dynamic city is, people used to have to leave cities, leave their hometown in order to make it, right? So if you're a recording artist or you're a visual artist or whatever you did, you'd have to leave your hometown because your hometown did not have that discipline for you to go all the way. And now, in the shift and the changes over the last 10, 20 years, there is no such location, right? So those shifts I think, has moved what it requires to be considered a dynamic city.
And I think, too, it's about young people, right? So a lot of the greatest creativity comes from, 18 to 25, 27-year-old brain that's unencumbered by experience and context and wisdom, and it's open and it's free and its neural pathways haven't been grooved yet deeply. And young people create some of the greatest music, some of the greatest musicians and artists of our time. Their best works were still when they were 22 years old or something. And so we have to attract young people. We have to have a cultural dynamic where young people can afford to live there, where business opportunities exist for young entrepreneurs, where it's easy to start businesses and to create, whether that's restaurants, they want to live somewhere where you go downstairs and there's a bakery and it's not a Panera Bread, and there's a coffee shop and it's not a Starbucks, and and they have these organic cultural things that are being created, clothing stores, music shops, everything.
That sounds like how we grew up. That's what we had.
It's Greenwich Village in the 60s. It's
how do you have it now?
Spanish Harlem. It's we need to foster those types of neighborhoods and environments to attract young people, because that's where the real creativity. Well, it's also Richard Florida's sort of the rise of the creative class stuff, where if you go put your company in Moline, Illinois, the talent's not going to go there. The talent goes to the city that has the culture that attracts young talent, and the companies go there, not the other way around.
The key, when you talk about young people, is to embrace emerging subcultures, right? So if you talk about like New York City in the late 80s, whether it was graffiti, which became art, or hip hop music, which became global music, these subcultures became mainstream pop culture because they were harnessed in that city where young people were allowed to purvey and do their thing. And the same thing happens in food and with chefs. I look at chefs, recording artists, visual artists, the exact same way, where you have to create a platform, a city has to create a platform, a refuge for this young talent to be able to live and express themselves freely. And that's very, very important when you start talking about the dynamics of creating a vibrant city.
And I think that's one of the key things, right, which is the city embracing it. And I think that's something that you've seen here in the last few years, which is that none of this would be possible. The subcultures, the emerging artists, any of the talent that came here, any of the restaurants that open here, any of the music that's being recorded here, if the city was not behind this growth and wasn't behind everything that we're trying to do here. So many cities get in your way and are in the way of you trying to succeed or trying to bring the most talented people in whatever their field may be to create and draw more people. And that's, I think, one of the most special things about Miami.
Years ago, so I started my career in the music business, and in '97 we came down here to Miami, to South Beach, and Emil Estefan had, and still has, beautiful recording studios, and we recorded a Will Smith's album. And when we came down here, he ultimately made a song because of the environment, Welcome to Miami, which became a big hit, and basically was a free tourism ad for Miami. But I do remember when he came down here, and he wrote this in the line, he was surprised he said the line, all ages and races, many different faces, and many different races, Jamaican, Asian, Black, Cuban, and the idea of that melting pot, all, in the same proximity, was something surprising to all of us when we came to Miami, and that's what made it very, very special, and obviously led to him making that song. So to all of our points, I do believe that this idea of multicultural, this idea of embracing emerging subcultures and helping foster that is all the things and the ingredients that this city gets really well and a couple other cities get really well, and you see a lot of cities don't get that well. They don't support diversity. They don't have diversity, and they don't get the best young talent. They don't get the best the young chefs and restaurants. They don't get, or athletes or teams, because they're not part of that ingredient to create that dynamic, vibrant environment.
So, do you know what I'm thinking right now? The pillars of the FII Institute: think, exchange, act. You've thought, you've exchanged. So what is the action? I know that you are really enamored with Miami, but if you take these essential ingredients that we've been discussing, can we then cook up another Miami?
No, 100%. No.
Called the kingdom. I think what's happening there. You know what I mean? I think that's why we're here, right? I think there's a lot of similarities between what's happening in the kingdom and what's happening here in Miami. Because I think they're both fostering environments where people can grow, people can excel in their fields. They want to attract talent, no different than Miami. And there's so many parallels between what's going on here and what's going on there in regards to, growing diversity, growing talent, growing homegrown talent, but also bringing in the best of the best and fostering their ability to perform there, whether it be in sports, music, restaurants, or any of the other great cultural verticals.
And the density of young people, obviously, it's been written about. The density of young people in the kingdom is, the fastest, the most dense are young people. And when you have young people feeling optimistic about what they can do, you basically are writing the future.
Again, it's like I said earlier about you need to foster an environment young people want to go to. So for Miami, they need affordable places to live. You need a business-friendly environment where entrepreneurs, some bartender who has an idea of a concept of a bar they want to open can easily obtain a liquor license and find capital to go open a bar or a restaurant or whatever that business is they want to start. So you need a business-friendly environment, but you also need certain things: affordable a place to live, transportation, and then the cultural things. Restaurants to go to, sporting events to go to, professional sports. Places to interact with other young people where creative ideas are fostered. It's, Paris in the 40s or Greenwich Village in the 60s, or these environments where creativity blossoms because young people are there and attracted to be there, and they come from all over the world to be there. And I think Miami has a really unique opportunity to be that.
I'm thinking about the impact of a medium that we have right now where we all can talk about our cities that we love. We can hype them. They can be hyped socially, online. That trend for a restaurateur, that's quite challenging. For a sports team or sports teams or sports team, it's a big deal.
No, it's
the public has a voice.
It's a huge amplifier.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, you talk about, we may not want to admit it, but a lot of people in this room has become food photographers. And you just start posting the meal you had, and all of a sudden that restaurant or that chef or that food group, their voice is amplified. Or you have fandom, and the expression of fandom of a team or an individual athlete has been amplified as a result of having all of these different social mediums. And obviously the same thing with music. I say it all the time, Instagram and TikTok has become the new MTV. And that has also created, fandom and following for up-and-coming emerging artists. So social media has completely amplified all of these cultural sort of silos to become much more relevant.
Amplified for the good or not?
Well, that's what I was just going to say. There's two sides to that, right? Where we're living in an era of isolation, partly from a generation growing up on social media, the post-pandemic world, and there's a study that says that loneliness today, loneliness actually correlates negatively to life expectancy more than cigarette smoking. People are in isolation, teen depression's at an all-time high. Well, what is the solve for that? It's bringing people together. I tell the team that works with us, what we do is really important. It's not just a football game, a soccer match, a music concert, an F1 race. You're bringing people together to share life together, to share experiences. And it's what music is, it's what great hospitality is sharing a meal together, bringing people together to experience life together, even if they're still taking a selfie and posting it on Instagram, is really important to what life is. And so, the social media aspect of it can be negative, but you can turn it into something positive. But ultimately, we need people to gather together to experience life together, and that's really what we all do.
Yeah, no, I was going to agree. Listen, there's nothing that's more Instagram than food, right? That's a fact. And I think that, in many ways that's great, but in many ways and it does help amplify business. It starts creating trends, it starts creating hype. But I think that's also one of the things people have to be careful about when they're looking at what businesses are great and what things are, because things get hyped up very quickly, and is there actually substance behind it? And is there actually a real future to these restaurants? Is there actually a real future to these chefs? Is there actually a real future to deciphering between what's a trend and what's not? Because something can be incredibly hot, and maybe 1 out of 100 takes off, and the others don't. And so that's something from an investment perspective, which obviously is relevant here, when you're looking at these businesses and you're looking at how they grow, those things can be disillusioning. And I think to Tom's point, there's also the negative of that people have lost track of, the importance of, this is all about culture, right? What is culture? Culture is something that people can sit around and discuss, right? You take it in and then you sit with each other and you discuss it. And you often discuss it over drinks and a meal or at a sports game, right? And the phone and the Instagram has taken away from that in the sense that you're on it all the time. And, I won't even, I always say I won't sit at a table with people that are on their phones taking pictures, because what's the point? We could all just be eating alone. Yeah. And that dialogue, that dynamic, and that conversation that takes place that the three of us have all the time, literally,
I was going to
that the three of us have all the time is.
So you talk about how to make a city greater. You actually sit down and have that chat.
No, we've had this conversation all the time, because I have a very optimistic point of view on this. I don't want to be the person that just walks around and shorting the stock on young people. I remember specifically in the 70s when there were latchkey kids. Latchkey kids were kids that would come home from school, and then when both parents went into the workforce. And everybody thought in 1976 that these kids who came home from school when there was nobody home, they were going to turn out to be losers, because they had no mother at home when they got home. And that socially didn't turn out to be as bad as everybody thought it would be. Or, the internet in general did not turn out to be as bad as everybody thought it would be. I do believe that things correct themselves, and that we're going through this time and period right now where social media, we could look at it and talk about all the negatives and how it affects young people. I was a victim of that myself in another medium. But I think it works itself out over time, and I do believe, and I'm going to be the optimist on this topic, that it will work itself out all the time. And I'm fine with that. I believe in young people. I believe in the values of young people, and I also believe that it will correct themselves and it will turn out okay.
Young people today are brilliant. I mean, if you think about it, they have the internet, they have Google, they have all these things at their fingertips. We had World Book Encyclopedia, and it was like aardvark, and you'd start reading and try to learn something. My son was into aviation. Out of nowhere, at 14 years old, he's into planes. Next thing you know, he's on the computer on a simulator. Next thing you know, he's 17 years old, and he's up in a plane flying, getting his pilot's license. I mean, you can just choose to be into something and learn about it so fast today. And young people, their curiosity in the way that I tap into, we have lunches and things where I find talented young people that we have a very young organization. And I'm asking 25-year-olds all the time, like, what should I be looking at? What's new? What's their brains and their intelligence just blows me away every day.
Gentlemen, thank you for giving us insight into, from your perspective, what makes a vibrant city.
That was a quick transition, but thank you so much.
Yeah, it was an
Richard, thank you for having us.
It was an express. I could tell that you were about to deliver.
We're about to get into it much deeper.
Yeah. I know.
There's layers to this.
I can tell from the breath
we'll
that
do
you're
this
all
in
about
Brazil,
to take.
Richard. Thank you.
But I'm actually going to say to you, Tom Garfinkel, Vice Chairman, CEO and President of Miami Dolphins and Hard Rock Stadium, Managing Partner, FII Miami Grand Prix.
That was not
a lot of titles, Tom.
That was not necessary.
Stop.
Flowers, please, for Tom. For Steve Stout, Founder and CEO, Translation and United Masters. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
And Jeff Lazanik, co-owner of Major Food Group. Who was at Carbone last night? Okay.
Hey, how was it?
Fantastic.
Fantastic. All right.
Tom,
Thank you.
Jeff, Steve, thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Take care. All right. We're going to move on. I'm going to take you traveling. Your next moderator is Edna Trainer, talking about the future of travel. Thank you.
Femi, thank you so much. And what a great panel. What great fun looking at what's new in a city, what makes a city, what keeps it living and breathing, and again, what makes it a fun place for us all to be. I have two fun guests coming on now, and they're gentlemen who take us round cities around the world. We're going to look at how immersive experiences are captivating today's travelers, because ultimately, we might be in one city today, and we'll be heading off to another one, and I think a lot of people in this audience are probably doing that. But what are we doing for fun? Most of it in terms of the busy traveler. Let's get them out here. Arnold Donald is with us. Arnold, the chairman from World Travel and Tourism Council. Lovely to see you, Arnold. And here he is, Manfredi Lefebvre-Dovidio, the chairman of Abercrombie and Kent. So my two young, inspiring world travelers are going to put us to right here and inspire every one of us and keep us moving.
Excellent.
Gentlemen, talk to me, if I might start with you, Arnold. You know, they say that travel broadens the mind, among many other things and all that good stuff. But let's have a look at where we are today, because I have a feeling we're moving around the world more than we've ever done before.
Absolutely. So good morning, everyone. Good to be with you, Edna. Always good to be with you, Manfredi. Where are we today? So we came out of COVID. Everybody knows you've all traveled a lot. But in general, there's more domestic travel. The U.S. has fully recovered, and then some things are better than they were in 19, not in business travel, but in leisure travel. Europe is also pacing well, not as well as U.S. source and U.S. Related destinations. And then Asia is trailing a bit because China is still not quite there. But I think the beauty of travel, which we all know, and is so important right now, is it brings people together so they can discover what they have in common, and they can learn to celebrate their differences rather than fear them. So it's very important economically, but it's especially important from a humanities standpoint.
Manfredi, so who's traveling? I mean, we heard about all the young people that are going to inspire the world. I mean, they might not be your customers today, but they will be someday. Talk to me, where in the world are you going? Where do they want to get to? How different are they traveling? Just bring us up to date in terms of what you've seen in trends.
First of all, okay, the amount of people that are traveling is increasing from all nationalities and age span, because people travel, continue to travel. I mean, I'm a great traveler. I'm 70. I travel all the time. And once upon a time, it wouldn't have been so. This is because the passion of learning of the world through visiting it directly even though we have so many means to read about places and see the photographs, etc., the desire to visit places is growing and growing and growing. And the desire to be engaging with people is growing. So we have a number of reasons to travel. I call it the tourism. It's more than one. You have a segmentation which is unique. For example, here, I flew from Europe especially for this conference. Why? For more reasons. Besides the friendship with Richard and Cecilia, it is because it is a learning experience and it's an opportunity to engage with people. So it's a great thing. You have people that travel to do shopping. Milan is a great capital of shopping. You have people that travel to visit beautiful natural places, historical sites, the Antarctic, the Arctic. So the segmentation is amazing. And us as industrialists of the sector, we are producing products which are for every kind of experience which is desired and every kind of customer, the level of service that he wants. The level of service that people want has increased. Once upon a time, when I was operating Silver Sea Cruises, a 350 square feet cabin was good. Today, for many people, it's small.
People are getting demanding.
And when I started, there were no spas on the ships, no gyms. Now, gym is essential. Not for me, I never go in a gym. But so I hate sweating, but for many people, it is essential. So, no, destinations. Okay, sometimes the world shrinks or expands. A vacation that I adored was visiting the Russian Far East, which is pristine nature.
Yes.
I opened a cruise there. I was the first one to send a cruise ship there. Today, it's impossible.
Yeah.
So the world is shrinking there. There are other locations where you can go. But, geopolitics, we'll talk about it maybe.
We'll talk about it in a minute, yeah.
Yeah, it's have a huge impact on this. It widens and it shrinks. It widens and it shrinks.
So you have to be ready, you have to be adaptable and be ready to move with it. And talking about that, it is about keeping our business going today, but I think this business is becoming very competitive and the consumer knows what's going on, the consumer is a lot more demanding, so costs are higher on that. But is there a way that you can future-proof your business if you're in the travel and tourism business?
I think the best way to future-proof any business is to really understand your customer. In our case, is our guests that came out of the cruise industry. To understand them and make certain you're doing everything to exceed their expectations. And so one is to understand what they need to be able to anticipate those needs, and then two, to put together the holistic infrastructure to exceed those expectations. And for example, when you see what's going on in Saudi Arabia today with the Giga projects and the development of Diriyah and other areas there, they are absolutely going to exceed everyone's expectation. They already are with the developments that are underway. Now, what has to happen is there's a hospitality challenge from a manpower standpoint. But for example, Saudi's in front of that because they're investing heavily in training and stuff because they know they're going to have the trained workforce to be able to deliver that highly customized, personalized service that's going to allow you to exceed guest expectations. And it's to be able to commoditize that, to be able to do it at scale. So not just for the high-end luxury cruises or the high-end luxury hotels, but for the mass. Every individual wants to feel like their experience has been customized and tailored for them. And there's a capability to do that with technology and then with proper training for the service people that are driving that technology and using those technological tools.
Manfredi, come back to geopolitics. I was in Cairo just 2 days ago, and there was nobody there. It was so quiet. It was very, very clearly, and Cairo is not the big hot point at the moment, but the neighborhood is, isn't it?
Yeah, until the 7th of October, it was the hottest destination. Everybody wanted to go there, like Capri or Saint-Tropez, and then it was Egypt, Cairo, and the Nile. And now it's affected. It's a terrible situation, because the revenue of the Suez Canal have dropped by 50%. The revenue from tourism is declined to almost zero. So for that country, it's a terrible situation. So geopolitics affected all the time. But there are other things which reopen countries. You were talking about Saudi Arabia. Now we're touching 100 million visitors with about 5 years in advance of what was the plan, which is amazing. I was lucky enough to visit Saudi Arabia during COVID period. Also once with you, we were together. And I realized that Saudi Arabia is not a sandbox full of oil. It's a country full of culture, ancient culture, current culture, traditions, natural beauties, pristine beaches, and also human structures built now, which are the nicest.
And that's exciting because it's a new destination. I mean, that's the other really exciting
they're
thing
building
about
it. It's like sometimes you go to visit Chicago. Why go to visit Chicago? It was the best architecture between the two wars and before the war. No, because it's the modern. Now Saudi Arabia is building some of the most iconic buildings, and the projects are there to build them, both in touristic destinations as in the cities. So this is a new destination which is building up, something new. We would not have expected it. I was going in Saudi Arabia in the 70s. It was a total.
There wasn't a lot to do, was there?
Not much to do. I was close in the Queen's Building Palace in Jeddah, because the city was Jeddah at the time. And there was nothing to do. You would eat in the house, you would do everything in the house, and then you would work. It was a closed society. The people in the houses were living well, but outside there was nothing. You go now to Riyadh, you go in a district where there are restaurants, etc. It's very lively. It's still traditional, but very lively.
And for the travel and tourism industry, like finding a new destination, I mean, that hasn't happened for many, many years, too. So that's got to be very exciting. Where are, if there are the sort of hotspots at the moment, where do people really, really want to go?
Well, the reality is people want to go everywhere.
It's true.
So, the guy on the beach is trying to get to the city, and the guy in the city or the woman in the city is trying to get to the beach. And so if you live in Ushuaia, at the tip of Argentina, you're not necessarily dying to go to Antarctica. But if you live somewhere else, you are dying to go to Antarctica. And so, look, the world is the Garden of Eden. The planet Earth is the Garden of Eden. There's so many places to go, so many things to see, so many different cultures. And people, while we tend to cluster around those that we're more familiar with and trust because we're more familiar with, the reality is we are all energized by diversity. And by seeing things and experiencing things that are different than what we're used to.
And I think we have an appetite for that. People have almost the risk factor. They will go into the unknown a little bit more. For maybe they were a bit more conservative many years ago. Manfredi, let's have a look at the technology, because I think so much has changed. Everybody has access to information. I mean, years ago, fine, we could read a guidebook or we could get a brochure, whatever, but we can find out so much, and the fact that we can book easier and all of that. How is technology changing this industry?
You're talking to the less technological person in the room.
I kind of thought that. You still like to pick up the phone and talk to someone and get there.
But besides that, I mean, I hear my people, and we talk about this all the time. So how many things can be improved? For example, the passenger, in my segment, every person that travels with us is an individual where we want to know everything about him to serve him in the best way. The crew on the ship needs to know what is his favorite cocktail, where he's been in the past with us, et cetera, et cetera. So profiling is very important. So this can be very helpful. I think in the mass market, booking centers, the first access will be through artificial intelligence voices. They can do the voice, the language with the accent much better than any other person anywhere, because they will have accents. And then they will be able to respond very fast to most of the questions and needs. And you pass to human only if you need some more intellectual intervention for the time being. So there are many of these uses, not to mention within the company process, accounting, legal documentation, and all of that.
Talk to me, because technology is shifting.
So it is absolutely shifting. I'm not the world's greatest technologist, but I did give the keynote at the Consumer Electronics Show a few years ago on technology that we developed in the Carnival Corporation and Princess Cruises. And what it is, in a basic concept, it's an example of what's to come. It's a little disc. It's definitely encrypted, but there's no real information. It's like a license plate. You wear it or you carry it in your pocket. And what it does is, it's not just an app. It's a holistic system. And what it does is it lets all the crew, as they walk by you, know everything about you that you wanted them to know, but it also connects you with your group. So if you're in
Not
a bar,
everybody might like that.
but they actually do, which I was a surprise because I had the same reservation. But what happens if you're in a bar, the bartender say, hey, you had a double martini lesson, would you like another one?
Like another one.
So you ordered, somebody sees you're in Alaska, they see a whale off the bow of the ship, you go out with everyone else to see the whale, the drink will come to you. And so there's a lot of technology in it. It's way more than that. It also deals with, safety, security, all those things. But the power of AI, so first in the guest experience, one of the evolutions for that technology is to make it really useful for the crew to connect with the guests. And so the power of AI is AI will be able to tell that crew member, so the crew member is not just using predictive AI, but generative AI, where AI will say, it's this person's birthday, this is their next spa appointment, this is whatever, here's something you might want to say to them. So that makes that experience highly personalized, but also back to booking and informing people where AI will be able to tell you as a guest in your own tool, whether it's a phone or whatever, our device or whatever it is, will be able to tell you, here are things you might want to consider in the trip of the next few hours, here's what's going on, et cetera. So,
and also, I love that fact that AI will enhance
Yeah,
the
it's
human
enhanced.
connection,
Yeah,
actually.
yeah.
So that's really
It's a
important
tool.
there.
It's a tool.
Before we jet off and go off on our cruise, I need a quick word for you in terms of the future of this industry. Where do we think we're going? Because we're fresh out of time. Manfredi, 30 seconds.
I think that it's a combination of two things. You need a lot of entrepreneurial spirit to start new things. I'm starting something new. I'm bringing Abercrombie & Kent to a next dimension. It was the biggest infrastructure in the upscale market, experiential travel. We are expanding it as a territorial positioning. We can have offices around the world to handle our guests, and also distribution and products. We're going to do more camps, this and that. So we're increasing our footprint. And with Crystal, we're going to build more ships at a higher standard than what is our competition, because we don't want to be in the competing pack. But besides that, which is clearly the product of an entrepreneur, it will be needed gradually also more consolidation. Because there are in the hotel space, there are a lot of consolidations. But if you go beyond that, okay, the cruise space, there's a lot of consolidation. Maybe still room in the mass market segment. But if you go in the luxury segment, it's a number of small businesses.
Yes.
There's no pure luxury player in the luxury space. If you want to look at the fashion business, you have the Pinot Group, Artemis, you have LVMH,
Yes.
you have several. No, in the watches, you have, what's the name, the Swiss group, Richemont. But if you go into travel business and you want to invest in a share which is related to the high-end consumer, with the limits and the positives of the high-end consumer, which is very resilient, and you don't have it.
Right, so there's something that we need to be looking at. I got to move this on.
Space.
We'll all be downgraded. Space.
Space.
We heard that
outer
this morning.
space. That's
The next frontier.
That's the next frontier. We'll all be cruising to space.
All right, on that note, we're going to have to leave it. Gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Alfredi, Manfredi, thank you so much, and Arnold. So,
Bye-bye.
and again, for all of us, enjoy our travels, continue, and keep broadening the mind and broadening the world as we go. So lots to look at there. We're going to have another panel in just a second now, and really looking at trends in media consumption. We're going to talk with Sang Engelbart. He's the partner for Galaxy, founding general partner with Galaxy International Interactive. John Hanke, the founder and CEO of Niantic, is coming with us. Brent Montgomery, the founder and CEO of Wheelhouse, and Bob Pittman, chairman and CEO of iHeartMedia. And Femi Oke will be back in just a minute to do that panel. But first of all, I just want to leave you with this video. Have a look, and she'll be right out with her panel.
The history of the media landscape is more than a tale of how we went from newspapers and radios to podcasts and TikToks over the span of 100 years. It's a story of how our behavior changed from waiting for the evening news to broadcast to watching 24-hour news channels to seeking out breaking news on Twitter. And how we went from flipping through glossy magazines to discover the latest fashion to scrolling on Instagram and clicking on a link to shop. Plus, we've got video games and virtual reality taking entertainment to new heights. Some say our attention spans truly got shorter, while others might argue that there's now so much to consume on so many platforms and with so little time. How have media and entertainment companies adapted to usage habits and monetization opportunities? What new tools allow for deeper audience engagement? How can brands adapt to the latest trends so that consumers remain captivated by content?
Good to see you again. My name is Femi Oke. I am your moderator for this session. Gentlemen, please take a seat. Sam Engelbart, sitting right next to me, founding general partner, Galaxy Interactive. Good to have you. John Hankey, founder and CEO, Did I get that right? Niantic, thank you so much. I just got stuck on the CEO.
Oh, CEO.
And, yes. Brent Montgomery, founder and CEO of Wheelhouse, and Bob Pittman, chairman and CEO of iHeartMedia and also co-founder of iHeartMedia. Gentlemen, it's so good to have you. We're talking about how content is changing to keep up with your audiences, your viewers. First of all, Sam, who is your audience? Who are you catering to?
Well, it depends on the company that we've invested in and what they're building and putting out in the world. So I've been a very active investor for the last bunch of years in the video game industry, which is a demographic that's changing and evolving to the point now where actually most of the world is becoming gamers. It used to be that we would say we're catering to younger demo males, and then particularly with mobile games, that became females increasingly and more middle-aged people, and now it's pretty much the whole world.
Yeah. Bob, who's your audience?
Who's the audience?
Yeah.
That's a really good question. I think, I'm going to jump in, I'm going to twist the question a little bit. We reach 90% of Americans every month, so everybody's our audience. But I think one of the problems we get into is this idea of, I got to understand them with the data. And there is almost, we're entering this era of tyranny of the data. That it's this delusion that if you can't measure it, it doesn't exist. But many great things exist and we can't measure them. And I'll take you back to a story. When we started MTV, we were one of the first cable networks, breaking the monopoly of the 3 broadcasters. And there was no ratings. So no one knew how many people were watching. And so, you know, we got to make money. We go to everybody. Coca-Cola says, sorry, we can't measure it. We're not going to buy it. Pepsi-Cola, a guy named Roger Enrico, said, wow, a lot of kids are watching MTV. I think maybe this is it. So I'm going to advertise. He's my biggest advertiser. Finally, we get Nielsen to measure us. So we have measurement. We go back to Coca-Cola and say, we have measurement. And they say, well, you don't have a 65% reach of the country and a 3 national rating, so you don't qualify as a network, so we can't buy you. For 6 years, Coca-Cola didn't spend a penny on MTV, and Pepsi was the biggest advertiser. In that period of time, Pepsi moved their market share the most it's ever been moved before or after. And it was so bad that Coca-Cola thought they had a product problem. I don't know if you remember this. They came out with New Coke. They scrapped their product, came out with a new product. That didn't work. Finally, they figured out it was MTV. And so for the next 10 years, they outspent Pepsi 2-to-1 on MTV to try and erase that advantage. And that's a perfect example of there was something big, but it was not measurable. So to Coke, it didn't exist. To Roger Enrico and Pepsi, it existed. He couldn't measure it. It was like quantum mechanics. It was out there somewhere. He couldn't quite spot it, but he knew it was happening, and he spent the money and got the advantage. And I think today we're seeing a lot of that going on, of the data wonks saying, you know, we get into things like targeting. They say, here's my target audience. I'm putting all my money against the target audience. And then you ask the question,
who's your audience?
Who's influencing the target audience?
Yeah.
Turns about 85% of the people say someone influences what I buy, what I do, where I go, and yet we're spending all our money on the target, and then these other people are saying, no, I don't think that's the case, because we never sent them a message. So,
Brent.
Don't sit next to Bob on a panel is what I've learned. Our audience is, we go through platforms, so we sell audio, video to Netflix, Hulu, on a good day, iHeart, and so our audience is really, we work with the platform to create an idea that they think their audience will respond to. We launched a film last week called Players on Netflix that jumped up and did a big number. And they, to your point, the data, the tyranny of the data, I think they knew it was going to do well before we did.
John, some of your events, they're huge events. Lots of people are involved. They're epic. Who is that audience?
Yeah, we just had an event in LA last week. We had 40,000 people in the Rose Bowl. It is surprising if you show up to one of our events. You will see people of all ages, kids, of course, teenagers, families playing together. My favorite customers, though, are the senior citizens who show up. One of the earliest players that I met was a 70-year-old woman who had been introduced to the game by her kids because she had diabetes and she had a little bit of trouble with hip surgery, so was kind of getting moving again. And the game was that incentive to get outside, just walk a block at a time. She ended up walking 1,000 kilometers and visiting 10,000 different game locations through a multi-year career playing the game. So I don't know. I hope I'm doing that whenever I'm her age.
So if we're looking at different ways to keep your audience, finding out tools and ways to hold on to them, what is changing now that's making you have to do that? Brent, you go. You start.
Well, so for Netflix, for instance, in the beginning, it was like, how many views are they getting? And now it's engagement. So our shows get picked up for a second or third season based on completion. So it's really not just about grabbing the audience. It's about, do they stay with you? And so making sure that you tell stories that make them want to stick around.
Sam, it's going to be quite a broad answer for you, because depending on who you're investing with.
I mean, I think I would approach this to take what you said in terms of what's changing now to make you have to do it versus actually what's interesting to me is what's changed that enables you to keep your audience, to be in front of your audience, to bring them the content that they care about wherever they are. Yeah. And that is the result of technology and business models that have changed, adapting that technology, but it's now more possible than ever to really be everywhere they are on whichever platform they have, because we all have, even increasingly, even the most complicated and technologically sophisticated games, people are having the ability to play anywhere that they are. And so if that's the case and we can be everywhere with them, what are you going to make that people are going to care about, and how do you build a world that they want to spend conceivably all of their time in?
John.
Well, to what Bob said, I mean, I grew up as a teenager glued to MTV and looking for any possible clue to something that would make me cooler. Clothing, attitude, and it failed because I was a nerd. But I think about kids today, and I think they're looking in the video game world for those kinds of clues. Like we did collabs with Gucci, with Fendi, with Adidas. That clothing comes in, people wear it on their avatars, and that's the kind of context that's being created now for brands in a way that's very organic, and I think really connects in a way that's different than sort of a traditional 30-second advertising spot.
Yeah.
I think there are two variables at work that have changed the consumer. One was the pandemic, which really separated us, and the second is all of the technology and social, even the fragmentation of TV 20 years ago, that everybody sort of goes off in their own little world. And I think there's a real need for people to come together as community. They are looking for opportunities to do that. I mean, in our business, we're podcasting and radio, and the primary thing we do is keep people company. Our company mission is to give everybody in America a friend anytime, anywhere. And it's this simple idea of, please include me. Can I have a friend, please? Everybody drives to work by themselves, so the person on the radio becomes their friend. And I think on all the issues everybody's talking about here is, how do you pull them together? How do we know that movie's out? How do we know people are talking about it? In the old days, you come in and Friday morning and say, wow, what happened on Friends last night? And everybody's talking about a common experience. No one has the common experiences, and they crave them. And although all of these experiences they have are really interesting and very important to them, how do you pull it together so they can still have a community?
That's why sports is so popular. I mean, more popular now than ever, because it's a live experience.
Exactly. Common experience.
I'm thinking about those tools that you're using to adapt when we are a society that spends a lot of time either on our phones, looking at screens of some sort. I think that probably connects all of us. Even if we're not using it for our audiences, we're doing it ourselves. John, this is something that I know that you are struggling with. because you create entire worlds that are seen through AR.
Well, I mean, I'm a parent of 3. I think anyone who's got kids has struggled with screen time and how much time you let your kids sort of immerse themselves in that world. It was the thing that motivated me to start thinking about video games that could take place out in the world, so I could really get my oldest son at the time, get him outside and just to like go to the park with me, or see the beautiful Northern California world that we lived in. So we in tech, we make these experiences. They can be very addictive, very immersive, and I think it's up to us to think about how we evolve that technology to help us be better humans and kind of be out in the world, interacting with one another. And I mean, I think thankfully technology is headed in that direction with augmented reality, wearable devices. The glasses, Vision Pro launched this year. We're going to see smaller, lighter weight glasses that let us take these experiences outside again so we can spend time together in person with other people and our families and our kids. So I'm excited about that future. We're trying to help build that future.
How are you guys actually thinking about having this equipment, either if it's going to be Vision Pros on your head increasingly, or I know that one of the things you're always working through when you have these large live events is like, how do you make sure people aren't chasing their Pokemon like right off the waterfall?
Thank you for mentioning that, yeah.
It's like these practical problems.
Said the lawyer.
We do bring a lot of people together, and unfortunately the state of the world today is you're looking at your phone, but that is quickly changing, as I mentioned, some of those technologies. Lighter weight, cool looking glasses. Almost wore my Meta Ray-Bans out here. I think they look pretty sleek. You might see me wearing them around here. So we're going to see devices that are much more normal looking, that let us lift our heads finally from this sort of staring at the phone all the time.
It's interesting. I think this is one of the most interesting points because we finally hit that point where things are wearable. I didn't wear my Meta glasses today, but I usually do.
Yeah, you usually do.
And the reason I do is because it's a lot easier to make my phone calls with the glasses on than it is all the stuff hanging around my neck. And I think we're finally in the era where it's not a game, it's not for a segment, it's now hitting that mass market inflection point.
Oh, yeah.
And I think probably the next 12, I mean, I'm not in your business, but the next 12, 24 months seems like it's going to be a really critical time in terms of how you take advantage of that trend.
Yeah, I certainly think so. I mean, especially the Meta glasses and things that are small and actually
they
have
look like I would wear them.
Yeah. Although I'm loving all the memes of everybody wearing their Vision Pros around in places you'd never expect. I was watching a golf one this morning. It was amazing.
You live in another world than I do, Sam.
But I mean, you think about media, I know there are people here who are interested in designing cities of the future and thinking about what that should be like. And as that kind of device becomes more normal, the way we perceive everything is going to have that digital overlay to it. It's going to affect architecture, urban design, everything that happens out in public space. So that's an exciting future.
Well, I think even...
And advertising and media.
Even if it would allow me to navigate where I'm going, turns out to be fantastic. And of course, at my age, the greatest use is turn that camera on and say, who is this I'm looking at? And I pay any amount of money for that.
Gents, I'm going to let the audience know that I'm going to give you a 2-minute warning, and also the ushers on the side who have the microphones. If you'd like to be part of this conversation, because I've got lights in my eyes, I can only tell if you stand up. So when I turn around in 2 minutes' time, if you're standing up, we know that a microphone should go to you. All right, and hopefully you're not standing up to go to the bathroom, you're standing up to ask a question, which would be good. Brands and content, Brent. Where does that fit into this conversation?
It used to be that we would sell a show to Netflix or Hulu or whoever, and they would pay full freight, and prior to Netflix actually, and they would have 30-second spots that bridge the gap. MTV being a great example. And now I think brands are coming in and wanting to be a part of the content conversation to where they want to subsidize and really have an engagement that goes beyond what a 30-second spot would be. People pay to avoid advertising, so any way we can get brands in to make them a part of the actual content is a plus for us.
Sam, if you're looking at tech innovation and old models,
Yep.
how do those two fit together?
Interesting. So I actually spent half of my life in old media, and the last 10 or so of my career in newer forms of media and emerging media. I think it's important to remember that in some cases, old media or old business models the technology doesn't have to be reinventing or creating new business models. Sometimes it's just how can technology enable what we know works to be applied to a new content medium. So in the case of games, I think one of the most interesting opportunities that is just developing now is just programmatic advertising in PC games and multiplayer, more complicated games, right? I mean, we've seen ads supporting mobile games since the invention of mobile games, but it's been quite hard technologically to bring ads in a way that satisfies players and the publishers of the games and make sure that like the experience people want to have isn't really fundamentally destroyed or altered, but still able to serve these ads to people in a programmatic, effective way while they're playing in a virtual world that thousands of people in some cases are experiencing at the same time. So it's technologically hard, but at the end of the day, it's going to be ads, that people are buying inside of games that we've been doing in content since the beginning of media.
John, you've got your thinking face on. Articulate your thoughts.
Articulate. Well, I was just imagining something. I mean, I'm really looking forward to like painting the world with information, which is kind of the future of augmented reality, enhancing cities with that. And that just gives you so many opportunities to bring, like think about the Disneyfying the world or making the world a Nintendo experience or even an Adidas or Nike experience in very subtle ways. Like I think that's the future.
All right. Can we have a microphone to this gentleman right here, please? Thank you very much. Microphone to the gentleman right here, standing up.
One, two, one, two.
It's
thank
working.
You so much.
Thank you
so much.
The international language of is this microphone working? 1, 2, 1, 2. It is. Please continue.
Stefan Morris here, Digital Star Network. Now, you guys are all representing different communities, and as the objective and the goal is to bring communities together so you can have those shared experiences. Is there a cross-pollination segment in you guys' thought processes in how you guys do business, or is it still just like almost the wild west of this new emerging technologies with the traditional media landscape?
Look, I think that the traditional media landscape has been remarkably transformed. Even let's think about radio. 90% of America listens to the radio every month, but they're doing it in a lot of other devices besides an AM/FM radio. If we do a focus group with young kids and you mention radio, they think you're talking about the box. If you talk about radio to somebody 70 years old, they think you're thinking about the experience, Z100 or KISS FM or Y100 or whatever, the radio stations. And so I think we've opened up the world through technology for everything. And oh, by the way, podcasting is probably radio on demand, if you think Netflix is sort of TV on demand, that all these things tie together and they're all based on the consumer premise of give me what I want more conveniently than what I had in the past. And every time somebody finds a more convenient way to do it, people rush to that way to use it. And I mean, certainly, and when you start thinking about some of the stuff that's being worked on here with these guys, it's that experience. And by the way, the real advantage is to take that and put on something people are already doing, already love, the masses are already there, add it to it, and shift them over.
Yeah, and to your question, it's all about IP. So if we can create IP on a podcast, how can we then go out and take it out as a television show? Or, you create a great game and that title becomes sort of in culture in such a meaningful way. Now how do you go the TV show, the film route for that IP?
Thank you.
The last thing I would say is just the Disney Epic investment. Like, I think Disney's taken some heat for that. I think it's very smart. We probably wish they had done it a few years ago, but I think that shows how old media and this new technologies are definitely coming together.
Thank you very for you guys.
So
love to have a 5-minute after.
Can you hear me? Yeah?
We hear you perfectly. Go ahead.
So I'm a former network correspondent who left traditional media for new media. There's no question that the traditional news model is imploding. You guys have mentioned advertising, and even if you're not specifically in media, we've seen that Instagram has become a media source. So where do you see media going as you're thinking about information and as you're thinking of building the cities of the future?
I think we all compete with user-generated content, and that's what we've seen sort of be the biggest YouTube now has more minutes watched on TV than Netflix. And that's, a good bit is user generated. So for us, it's like, how do we compete against people wanting to watch their friends do stuff?
It is, I think, media is moving to the consumer. Again, one thing about consumer marketing is consumers want convenience. If you can make something more convenient, they want it. What people want today is have the information find me. I don't want to go find the information. And I think it's fundamentally changing, sometimes good, sometimes bad, we could argue, but it's finding the consumer. And I think whatever product you have to think about it in those terms of breaking it apart and chasing the consumer as opposed to expecting them to come to you.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the only thing I would add, and especially after hearing Brent and Bob, I think one of the most important issues just barreling towards us and that we're going to have to address, and particularly if you come from a news media background, is in this world of user-generated content, right now the problem is we're not going to know what is real and what is fake, and we're approaching that point very, very quickly. And that's true of video, it's true of audio. And so, we have this big problem that we're going to need to address and solve, which is what happens when, and in the very near term, this will be the case, you have to presume that everything you see and hear is false. And what are we going to do?
Although I think, Sam, what's happening is that's the advantage of news brands. There are certain people we trust and certain we don't. You look at the stats about how many people trust the information they see on social, how many people trust what they see on TV, listen to on the radio, and I think that the brand is going to become more important than ever because, to your point, how do I know what's fake? I want a curator to vet it for me.
Yeah, and the opportunity to to go back to that idea of the trusted news network, the opportunity to take that and own it, and abide by it. And by the way, to do that, businesses are going to have to recognize that they will, in the short term, have to forego the clickbait business model and opportunity to monetize fake news.
Clickbait is directly related to lack of trust. More clickbait, the less trusted. So your choice is, do I want to get more clicks and be less trusted? Do I want to have fewer clicks but be more trusted? And I think that goes to what's the value of the brand.
Could clickbait be, we've found the formula to make something engaging enough for you to click on it?
Although I think the clickbait is different than it's engaging enough that I want to click on it. I think clickbait is the dirty little thing. I know they're toying with me. I'm going to click on it. Ugh, they did it to me again. That
you never guess what happens
every time you have that experience,
for
it destroys trust.
Right.
And I think people have to come to the conclusion that nothing is for free. Yes, I can get 20% more clicks. What price do I pay? I'm destroying the trust in this brand. And if you believe in brands, you will forego quick wins to build the brand because that gives you power forever.
Okay, before we go totally negative on AI, though, I mean, we have to think about, yes, fake news is a problem, but think about the incredible immersive entertainment experiences that we can build with these tools and realistic AI.
Oh, absolutely.
Incredibly exciting opportunity.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I am incredibly optimistic and excited about all the positive uses of the technology. By the way, it's not talking about fake news is not a comment explicitly or specifically about AI. It's actually, we look at fake news in the last election cycle, it's bots, it's all kinds of things that don't require any advance.
By the way, 45 years
are today, yeah.
45 years ago at MTV, they accused us of ruining America because we were going to short attention spans, we weren't explaining anything, and it was a mood and an emotion and an attitude. We needed words. So this is not something new. Yeah. This is just the latest expression of that word.
Gentlemen, I'm not being fresh. I'm just being very cognizant of where we are in our plenary day today. What are you doing for lunch? Would you like to have it with these wonderful attendees here?
Sure.
Okay, very good. All right, attendees. These are your lunch guests. I will pause the conversation for now because we have to continue with our plenary stage. But for now, I will say thank you to Sam and John and Brent and Bob.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Looking forward to having lunch with you and all of the plenary guests right here. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate the conversation.
Thanks,
Take
everyone.
care.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And don't go to lunch yet. We have a very, very busy morning coming up, and we have our sports summit to look forward to. We really have so much going on. But right now, Sam, I was hoping was standing by. We're going to keep Sam Engelbart on stage because I want him to come back and have a conversation with Richard Atias. Richard is here. So they're going to be looking at taking risks and forging connections. Sam Engelbart is joining us. I know we're really getting value from you today. Sam, again, from Galaxy Interactive. I'm really looking forward to this session. We leave it to you both. Richard and Sam, thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam, for staying a little bit more time for 10 minutes. I think it's important to have conversation with what I'm calling some guru or titans of your industry. And Sam, we're extremely proud to have you as a member at the FI Institute. And each time we speak, I don't know where are your limits. So I want to understand more about your journey and how a gentleman like you who, in case you don't know deeply what Sam is coming from, not just as a media and technology investor, but who I would say, prior to Galaxy, he was also a partner at managing group at Lambert Media, but more importantly, he graduated from Harvard Law School, University of Oxford, University of Boulder, Colorado. But my question to you, you know, when I started my career almost 40 years ago, my first boss was telling me, Richard, don't try to do too many things, because by doing too many things, you will do nothing. But it seems that this is not valid for you, because you are investing and you are really operating in multiple fields. You know, I was taking the list: traditional media, crypto, Web3, gaming, interactive media, AI, deep technologies, climate, mining, digital, therapeutics, healthcare, education. Tell us more about what is your journey and why all of this.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me out here. It's an honor, and it's been an amazing couple days, and I'm always so impressed with the people you gather, and I really do feel humbled to be having this conversation with you. I think, you know, when you put it that way, I'm kind of asking myself, wow, am I doing too many things here? My path, in anticipation of us talking, I was thinking, you know, on the ride over here, what is the common thread? Because for sure, I've been interested in a lot of different things, and you know, now I go back on it and I try to decide, okay, what took me from media and into what for me was really at first a fairly linear path. I was, you know, a philosophy nerd that was going to go get a PhD in philosophy, and then was talked into going to law school so I could do something practical.
Philosophy is bringing everywhere now.
Well, and we can come back to that, but I think if you were, you know, interested like I was in philosophy of mind in particular and consciousness, it's actually amazing to now be on this side 25 years later from after my studies and looking at technologies that are bringing into practical reality all of these thought experiments that we used to just sit around the table and discuss with each other. We're now living them, and in a moment in this exponential or on this exponential curve where we're living them, we're asking the questions, and the answers are happening in real time. And in many cases, I think faster than we're ready for, and then maybe faster than most people even realize. And that's a really important part of this conversation. But for me, the common thread was ultimately just being fortunate enough, I think, to be a nerd and hover around at 30,000 feet looking at what was interesting, and then find a way to dive really deep into the things that I thought mattered. And that's been the thread, and it actually continues for me today to be fundamentally first about how do I just surround myself with the people that I want to spend time with, and then inspire me to think about things in unique ways, or even just to kind of buzz at a frequency that I think is optimal for taking action. And that you can apply to anything. And so in my case, media was super interesting. I got into the video game industry in 2009 and invested in my first game studio then, after having been in really traditional media. I used to say for 10 years, every old media business that's been in secular decline, I was probably involved in trying to build or put together or operate. And then I discovered games and realized, wow, it's a lot easier to just step in front of the traffic, as my old partner and mentor Michael Lambert used to say. It's like, you can go fight and try to catch these melting ice cubes, or you can really just go do something that's got growth potential. And that set me into spending time and looking at emerging media and higher growth digital businesses. But the people that I was meeting along the way and the quality of the conversations and energetically and emotionally just feeling excited and in flow to address these issues is what got me excited and what drove really all the decisions that I made.
But as a visionary, really, which you are, and futuristic, how do you see the next 20 years? How do you see the future of news, media? How do you see the future of VCs? How do you see your future?
If you had asked me that question, probably, if we were sitting up here at any time in the last several million years, and you asked me that question, you said, tell me what the future in 20 years is going to look like, or tell me what the future in 1,000 years is going to look like, I would have been able to answer that question. And that was true for like so much of human history. And now, I think it would be incredibly naive to tell you I know or have much insight into what 20 years from now is going to look like. I mean, I think it's generally been the case in my life that things don't happen quite as fast as you believe they will. And I do think that's still the case, even though we're like on this bottom of this exponential curve maybe. But I'm quite certain that things are going to look pretty radically different in 20 years. And I don't think they're going to be the worst, most dystopian version of the world.
Because of AI, or?
Not just because of AI, but AI is one of the exponential technologies that we are all living with and amongst and developing and building.
What else would have an impact on our future?
I mean, we have AI, synthetic biology. Like, if we want to talk about like the things that are really big, I mean, we have climate, we have
genetics.
Genetics for sure, and genetics and the ability, one of the most profound things to think about is all these big transformational technologies that are also, they're being developed and simultaneously distributed to everybody in a wildly fast amount of time. And so we have the means and capabilities now, for good and bad, have been democratized, decentralized, and that is accelerating. And we just have to be aware of it. And I think it's, the first thing that we need to do is accept that is what's happening. I don't think we can contain it. I'm not I'm not a dystopian pessimist and certainly not somebody arguing for us to necessarily stop innovating. I think we need to innovate, and we're going to need to innovate our way out of this. But I'm also not, I'm not convinced that we are ready yet, and that we are going to approach the decisions that need to get made. And going back to that point of like, how do we make decisions from the right state of mind? How do we try to get ourselves into an optimal flow state, whether it's a decision when you wake up in the morning and why people should meditate before they start their day, or whether it's a decision when you're sitting there in a position of power and authority to change the world with a lot of the things you're going to decide to do.
Precisely. I know you're a man of values. What do you think you could do to really impact our humanity?
So what I've decided to do, and again, it's one little thing, but what I've decided to do is focus all of my energy on attempting to spark the people around me to feel that state of flow and actually approach in their own lives the decisions that they're going to make from what I think is a better, more informed, more inspired state of mind. And so that means having conversations like this. That means thinking about initiatives. I'll give you an example. About 4 years ago, I was sitting around, my business partner, Mike Novogratz, who is, amongst other things, an incredibly, almost incomprehensibly charitable person, actually. And he really gets passionate about something and focuses on it and puts a lot of resources behind it. And that's been inspiring to me. And we, with a couple of people that run the foundational arm of Galaxy, we were we were thinking about, well, like, what can we do? What's the technology, if you will, in the way that technology is really just about leverage to achieve an a desired outcome. What's the technology we could try to apply here to be more impactful with respect to philanthropy? And what we came up with is, what if we can talk to people and come up with a way to help them understand and feel, not in their brains and their minds, but in their hearts and viscerally, feel what it's like and how good it can feel to give your money away. And how do we help people who are otherwise sitting there saying, I'm not ready to be a philanthropist yet. I'm going to work and I'm going to build my career, and then later down the road, I'll be philanthropic, because they're thinking philanthropic means, oh, it's about how much money do I give to this particular thing, instead of like, wow, what does it feel like to understand that one thing you can do with your money is give it to something you care about, and that feels really good. And so for you, it feels really good. And we said, this doesn't have to be complicated. Technology doesn't have to be complicated. And we said, let's just ask people to make a commitment on a percentage basis instead of a dollar basis, and just commit to give 1% of your income away every year, and see how that feels, and whether that is $1 or $1 million. Like, make that commitment, give it away, it's material to you, and then feel it. Let yourself feel what that's like. And we went around, we told this story, and the guys running Galaxy Gives are the best fundraisers I've encountered in my life. And we just went out there and told that story, and we led by example, and we asked people of all income levels to do it and participate in it at 1% or higher. And 4 years later, we have thousands of people that never thought they were supposed to be giving money away or were ready to do that in their lives. We've raised $250 million for criminal justice reform and political reform in this country. And it's been the most obvious and impactful innovation that I've been involved with.
When you will go back home tonight or tomorrow, what will you keep from these past 2 days? I know you had a lot of conversation. You met a lot of people. I know how the time is precious, but what are the 2-3 great ideas, or I would say outcomes, that you will take from this conversation, global conversation in Miami?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's been another FII experience that somehow you continue to elevate the people that you bring here and the conversations that we've had. And so I think the biggest takeaway for me is just, how do we do more of this? And so I've spent 2 days, every conversation I've had for 2 days has been interesting. I think one of the realizations that I had about this community and this platform that you've built is, it's rare. We all go to a lot of conferences in our lives. I think it's rare to bring together an organization and a community where in close proximity, literally like in this room and across the street, if you want to go up, and His Excellency is up there meeting with people that inspire him from the ideas he hears down here. I've never seen the combination of an organization that has both a mandate and the resources to actually implement the ideas that we all create here together. And so for me, I think it's that proximity of mandate and resources that we need to try to continue to build and preserve and activate. And then, again, state of mind. How do we bring people together? How do we get them into flow? How do we get everybody buzzing here with like feeling like they can make a difference and they're excited to try? And then give them the results that shows that this is worth everybody's time.
Last question. If you have one geography and one sector to invest today, which will be?
So for me, it is flow state inducing technologies. So how do we, whether that's digital or analog, like what I think everybody needs to be focused on is what is out there that we can build, whether it's an analog tech like a conference, or whether it's a digital experience like an empathy, inducing immersive VR experience, whatever we want to talk about. How do we focus on putting people into the right state of mind to take action, because what we don't know, and I'm certain we don't know, what is coming that we're going to need to address, but we need to be ready to make the right decisions.
And if you have to put your money somewhere, where it will be? Just one sector.
Oh, wow.
As an investor, which advice would you give?
For me, I mean, I'm pitching my own book here, but it's the convergence of digital and physical experiences. And for me, especially right now, that is about digital therapeutics and how do we take the best of what I've seen and the behaviors that I see, especially our young people learning in mass from video games and from the other stuff that they're experiencing. How do we apply that to things that are going to induce flow state for them?
Ladies and gentlemen, please, a round of applause for Sam Engelbart. Thank you. Thank you, Sam.
Thanks. That's great. Thanks. Yeah, really good. Thanks, Richard.
And again, thank you so much, Sam Engelbart, there in conversation with Richard Teal. We're moving on now to meet the producer, conversation with Brian Grazer. And Brian, of course, the co-founder and executive chairman of Imagine Entertainment. We're absolutely delighted, our moderator for this session, Dina Powell-McCormick, Vice Chairperson, President, Global Head of Client Services at BDT and MSD Partners. Dina.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I am so excited to moderate this curiosity conversation with Brian Grazer. He really needs no introduction, but I just have to tell you, Brian Grazer is an Academy Award-winning producer known for creating the most iconic movies and television shows that have impacted our culture for over 3 decades, including A Beautiful Mind, Apollo 13, American Gangster, 8 Mile, 24, and too many other of my favorites to name. His work has garnered 276 Emmy nominations and over 47 Oscar nominations. Brian is also a New York Times #1 best-selling author and a legendary founder of Imagine Entertainment. Welcome, Brian Grazer.
Dina, thank you so much. I love the introduction. Can we do it again?
I'll reread it right now. So Brian has so many works of art, if you will, but something that has always inspired me is that he's been able to go into communities that he's not from and really find the soul and the spirit of those communities and tell the story. So, for example, 8 Mile. You knew nothing about hip-hop, did you?
No, I knew nothing about hip-hop.
So how
I grew up with the Rolling Stones and the Beatles and music of that sort. So I didn't really know anything about it, but every week for 35 years, I reach out to meet somebody that I don't know. And it began with meeting people that were in the media business and then moved quickly away to people that were not in the media business in any way at all. There would be science, medicine, politics, religion, and even our MBS, who I spent time with and was gigantically impressed with. So that was the sort of path. It was a Thursday, and I needed to find that person to fill my quota for check that box for the week. So I was listening to the radio in a car in New York City, and someone named Old Dirty Bastard was talking to Howard Stern. And I thought, why? This guy is insisting on being called Old Dirty Bastard? I mean, most people want to get away from anything like that at all, but that was his brand, and that was his name, and he was talking about hip-hop in New York City. I made a point to meet him that day, and I thought, wow, this is a really interesting character. And he was speaking in a language that was very new to me. And I thought, so exactly what is it that you do? And I learned more about, I mean, I knew what he did as far as he was in the Wu-Tang Clan. I learned a little bit about that as I spoke to him. And I thought, now I'm going to learn more about hip-hop, East Coast hip-hop, and the language of the street from that perspective. The following week, I was having a meeting with the New York Times editor. The New York Times editor and I started talking. I said, I met a really interesting guy named Old Dirty Bastard. He says to me, well, that's interesting. What does he do? I tell him, and he says, well, I think that hip-hop is a fad that's going to fade. It's an inferior, an inferior subculture.
You mean the New York Times was wrong about something?
Apparently. But we're in this case. So when he said an inferior subculture, I thought to him, he said, no, this will be the culture. And he very much disagreed.
And I decided I would prove him wrong in a cinematic form, just like an equation, but it's a cinematic equation. And I thought, how will I go about doing this? And I met other people. I met someone named Slick Rick and Chuck D of Public Enemy. And bottom line was, I thought, I have to find this a way to make this not only cinematic, but accessible to an audience. I then met Eminem, and that was a very, very awkward meeting. But but he had such talent. He was already a master, a young master, but I noticed this quite fragile nature about him, a soulful nature. We developed a story together, and to go to your first question, how can I possibly enter so many different worlds? Movies are about two things. They're always about at least two things. They have an internal dimension, which is usually the heart or the soul or reason for being. Maybe sometimes it's called the theme. Is it about love? Is it about family? Is it about, usually it's about love or family for me.
And underdogs.
Well, an underdog story is always. So, and the exterior is always the story itself, the journey and the world. And so I happen to really like taking that archaeological dig into new worlds and learning the language of those worlds from a beginner's mind.
And didn't the whole community really respond well? That they felt very proud of how you told it?
Well, yes, yes. There was this moment where I asked Dr. Dre, who I knew by then, and I said, what director should I pick? And he says, I don't know these directors, just don't clown out our world. Which meant to me, I translated that, I didn't say, what does that mean? To make it authentic. Whatever you do, make it authentic. So instead of hiring a hip-hop director or a young kind of video director, I thought, I'm going to get an American master filmmaker that knows nothing about hip-hop, probably less than I. And if he is interested or she is interested in learning this world and turning it into a cinematic world, then I will be attracted to that person. So someone named Curtis Hanson, who had already just won an Oscar for LA Confidential, was very interested, and he was able to get into that world and do everything authentically.
He did such a beautiful job. You did something so similar that I think maybe your work that has had more impact than anything else, and that was to destigmatize mental health through the Oscar-winning A Beautiful Mind, and that's a very personal story for you.
It is. Again, internal and external dimensions. That began because my son has a very, very acute Asperger's, and his name is Riley. And Riley, I would drop off at Malibu High School, and of course we knew what he had, and he would try to mainstream into these classes. And then one day I stopped after I dropped him off, and I watched it. I stayed there and looked through this chain link fence, and I noticed that it was a break time, and he always rather clumsily got his tray and took his snack out to a picnic table. And some other, cooler kids were there, and they saw Riley and his tray, and then Riley had to go back in to get his utensils, and they hid his tray. And I was really heartbroken by it because I thought, not only does he have to deal and cope with this disability, he's now being teased for it or stigmatized, and which makes him even more isolated. And I was really saddened by that, and then I started to transport that idea into many other situations that we all see in our cities, where somebody might have a mental disability, could be mild, or it could be as serious as something like bipolarity or schizophrenia. And so...
How'd you find the story of John Nash?
Well, quickly, you don't know this part. I just had a mission, was to destigmatize mental disability. I started with a different story called Laws of Madness with Brad Pitt. I'm all ready to start shooting this movie with Brad. And I was about 3 weeks out, and sadly, Michael Lauder, who was the subject, who just had graduated Yale Law School, #1 in his class, this schizophrenic, his father had died, which I was unaware of, and he stopped taking his meds, and he unfortunately stabbed his fiancée to death.
Oh my God.
Because he's living in a completely other dimension, another reality. So we just said, listen, you know, Brad, love you, you know, but let's do something else together. Took me another year, and I'd met in my curiosity conversations hundreds of Nobel laureates, and I did meet John Nash, who also won a Nobel Prize, and I followed his story, which was written in a short piece in the Vanity Fair called A Beautiful Mind, which later became a book. And then I turned that book into the movie that you
It's
saw.
extraordinary. It is so extraordinary. You've also done a lot of fun projects, and just this week, Dynasty comes out, a 10-show series. It's already getting rave reviews. Everyone's seen the 2 that have come out. Are you going to give me all the inside ones so I can see them all at one time?
I'll give you all
okay,
10,
good.
even though you come out
it's the story behind the New England Patriots.
Yes. Okay, so the story of that would be this. Again, a world I don't know a lot about, which would be the NFL and football. I mean, my kids root for certain teams. I follow the NFL through my kids' vantage point and those teams that they like. And I know, like, what everybody, every civilian basically knows. You know the playoffs, you know how it goes, and you watch the Super Bowl. Anyway, bottom line is, I knew Bob Kraft. I didn't go to any New England games, and he said, let's go to a game. I go to a game, they win the game, and they all go into the locker room after winning the game. I go with Kraft, and in the locker room is Bill Belichick, the coach, very winning coach at that moment, and Bob Kraft, the owner of the team, and Tom Brady. It's very quiet. Bill Belichick didn't speak, but Tom Brady got down on one knee immediately and gave a unifying prayer, which clearly he does every game, winning or losing. That unifying prayer became transcendent in this audience, in this group. These guys got together with Tom, unified on this prayer, centralized themselves on this prayer in a way that was so soulful and was so heartfelt that it really moved me to tears.
Wow.
And I thought, wow, this is something I never would have imagined. And I thought, this is not their competitive advantage. They will die for each other. And that made me interested. A book came out called Dynasty. I read it. I said to Kraft, based on that experience, I was so touched. I'd love to turn this into a 10-part series for Apple, and that's where it is right now today. And
what is the surprise from Dynasty?
And Dynasty is, well, I think what's surprising about it is they were complete underdogs. They were not a winning team at all at the time, but they were a very expensive team. And Tom Brady was a very high draft pick. I mean, in other words, he was like 178th draft pick. And he had to earn his way. So they were underdogs all the way. And you get to see that. And they come out of this cocoon, and they unify in ways, I think it's spiritual in some ways, but it's also talent. Tom Brady just really drove that team to success.
You give him more credit than anyone else?
Well, yes. I mean, he's spectacular. It was a team, and they're all great.
Yeah.
But what's unpredictable is there are different things in it. So success is never a straight-up trajectory. So when they would go win a Super Bowl, or their first Super Bowl, then they would have some kind of tragedy or shaming point, like the cheating scandal, or Deflategate, which was so shaming to Tom Brady, or playing in weather conditions that they were very much disabled in, things like that.
Amazing.
So there are many different things. There was a murder that was one of the players. So a lot of things that you would not know about.
So it's must-see TV, right, on Apple.
See it.
Okay, and last question. Obviously, artificial intelligence has been the talk of this conference. It's the talk all over.
Yes.
How do you see it impacting the movie business?
Well, first of all, it scares everybody.
Yeah.
It particularly scares creatives in the world of Hollywood. I'm very excited by artificial intelligence. Very, very excited. I see AI as a companion to creativity, a friend to creativity. It can't produce feelings. It can't inspire actors to do their best work. That is human. That takes the human spirit. It's not going to, I know Rob Lowe is here. He's not going to listen to the cue from AI to get him to be a better actor. Or Gwyneth Paltrow. I'm not certain that Gwyneth, on the other hand, would do the same thing, as much as she's probably very keen on AI. In any event, so I'm excited by it. And if you look at this little proof timeline, so for 2,000 years, we as a species have, for entertainment and storytelling, have experienced theater for the most part for 2,000 years. Then comes the turn of the century. We have film. Film enabled you to see things in close-ups. It enabled you, as film progressed in time, to show action and speed and excitement. Then there became digital effects. Digital effects scared everybody. Oh my God, everything's gonna be digital effects. No, digital effects are blended with human beings. Digital effects do the things that Marvel movies do in their very best way, or even more sophisticated digital effects do the Star Wars films. So now you're gonna have AI, and AI, what it will do is it will just raise the bar for creatives' dreams. So whatever you dream about is more likely to happen with AI that would today, and it'll be more time efficient, it will be less expensive, and it will do things like eliminate actors from having to do makeup and things of that nature, which is also time consuming and kind of painful to actors. Let's say the movie I produced, The Grinch, it was 6 hours of makeup, sealing your pores. You won't have to do that. Tom Hanks just made a movie, all kind of AI blend. He did it with Bob Zemeckis, who directed Forrest Gump, and the whole movie was basically shot in rooms.
Wow.
And they made him look 45, 50 years old.
Unbelievable. That's the best answer I've heard
So
on
I'm
that.
super excited to work with it.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Brian Grazer.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And thank you
long?
so much, Gina. And again, here at FII, we're going to continue raising the bar for creative dreams as we look at what are the emerging trends in art ownership. Delighted to have on the stage now Dr. Catherine Fleming, President and CEO of J. Paul Getty Trust, and Dr. Thomas Kaplan, Chairman of the Electrum Group. Looking forward to this conversation, Catherine and Thomas. Thank you so much.
Hi. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here, and thank you also to Richard Atias and his colleagues for putting together such a fantastic program. We're here, as you heard, to talk to you a little bit about what it means to own art, new trends emerging in ways to own art. Owning art is a very big deal these days. There's a $700 billion annualized art market out there, and all kinds of people want in on it, but it's a very intimidating thing to contemplate for most people, both from an economic standpoint and from a logistics standpoint. If you own a really valuable piece of art, you effectively own something that the rest of the world, in some ineffable way, also regards as belonging to them, because it's part of what we call world cultural heritage. And unsurprisingly, the trends that we have seen that have made publicly traded equities accessible to vast audiences, that have made real estate purchasing accessible to much larger audiences through things like real estate investment trusts, those have now come to the world of art. And you have the emergence of things like ArtX Stock Exchange or Masterworks that allow for people to effectively own shares in individual artworks. In some instances, those trades are registered with the SEC. And the person who's purchasing the art doesn't have to deal with how to store the art, what temperature to keep it at, what level of humidification it should have, how to insure it, how to move it around, how to hang it up in their house, et cetera, et cetera. But all of these sort of changes and developments have also had a fundamental impact on the way in which we think about art. Historically, we didn't really think about art as a tradable commodity. We didn't even really care necessarily if it was, quote, authentic, or if we knew who had created it. We just cared what it looked like, if it was beautiful, if it moved us. And arguably, some of those things are fading into the background as increasingly art and the technologies surrounding the trading of art are turning it into much more of a commodity and arguably less of a purely aesthetic asset. I'm here with a very good friend of mine who knows more perhaps than anybody else in the world about art as an aesthetic asset. Tom is the world's largest private owner of Rembrandts. And to hear him talk about his collection is to hear someone having virtually a religious experience. I'd be really interested, Tom, to hear you talk a little bit about how these new models for art ownership are something you can relate to and how maybe there's something that you find problematic.
To my mind, the most important trend in the development of the art market as a cultural phenomenon is the ability to harness great art so that it can be preserved in the memory and transferred through future generations. The possibility that one would be able to own a piece of a Rembrandt, for example, I find thrilling. And I don't believe that it in any way debases the art itself to be treated not so much as a commodity, but as a currency, in the same way as I would say gold is a currency. It's not really a commodity, to my mind. And when you look at art through that lens, when you look at it as an evangelical exercise, as Saatchi put it, it's not about the collector, it's about the artist. And when we would have exhibitions in different parts of the world of the collection and bring together a dozen or 15 Rembrandts, Vermeer, et cetera, and people would say, you must be so proud. And I would say, but pride has nothing to do with it. It doesn't take a genius to buy Rembrandt, it takes a genius to be Rembrandt. It takes a genius to be able to be a master that engages in the genetic transmission of his brushwork, of his being able to capture a moment in time, an interior life that influenced other great people who influence everyone to the contemporary world, whether it's Picasso, Van Gogh, Lucian Freud, Francis Bacon, all the way through to Zhang Fanji in China or Jenny Saville. There is this genetic transmission that I do believe the collector can have a role in doing. And ironically, the future should not be people like me. The future should be people who are committed to sharing the art. Now, in our case, we adopted that from the very beginning, from the first loan that we made to the Getty Museum.
Thank you so much.
And I saw the interaction between a young girl and a painting of a boy by one of Rembrandt's studio mates. And I realized, we're not going to live with these paintings. My wife and I were as one, so we acquired a couple of hundred old masters. We've never lived with one of them. We've been a lending library for most of the time, anonymously, and then we started to come out with exhibitions around the world. I hope that that's a model followed by other people, but I don't judge what people do with their art. It's their money, it's their taste, they want to live with it, great. But what I do believe is that the more broadly defined the participants can be in the art market, whether it's people buying a fractional share of a Vermeer, for example, or Rembrandt, or whether it is indeed art investment trusts, which would be buying this art and then doing, as we've done, lend it all to public museums so that they're shared. This, to me, would be very positive. Now, interestingly, it would also lead, I think, to greater transparency and price discovery in the art market. Because when you have the opportunity to deal with a brand like Rembrandt, which is known all over the world. If you get people in China, Russia, South America, in Western Europe, etc., who are taking an interest in it, number one, you contribute to the mission of showing the enduring relevance of the artist. And number two, the price will go up because there are only 40 of them in private hands, and every once in a while a museum like the Getty will buy one, take it off the market, and add to the value of the others. This, to me, creates an opportunity. The democratization of the art market could have a huge impact on being able to focus people on the enduring value, not just financially, but culturally, of our inheritance.
So I want to pick up on one thing you said, connected to what happens when a museum buys a work of art, because from my perspective as CEO of the Getty, effectively when we buy a work of art, we go out and say spend 50 million, 100 million on a work of art. For us, the moment we've purchased it, it has no monetary value, because we're not in the trading business. We're not going to deaccession it. We're not going to sell it in the future. We're in the very fortunate position of having good, sound financial footing as an organization. So when we buy art, we're never thinking about selling it in the future. So weirdly for us, the moment we've purchased something, the value that it has is the value, the intangible value that it can provide to people who are coming to see it. But you're suggesting that when we do that, it nevertheless has an impact on the art market at large.
Of course it does. If you're dealing with an artist where there is scarcity, and certainly in masterpieces of most art, there is a scarcity value for sure, it will have an impact. But you're doing yourself a disservice, because I know very well that you and the Getty are doing your utmost to be able to buy paintings in concert with other museums. So rather than being strictly territorial, that you're holding hands with other institutions so that there can be a rotation of this art to the widest possible audience. That, to me, is another trend that I would like to see happen, which also will have an impact on the art market, because as the value of art rises, the ability of museums to be able to buy them becomes harder. So in the case of the Getty, you have this incredible endowment, but most recently, as in a beautiful example with the Joshua Reynolds that you bought with the British, with the National Portrait Gallery, that was a beautiful example of where this painting will be shared. The pair of Rembrandts that was purchased by the Louvre and the Rijksmuseum. The greater the dissemination of the art, the more that audiences are able to participate in that. This is a good thing. And it is a virtuous circle, because you can't stop the price of masterpieces going up, but you can make it much more affordable for, ironically, a much wider audience by doing it in partnership.
Absolutely, and if you're a museum, chances are you're not going to have something on the wall all the time anyway. What Tom is referring to is a recent joint acquisition that we did with the National Portrait Gallery in London that could not have happened for a variety of reasons I won't go into. The British couldn't have done it on their own, and we in California couldn't have done it on our own. And we wound up doing it together, and this is a work of art that is now going to have an infinitely greater audience. It's going to travel back and forth across the ocean every 5 years. And it's a very innovative, surprising to think that this is an innovative thing in 2023. But it is, and I think it also is reflective, just to go back to where we started, of broader trends in the direction of having the opportunity for works of art to be co-owned, to be shared. They reach greater audiences this way. And for the most part, it reduces the hassle, although in the case of the arrangement that we've made with the National Portrait Gallery, you can imagine that there is a very, very, very long document attached to the purchase saying who has to treat it how. It's sort of like having joint custody of a child. But in any event, I do think that this is the future. I know it's what you're doing with your collection. Tom and his family are tremendously generous with a world-class collection, making it available pretty much to any museum who comes asking to be able to share part of it. So those are, the direction of travel is one of sharing, shared ownership, and philanthropic sharing on the part of some private art owners, and it's one that everybody now can participate in. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Boom.
Thank you. Boom, nailed it.
And thank you so much, Catherine Fleming and Thomas Kaplan. Fascinating conversation there and really inspiring about art ownership and the fact that we can all get involved. We're continuing our conversations, and as always, we bring you the very, very best in culture and entertainment. Evolving Entertainment now, a conversation with Todd Bowley and Rob Lowe. Please welcome them on stage, Todd Bowley from Eldridge Industries and Rob Lowe himself, indeed, President Low Profile Productions.
Welcome. Thank you. Thank you. I got a phone call from Todd, and anytime he invites me anywhere, I know to say yes, and I'm glad that I did, because this has been a really interesting a couple of days for me, and I'm excited to chat with you guys.
Well, let's start with what's going on in the media industry from your point of view. You've done it for decades. You've recreated yourself multiple times, and the world's changed a lot.
A lot. The world's changed more in the last two to 3 years than in the previous 3 decades, from my perspective of being boots on the ground in the entertainment industry. And a lot of, I mean, some of it's COVID, some of it's tech, some of it were the 2 strikes that we went through, and they've all sort of accelerated the inevitable, which is the economic model is unsustainable, and that everybody has to figure out a new way to do business, which I'm excited about, because I always figure when there's disruption and fear, and by the way, I've never seen people more fearful and unhappy in my business ever. And I don't mean that to be a downer. I said that last night, and people thought I was being Debbie Downer. I'm not. I think that's the time where there's opportunity, because people are forced to change. I don't know about you guys, but for me in my life, when I'm supposed to make a change and I don't really want to do it because things are kind of working okay, I got to be in enough pain, and then I'm ready to make the change. And that's where Hollywood is right now.
So define that pain. Talk about what the pain is.
So I'll just put it in terms of my own life. So I've had a show on a network television schedule every year since 1999. I haven't missed a year, whether it's West Wing or Parks and Recreation or the one I'm on now. And they have stopped making the West Wing, 911 Lone Star, Madam Secretary, CSI, all of those sort of big dramas of scale. They simply can't afford to produce them because the licensing fees to show them aren't there anymore. And streaming had a lot to do with that. I do a lot of work with the network Fox. The show I'm on now, 911 Lone Star, costs about $7.5 million an episode, and which is about the industry norm for a big spectacle network TV show. The first thing they did was cut the orders from 22 to 16 to 12 to now, moving forward, their mandate is they are only going to make shows with a total budget of $4 million. So we can all do the math and see how that affects the economics of everybody working for that. So
who's winning right now in Hollywood?
Netflix.
Anyone else?
Not yet. Netflix is too far ahead. And luckily they're my partners in a lot of things, and I incidentally love working for them. And you know, we all know that consolidation is coming with the other streamers, and maybe bundling, they say, creating the new bundling, which would be great. Everybody could make some money again. And that's kind of the positive, is eventually guys and gals way smarter than me will figure out the economics to make sense. But the important thing is what the creatives do. If you're a creative or if you love movies and television as a fan, it's never going away. We've been telling stories since we sat by the campfire. We're going to be telling stories when we're orbiting the Earth. It's never going away. It's just figuring out where we're telling them.
One of the things that a lot of people don't know about you is you're also a really good investor, and you've been investing for a long time. If you took your investor hat on, put your investor hat on, and thought about the landscape that we're in today, what would you be thinking about? How would you start something from scratch, given costs have gone down for distribution, but there's Apple, there's Amazon. How many distribution sources are there today?
So many. I mean, I'm getting most of my nighttime entertainment on TikTok. I spend more time on TikTok than I do on Netflix. And there are one of the things I'm interested in, there are these content creators on TikTok, that I am reaching out to see if they can extrapolate what they're doing into longer forms. That's one thing. I would be looking at building.
And are you trying to back them? Are you trying to back them and grow them?
Yeah, exactly. Come in and get them deals with larger places and make expanding the content beyond 30 seconds, 40 seconds. There's a huge need for infrastructure for where the industry is going and not where it's been. And like, for example, these amazing volume stages that we have now, which are it's like this LED wall circling us, and that's it. That's it. And you shoot the entire series of Mandalorian in that. Like in a press of a button, you can be they can make it Paris, or they can make it underwater, or but there are only 2 or 3 of them in the world.
Is that a cost issue? Why are there only 2 or 3?
It's a cost and a tech issue. There's a lot of proprietary tech, and there's only 2 or 3 companies that really have it down. But they want to build them. And I think you need to sort of reverse engineer your storytelling to the economics. And I mean, a lot of people are trying to crack that code.
Yeah. So the soundstage thing you're talking about, a lot of CapEx up front, but a lot less cost ongoing. Is that the idea?
Yeah, and you know, people always in my business are always looking to lower the budgets, obviously, and they chase the tax incentives around the world. And Atlanta is huge. I have friends who work for Marvel, and I say bye-bye, and they're going to live in Atlanta for 2 years. And the problem with things like that is the political winds could change in an instant. And all of a sudden the voters of Atlanta aren't so happy giving Hollywood a big tax rebate, and you've invested all your infrastructure there. So you want to find places where you know that your money is going to good, but there's not a shortage at all of people who would use. I'm going to Ireland to do seasons 2 and 3 of a game show that I'm doing. It's cheaper to go to Ireland to do an American game show with 100 American contestants than to do it. Literally, the people who make it are Fox. We sit in an office looking out of a window of 13 sound stages. They're right there. So we're going to go to Ireland and we're going to go shoot it. And I'm like, what the? It's unbelievable.
Why?
It's literally money. It's just money.
What makes that?
So Ireland, the 30% tax rebate is about the industry standard. Some are less, some are more. And then there's the unions. And so between those numbers, that's enough to really move the needle.
Well, as you know, Saudi Arabia has a desire to really be building their film and TV industry. How do you think, what would the advice that you would give them?
Well, I've been lucky enough to travel a bit in the region, and the thing that I was struck with was whenever I would run into just regular young people, how passionate they were about entertainment. And my view is there's no reason that Saudi shouldn't be the leader in IP in the same way they're attempting to be the leader in sports and everything else. And I know that there's infrastructure being built and things being done. The only thing that I look at and see is the Live Golf model is super great, but they didn't build the golf courses, and get all the infrastructure and put them on the schedule and then try to find the golfers. So I think that's the component that maybe I'd like to see in bringing entertainment to that area. With Live, they went to Greg Norman. And they said, you know, because they know you need to have somebody who can communicate why Saudi, why now, and answer the many questions that people are going to have about why that's a new thing.
Well, and the opportunity right now to take advantage of the dysfunction, the fear, the dislocation.
Hollywood has always been built on, it's like a mafia, right? So it's like you've got your cabal. You got your agents you pay 10% to. You got your managers you pay 10% to. You got your publicists you pay $10,000 a month to. You've got your lawyer you pay 5%. I'm not kidding, these are the numbers, it's insane. And for years, actors have been, I'm giving too much away. This is crazy. But no one would ever stand up to the system because the people who run it would crush it. Well, now, everybody is so dislocated. They're so shaken. They're so trying to find the new way that this is the time for all of the things that everyone has been thinking about, how to fix our business. This is a really good time. It's a really good time because it's a really, I don't want to say bad time, but it's a really good time because it's a very uncertain time.
Well, when you think about that, I mean, the way you described it to me a while ago was you pay out a third, you pay the government another third, and you're left with a third.
Yeah.
And the other problem with that first third, they're not coordinated. They're all bespoke.
Well, here's another thing is I think Gwyneth Paltrow spoke here, or is speaking. She's an old good friend, and I like to use her as a case study, and she hates it, but I'm doing it anyway. You know, there was a time when Gwyneth won the Academy Award, and then you go, and once you win the Academy Award, you get 2, 3, 4 really good movies afterwards. You know it's going to happen. Today, you win an Academy Award, maybe you're the face of Gucci. And you better like it, because they don't pay you. It's just cool to be the face of Gucci. So branding and the commercial element is more of an economic driver than movies for most people. I remember a time, this is so nuts, I wish I could go back in time. Early 80s, I'm doing all kinds of movies, and I get offered a Maxwell House commercial. They're gonna pay me $1 million for one day. This is 1985, it's a lot of money. And I can write it, I can direct it, I can do all the creative, and I finally said no, because I was worried what Martin Scorsese would think if he saw it. Now, you work for Martin Scorsese and you go and do the Maxwell House commercial for $2 million, $3 or whatever it is. The world is gone insane.
Well, your DirecTV program, you know.
I had some DirecTV, a campaign that ironically was among my most fulfilling. I played Rob Lowe, and then I played cable TV version of Rob Lowe. And they were so fun and so funny, and I got more lift. Forget the economics, which were great. But I got more sort of lift out of that than I did from movies and TV sometimes.
Well, you were one of the pioneers, right? You went from movies to TV. That was a big risk.
It was in a time when you were still siloed off. The movie business was still the movie business. And TV was, TV of the 90s, and I think West Wing, Sopranos, 24 kind of ushered in a new era in television.
Yeah. And the economics now in television are superior than they are in film.
Always have been. But even that, we used to do 22 episodes of The West Wing, so that's 22 paychecks. Now most shows do 16 if you're lucky. A lot do less. And if you're on Netflix, they're doing 8. So it's still, listen, don't cry for me, Argentina, on this, but it just, it's by way of saying that all of the economics are.
So what do you see happening post-strike, and how do we avoid?
By the way, the strike was the worst thing that ever happened.
And how do we avoid another one?
I mean, the thing that I'm worried about is, it's amazing we went this far into the conversation without mentioning AI, by the way, I think. Isn't that shocking? So I don't think the right people are articulating what AI is, what it can be, what we're scared of, and all of those things. And with all due respect, the Screen Actors Guild AI representative who sat with Ted Sarandos and Bob Bakish and all of the leaders in that world was the actress Justine Bateman.
She knows a lot about AI.
I love Justine Bateman. I loved her on Family Ties. She's amazing. But I feel like we need the real leaders to come together and talk, because it's not going anywhere. I mean, we all saw what came out this week with the text-generated AI clips. They're insane. And when I saw those, I go, oh, well, if I'm in the promo department at Warner Brothers, my job's over. If I'm in the promo department at CBS Sports, it's over. It's done. And it's only going to get more extreme, but you can't fight the cotton gin. Yeah. When Eli Whitney invented the cotton gin, it just is what it is. We're at the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, and we better figure out how to harness it, train for it, build for it, accept it, and when needed, put rules on it. Deep fakes comes to mind. I don't know about you guys, but anything I see on TikTok or even on the news, I'm not sure it's real anymore. I really am. I think, is that really Joe Biden tumbling down the steps of Air Force One? I don't know. It could be. But it also, you just don't know. So I was talking to the folks at Google who were talking about watermarking, which would be great, but it's technically very hard to do at this point. But that kind of stuff, if you aren't talking openly about it, actors and all creatives, rightly, are going to lose their minds and go, I don't want to lose my jobs.
Well, the reason I think we're so excited about the opportunity in front of us is all of these costs associated with creating content are coming down, right? I think if you look at what Rupert Murdoch did years ago, he had to pay a lot for the distribution network, and then he had to pay a lot for the content. That's
right.
The distribution network costs have come down to zero, right? So how do you figure out how to build a company that takes advantage of this opportunity when really all you need is capital and talent?
That's right.
So all the other things are starting to fall the way of the dodo.
And, that's what Hollywood was built on, the previous model. So it's painful as it all falls away. But you're exactly right. It's the opportunity for the people in this room and others to build exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. So let's switch gears for a little bit. Who's your favorite baseball team?
Dodgers.
How have we done?
Can you believe what this man has done with the Dodgers? It's so sick. I mean, we're the new Yankees. We're going to be the most. Look, we're going to be the most hated team
Which
in
is
MLB.
good.
We know that now, right? It's just the way it is. So I love sports. I love baseball. I love football. I love all of it. And that's how we first bonded, sitting next to each other and talking about the pitch clock.
Yeah. So, the Dodgers this year, I think it's just to put it in context real quick. We had 5 World Series games last year. It was the Rangers versus the Diamondbacks, not real top teams, and only 9 million people watched each game. 5 times, 45 million people total. When we announced Ohtani, we had 70 million people watch.
Did you hear those numbers?
I think
it sounds like I misheard them. That's insane.
Yeah, so there's demand globally, and we need to continue to go find it. So I think the Dodgers will be the most hated team, and I think we're probably going to win the World Series.
It's going to be great. I mean, And that's the thing that's so interesting is the thing that more people watched the Super Bowl, I think, this year than ever did. So, you know, there's, and I think you'll see TV network, the traditional networks, CBS, Fox, ABC, there's a time where it's going to be competition series, low-cost reality, and sports, and that's it.
Well, that's
and
where we're
almost,
headed, right?
we're kind of almost there.
Yeah, because, I mean, James Corden was telling me that the Late Late Show, he decided to leave it, right? They took his budget from 70 million to 30 million. It's like, I can't do this for 30 million.
Yeah.
Right? So all that space needs to be replaced or something's going to happen to it. But again, I think that's the opportunity that you have.
That's why I got into podcasting. You know, I have a podcast called Literally, and I get to interview amazing people. Brian Grazer, who was just here, was one of my favorite guests. There's nobody like him. There he is! Yay! By the way, Brian he is one of the true geniuses in our business. Like a great thinker. His movies speak for themselves, and just one of the great guys. And I don't say that lightly because most people in Hollywood, I'm like, oh, whatever.
So let's talk a little bit about your history. Talk about the things that have made you really happy, what you've done, how you transitioned,
Well,
Tommy Boy.
I survived being a teen idol. That was fun. You know, it's hard to make the transition from the cover of Bop magazine into I wonder what Bop means. Let me think about that. Anyway, and so that I've been through a bunch of, what's the word I'm looking for? Chapters, right? And teen idol, then, you know, 20-something ingenue, and then, you know, have periods where, you know, the work wasn't. I think if you're lucky, you work long enough to not have work. You know, I mean, anybody can put together a string of movies and TV shows, but if you're around long enough, you're going to have periods where it's fallow. I got lucky enough that during the periods where I was transitioning, I was also getting married and raising kids and was able to make that a real priority. And I'm super thankful that I wasn't away on location, you know, as my kids were growing up. I got to really be there and invest in them. And they've turned out to be wonderful young men. And my wife has more to do with it than I do, for sure. But that was, I like to say I used my 20s building my career, and I used my 30s building me and who I wanted to be and my family. Got sober 33 years ago in 1990. And I really enjoy talking to people about the value of that, if it's an issue for people. And it affects so many people, particularly young people. And I really enjoy telling people, it's going to be okay. You're going to be great. It's still going to be fun. Life is going to be great. Put it down. So that was a big part. And then moving to TV and transitioning to a business where I can use all of the relationships and experiences that I've had beyond just acting and producing.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Good job. Thank you.
When athletes reach icon status, when records are set on the track, when stories are told off the field, when cheers inspire a city, a nation, and the world, when professional sports leagues expand internationally, when fans and followers engage as consumers, when new locations emerge as major sports destinations, colossal business opportunities are bound to unfold, transforming what was once a simple game into a booming sports ecosystem. What is driving the growth in sports assets and innovation in sports? How are investors and team owners reshaping sports both financially and experientially? What are the keys to building high-performance cultures and franchises? Who should we root for and why? Welcome to FII Priority, Miami's Sports Summit.
And here we are, it's the Sports Summit. We've had a few little mini summits throughout the last 2 days, and now it's all the focus on sports. We're going to have 3 parts in this. We're going to talk about investment. We're also going to talk about positioning Miami as the center of the sports world, because we've talked about that before, so we're going to make it happen hopefully today. But right now, we're going to look at the business of sports, game changers, a conversation with Josh Harris, the founder of 26 North, and our moderator for this session. Please welcome them both. Tad Brown, the CEO of the Philadelphia 76ers, and Harris Blitzer Sports and Entertainment. Gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. It's good to see everybody. It's good to be in Miami. Josh.
Hello.
Great to see you. Founder of Apollo Global Management, founder of HBSE Sports and Entertainment, owner of the Washington Commanders, the Philadelphia 76ers, the New Jersey Devils, part owner of Crystal Palace, and founder of 26 North. We've got a lot going on.
I do.
You've got a lot going on. And so let's start with HBSE. And when you first got into the sports business, started with the Sixers at $287 million. And then a few years later, the New Jersey Devils and Prudential Center for $330. And then, so decade later, here we are at about $6 billion between those 2 assets. And then total assets under your purview, basically roughly $13 billion with the acquisition of the Washington Commanders. How were the early days when you started off?
So first of all, great to be here. Rob Lowe, tough act to follow, but I'll do my best. Yeah, look, I mean, obviously, I grew up in D.C., but I had moved to Philly, and so I had watched the 1982 NBA championship game, Sixers winning the finals, the city coming together, so I had a passion for it. But what I found was that my day job at Apollo, buying companies, making investments, like really helped me in sports, and so I had this passion for it. But when we bought the Sixers, they were a story brand. They had lost their way a bit. They had disconnected with the city. They were 27th in revenue in the NBA. The NBA was going through a lockout, and it was just after the financial crisis. And you know, I used a play out of the Apollo playbook in terms of you know, buying well, buying cheaply, buying a storied asset. And so we rolled up our sleeves. We bought the team for $287 million, and then we reconnected with the city. And revenues that were 27th at that point in the league were about 6th or 7th, thanks to your work and also the team at HBSE and really the city of Philly, which is an incredible sports town. And so that really worked out well. Moved from there, really enjoyed it. I obviously enjoyed the passion of being a steward for the city and winning and trying to change the Sixers' trajectory. They now obviously are a very winning franchise. Haven't delivered the NBA title yet, but working on it. And in 2013, the New Jersey Devils, which also had a number of Stanley Cups to its name, there was a situation where they ran out of money. They had built the Prudential Center, which is in Newark. It's between Philly and New York. It's an amazing location. New Jersey is a very good market, and we were able to do what, in essence, pay down the banks, in essence, do a distressed for control transaction, which again is a private equity name, and so bought this great arena, great franchise for $330 million, and ultimately they were, you know, bottom of the league in revenues, and you know, brought in a great team, great management, and reconnected the Devils to the city, reconnected them to sponsors, built a top 10 concert business and top 8 venue, and now all of a sudden the Devils have risen in revenues by a lot, turned profitable, and so again, you know, sort of for me, sports has been the triple play where I've been enabled to win and compete and be around the greatest players in the world and be a steward for these great cities that are also in need a little bit.
But at the same time, values have risen a lot, and so it's been an amazing thing for me personally, and also business-wise for our investors.
And you talk about the people, how it's so important, not only the people within the organization, but your partner in the HBSC world, David Blitzer, who you've been with. You have a very unique partnership in the world of sports.
Yeah, look, as in investing, you win with the best people, you win with amazing culture, you win by delivering excellence. In the investment business, it's about returns. In sports, it's about winning and cultivating cities. And obviously, it comes back to people, and certainly having a great partnership. It's a total 1 + 1 = 3 with David, even though obviously Blackstone and 26 North mix it up. But we've been amazing partners, and I think that we also have great people led by Tad, right? Led by you, so thank you for doing that. And it's about motivating. You win on the field, on the court, on the ice by having great people off the court. And off the ice and off the field, and so that and you win on the business side by having great people. So very similar to the investment world in that way.
Early days of HBSC, you really created incredible value. $287 million on the Sixers to $4.3 billion today, $330 on Devils and Peru to $1.5 billion today. Let's talk about the Commanders. This summer was very exciting. It also was the largest purchase in the history of sports and entertainment at $6 billion. But tell us about your view and what you saw in the Commanders in the NFL.
Yeah, so I joked that paying 60 times EBITDA, my credentials as a value investor have been destroyed, been diminished, but I don't really think so. I mean, obviously, I grew up in the city of Washington. Some of my earliest memories were, Washington football, walking into RFK, Coach Gibbs, the 3 Super Bowl championships, and at that point, Washington was the number. Everyone talks about Dallas being America's team. It wasn't America's team. For years and years, Washington was America's team. It was #1 in revenues, and I understood that power. And so I also have been blown away, and I had studied it, but I've been blown away by the power of the NFL. Obviously UEFA, the Premier League, which I'm a part of, the NBA, the NHL, are amazing sports leagues, but the NFL is dominant in terms of what it's doing, in terms of its absolute franchise here in the U.S. So I was amazed to learn that 125 people on average watched the Super Bowl, and then just before Usher showed up, there were 200 million people, plus or minus, watching Super Bowl. That's 60% of America, literally. And so it just shows you the dominance. 92 of the top 100 programs on TV are NFL football games. The Super Bowl was the most viewed program since the moonwalk in 1969. And so it shows you how important all these live sports content is, and in particular NFL content is, to the media companies. And so if you talk to the media companies, if you talk to the tech companies, anyone who's interested in live entertainment, right? Sports content is by far the most important thing. It's globalizing. Everyone now can watch the NBA. Sometimes we have more people in China watching the Sixers than we do in Philly or in the US. And so the globalization of sports content, the ability to watch it over the top, and its ability to attract advertising dollars and subscribers is unique, and so it's become a critical part of the ecosystem. And so that tailwind is driving sports values across the board up. And it's if you look at Forbes or if you look at the trades, the NFL, I'll use that as an example. Buffalo traded for 1.4. Carolina traded 5 or 6 years later for 2.3, 2.4. Then you had Denver a couple years ago at mid-4s, and now Washington Commanders at 6. So I think that even though we set a record I didn't want to set, and by the way, it's now been topped by Man United, so thankfully we're in the #2 slot as all-time highest price. I think people will look back at the purchase of the Washington Commanders and say, wow, that was a bargain. He bought a dominant, top 3, top 5 franchise for now what looks like a great price. And obviously we're doing the same magic that we did, in the Sixers and in the Devils with the Commanders now. And obviously we're starting off behind in terms of revenues, but we're quickly catching up. We're selling out Sponsors are coming back. We sold out every game last year. Suite sales are up. Everything is kind of trending in the right direction because we're treating the city, we're treating the stadium as if it's our house, and we're making people feel welcome, and we're changing the narrative around football. Commanders have not won, but we're changing that narrative, and now it's on us to win. We just made a number of changes in the GM spot and the coach spot, and so there's pressure building on us to deliver, but the city is believing, and we need to keep doing our job on behalf of the city. And I think if you look at sports, and it's the same for European football, the Premier League, where I'm a partner with Steve Parrish, and you treat them as if you're stewards for these cities and you're trying to win, you're trying to do the right thing, the economics take care of themselves. There's a lot of tailwind in sports, and that's why you're seeing these multiples change from traditional multiples to more of growth multiples, and I think that's here to stay, and you'll see that value proposition in sports even going up more.
And the great thing about the Commanders, I know not only is there such value that's being created, but it also is a very personal, very emotional purchase for you. You're a DC guy, and there was something else there on top of that deal.
Yeah, so I mean, literally, I remember being 8 years old and walking in RFK Stadium, and obviously, I mean, it's my earliest memory. I remember the Commanders then, I won't say the name, Washington football, kind of losing to the Miami Dolphins, but then winning 3 Super Bowls. So, like, the ability to take a franchise that has lost its way a bit and restore it for the city, I must say I've got a lot of old friends saying, hey, remember me, and asking for tickets. But it's really unique and heartwarming. And one of the great things about sports is it's a great investment, but also it's a lot of fun, and it brings people together. And DC, Philly, Newark, South London, these are all cities that need help. They're great cities, they're amazing cities, but there's a lot of income inequality. There's the traditional problems you have as a city. And so our ability to help these cities is amazing. And in Washington, obviously, we're looking to find and build a new home. That's a massive undertaking. In Philly, as Tad knows, we're in the middle of it. We're trying to get approval to build a new stadium in Philly. And so what you also get with sports in terms of investing is this ability to create this massive platform that brings people together, and you kind of do well by doing good. So if you start with the premise that your job is to help the city, and you think about it that way, the economics tend to work out. Everyone wants to do business with you. And the stadiums themselves are political. They're complicated to get done, but once you get them done, you have a massive area that you can help lift. And that's what we're trying to do in Philly, and that's what we're going to ultimately try to do in Washington as well.
It's the lifeblood not only of franchise, but how you interact with the community and how you serve the community in that respect.
Even though most of the sports now are media companies, right? So if you look at the Washington Commanders' revenues, 70% of it's media. But the live part of it, the ability to experience that content together, and for the people online to see you do it, whether over cable or over the air, that is what the magic is. And so the live experience, even though it's a declining percentage of the revenues, is very important to the overall ecosystem. It's the only thing that, if you know the score of the Man United Crystal Palace game, you probably aren't going to be as interested. You may watch the highlights. If you're watching it live, it's a shared experience that you have that's global. And so that's a really important part, and that's what our job is, to put that show on, make everyone feel super welcome and engaged.
Apollo, the first stage in your career, Group built to one of the true global success stories in the financial world, and built HBSE into this powerhouse now, one of the top 5 empires out there. And now you're looking at it and you're building a new company, 26 North, an amazing platform. Tell us about that and how the differences and similarities between building that company and building HBSE.
Yes, look, I retired in May of 21, and a lot of people say, look, why, you were black. My dad was first in his generation to go to college. My mom, teacher in the Philly high schools, Temple University, 2-year degree. Why do all this? And I guess the answer is I'm unfortunately a sick individual. I like building amazing organizations, amazing cultures, organizations that stand for excellence. Some people like golf. I don't like golf. I like doing this. And so I felt that I was uniquely blessed in terms of my, my life experiences as an investor, my ability to access capital from institutions, and my ability to build a team that is, kind of as good or better than any team in the industry, and deploy that in a much more aligned way against investing than I had done throughout my whole career. So private equity, credit, and insurance, an integrated platform. And I feel like we're bringing a lot of talent and a lot of alignment and excellence and great people against a much smaller capital base. So I'm shocked, but we're at 16 billion. But we're limiting the size of our funds, and all of us, including myself, are incentivized on the investment returns, on creating alpha. So in sports, it's about winning. Everything else is secondary. In investing, it's all about alpha. And our job is to generate alpha, and if I generate alpha, I pay the same fees as the investors. The team makes less cash, and they own the upside, and it's going quite well. And so it's very exciting. It's a lot of work. I'm working like crazy, but it's what I like to do, and I'm having fun with it.
I can attest that you're working like crazy. There's no question. The great thing you always talk about is your principles remain the same. It's about the people. It's about what you're building. It's about how they believe.
Look, I think team and culture win in sports. Team and culture win with investing. Strategy is important, but people eat strategy for breakfast. So I think obviously you need to be differentiated. You need to have a strategy that sets you apart, that's different. But at the end of the day, you win with the best people. And so my job now is to attract, motivate, retain, and ultimately hold accountable the best people. And so, obviously when you're younger, you're in it, you're doing it all. As you move forward in your career, it's about attracting that talent and keeping them all motivated, but holding them accountable.
I think we've just been waved off. We're not going to filibuster for the rest of the time. So thank you. It was great.
It's great to be here.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it very much.
That was Josh Harris there and Tad Brown, really looking at the business of sports. And now in the Sports Summits, we're going to continue and get you the detail on the winning investments in sports. And to do that, we're going to be talking to Jerry Cardinal. He's joining us from Redbird Capital Partners. Larry Fitzgerald Jr. joins us from Trenches Capital. Sam Kennedy from Fenway Sports Groups, and Steve Ross from the Related Companies. David Faber, anchor from CNBC, is here to moderate this panel. I'm looking forward to this, gentlemen. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and let's just get right to it. Following on Josh Harris, I think it's appropriate. Jerry, let me just start with you. In terms of just the idea here that we're sort of discussing of sports and sports teams as an asset class, do you consider it as such, given you've been investing in it for quite some time, or does it still have a ways to go before it really is something that deserves an asset allocation along with so many of the other areas that this audience well knows?
Well, look, it's interesting, and you got a lot of great owners of sports and participants in the value chain in sports up here. I bring to that question sort of 25 years of investing in sports. I was investing in sports long before it was deemed an asset class. One of the things that's interesting about the question is the people who deem it an asset class the quickest are the ones that are the newest to it. So as someone who's been doing it for 25 years, I would humbly say that it's not quite yet an asset class. A lot of these things are acquired on a multiple of revenue basis. I think that's lazy. I think these things should trade as a multiple of cash flow. But the professionalization of the business of sports is still really in the second inning. You've got technology that's disintermediating the consumption of this intellectual property. I think that's a positive, because if you're with the best intellectual property in sports, it's true in Hollywood as well, it'll always rejuvenate itself. So that gives it a great foundation. But the thing that's crazy is that the equity research for sports is Forbes magazine. So I don't really know how something could be an asset class when they trade on a multiple of revenue, not cash flow. The business of it, of the monetization of the intellectual property is not professionalized. And the equity research is Forbes magazine. No disrespect to Forbes magazine, but these are multi-billion-dollar live event entertainment companies now. And you'll hear from the guys here who run it that way. Not quite yet an asset class, but it's definitely on the trajectory.
It's on its way. So what constitutes when it reaches that moment? When and do you know? And how will you know?
Look, you got to ask yourself, I mean, it's almost, what's the point of the question? It's like, who cares whether it's an asset class? That's
You're questioning my question. Already?
No, but what it tells you, the question about whether sports is an asset class or not is a function of the capital that has found it. So now capital has discovered sports, right? And it's discovered it because there's a lot of these facile notions about sports that there's elements of truth to it, but the soundbite that I keep hearing is that it's non-correlated to the macro. It always goes up. It's outperformed the S&P over the last decade. And you haven't seen any cracks in that, right? I mean, and the Forbes thing is really interesting because basically sports team valuations are you look at the last trade and you put a markup on it, and that's the level of sophistication around. So I would just say that the asset class moniker is a function of asset managers who have discovered sports and want exposure to those facile notions in their portfolio construction. And as someone who builds companies in sports, and I vertically integrated to look at being the rights holder myself, and have partnered with the guys that you see up here in a bunch of instances, I think sports is the best must-carry content in any area. It's phenomenal intellectual property. I think we saw recently of the 100 top-rated programs on television, 93 is the NFL, and we'll hear about that from these two guys. So there's so much there to love, but the potential, I'd say we're only in the second or third inning of it.
Steve, as now a fairly long-time owner of a very significant NFL franchise, I'm just curious as to what you think of what you just heard Jerry say in terms of that and how you view it. Obviously, there's been a great deal of capital appreciation that you've enjoyed so far in your ownership.
Well, I didn't exactly hear everything Jerry said. It's kind of hard when you're up here. But anyway, I mean, as an asset class, I invested in sports because my love of sports and the impact I could have. But I always believed you make your money first somewhere else before you really go into sports and sports ownership. And the idea of the impact you can have on a community is incredible, and also how you can really grow something, diversify it, and get involved in other aspects of it. Being a real estate developer, I look to do impactful projects, and using sports as part of that is certainly. It opens the doors a lot faster, let me tell you, owning an NFL franchise, So it was great, but I'm glad I started somewhere else first.
But how do you view the asset now? I mean, you've owned it for how many years?
12 years.
Do you think about potentially monetizing at some point, or at least partial and or total?
Well, I'm looking at it now to kind of monetize a portion of it, I was lucky I bought the whole team, and I don't have real partners in it. And to bring partners in now, I never dreamt we'd be so fast at the valuations that are out there today. Today it's all about media rights, which increase the valuations. And in the NFL, thankfully, all teams are profitable, which is not true in most of the sports today. And so it really, it encourages you, one, because of the popularity. You enter sports, though, because you want to win. The community wants an owner who wants to win and will spend the resources to bring that. And at the same time, it allows you to grow the community. And I'm looking at Larry here, and a player, and dealing with the players and offering them the opportunities when their careers are over. They're phenomenal athletes, but they're also phenomenal people.
Sam, we heard Josh Harris say he paid, I think it was 60 times EBITDA for the Commanders. Are those kinds of numbers something that you should grow accustomed to?
Well, we certainly hope so. I would say Larry and I are shaking our heads because we missed the memo that you should do something else, make your money elsewhere, and then get into sports. But I completely agree with Mr. Ross. He's spot on. We started in sports. I did not start as an investor. It's been incredible to partner with Redbird capital over the last couple of years. It's really supersized our appetite for growth and expansion. We started in Boston, just as Steve said, in 2002 with a goal of bringing World Series championships to Fenway Park and the Boston Red Sox. We wanted to preserve, protect, enhance, and save Fenway Park, and we wanted to be incredibly active in the community. As we started to have some success in Boston, also, as Steve said, that led us to think about new and different businesses that we could get involved with. We got into NASCAR. We got into English soccer. We got into the National Hockey League with the Pittsburgh Penguins, media, real estate. We fundamentally believe that sports is the one vehicle that can truly bring communities together. It can bring the world together in ways that nothing else can. So we're obviously talking our own book here, but we are incredibly passionate about the value of sports content. We think it's early days. I mean, Jerry's one of the few who's been investing in sports for a couple of decades, but we've seen an influx of institutional capital into our business, and it's going faster and faster. So it's been a really interesting time, but we are very bullish and very optimistic about the future, just given how important sports is in this very complicated and challenging world. It's the one thing that really brings people together.
How do you view it, though, from an economic perspective? I mean, right now, I think there are some, I don't know if there are Red Sox fans out there, but Red Sox Nation, to a certain extent, seems a bit unhappy with the roster you're going into opening day with, for example.
That is a fair statement at this moment
you.
in time. Yes, there is.
As a Mets fan, he said.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
well, as a Mets fan, I got an owner at least, well, most of the time who seems to be willing to spend unreasonably, in part, and not about making money at all. So how does that figure into the way you approach things like payroll?
It's, look, fans in the offseason, rightly so, equate spending with trying, right? And in baseball, we don't have a salary cap. There's no limitations on what you can spend. There's competitive balance tax thresholds that are a guidepost for spending. But we've had a great 2 decades of winning championships, and that's, again, as these guys have said, you have to be in professional sports to win, whether it's with the Red Sox in Boston, Liverpool in England, Pittsburgh Penguins. If you're not dedicating resources to that product on the field, on the pitch, on the ice, you should be in a different business. When you have 2 difficult seasons, thank you for pointing that out. We finished last in the American League East in Boston the last 2 years. The nation gets restless quickly, and we're hearing about it. And I guess I'm the eternal optimist. What that tells me is people are incredibly passionate. They care about their teams and their sports more than anything else in their lives. So we do have a restless nation, and we're anxious to get the season started so we can start winning some ball games.
All right, there you go. Larry, let me turn to you. Obviously, an incredibly storied career in the NFL, which is by far the premier product right now. And you watched it grow, and were part of that. 17 years. Our audience may not be as familiar with your business career, so to speak. I think you're also on the board of Dick's Sporting Goods, for example, a number of entrepreneurial efforts. Give me the perspective that you have as a player and as somebody, obviously, who also understands the business side here in terms of what you're hearing and what you're seeing in terms of the growth of these, of not just the NFL, but sports in general.
Well, I think collectively between the athletes and the ownership, they both made a conscientious effort to be able to really work together more closely. Like just in my 17-year career, the dialogue that I was able to have, from 20 years old when I first got in the league to 38 when I left, it was a much different relationship with ownership. It was more of a partnership in how we're going to grow this game to be the very best in the world. I still remember in 2005, it was my second year in the National Football League, and we played the first game outside of the United States in Mexico City. And now you look here, 2024, this year they're playing in Brazil. They played in Germany last year, going to Spain in 2026, and continues to try to globalize the game of football. So I think the relationship between players and owners has definitely evolved, and I think that's a really healthy place for the game to be.
Yeah. Has it evolved enough, though? Are the players being fairly compensated for the risks that they take and for the length of their careers, which is far shorter on average than the 17 years you played?
I think guys are compensated well. It's not the same as NBA or Major League Baseball, but I also believe, and I wouldn't say this to any of my fellow athletes or NFL athletes is that I think what makes the NFL unique is that contracts are not guaranteed. I knew as a player, I had to go play on a sprained ankle or tight hamstring or a dislocated shoulder. I knew I needed to play because I was on a one-year contract. If I was guaranteed, the next 5 years at $100 million, what would be the incentive for me to go out there and continue to play? And I think, you see what differentiates the National Football League from some of the other sports is the ability for the players to understand, like, you are essentially on a one-year deal, and like you understand that every single play that you play is going to define you and how the decision is going to be made to retain you or not.
Yeah. Jerry, you talked about the professionalization that may be needed to actually become an asset class. Where are you seeing it, and where do you expect it to accelerate?
Look, one of the things I've been fascinated by in sports is the monetization of the live event. And it's really hard to monetize the live event in scale to deliver the kind of returns that guys like us look for. One of the companies we created with the NFL a bunch of years ago was On Location. And what we basically did is took the best tickets in a Super Bowl around the 50-yard line, 40-yard line. We wrapped it with hospitality and entertainment, and we sold them in multi-day packages. And the first Super Bowl we were engaged in was San Francisco. It was the 50th anniversary of the Super Bowl. And I called Graydon Carter and brought the Vanity Fair Oscar party to the Super Bowl. And it was interesting because it was really the first, it was uncomfortable for both sides because, Hollywood didn't really mix with the NFL, but there was some intrigue there. And what I discovered with that is that the Vanity Fair Oscar party is only the Vanity Fair Oscar party if you have somebody with a clipboard and an earpiece and a velvet rope preventing you from getting in, right? And you can't scale a business that way. And so while it was an interesting event, it was very successful, it would only make sense as an investor if I could charge $250,000 a ticket because we were limited in the number of the people that we would be able. So, that concept is fascinating to me, which is you've got the best must-carry content, certainly on linear video and direct-to-consumer distribution. The live event itself, I thought I knew everything about sports, but I got to tell you, going to Europe and owning a European football team that is a whole other galaxy.
Why?
First of all, it's a public-private partnership with the community and the fans. And what you realize, if you're humble enough, is that you don't really own the team, right? The fans own it. Now, if you said to Steve that he doesn't really own the Miami Dolphins, the fans own it, I think Steve would look at me and say, I don't agree with Jerry. And so that's very interesting. It gets back to Red Sox Nation. That whole thing of fan community engagement in Europe is at a different level where they're a constituent in the value chain. The other element on professionalization that we've been fascinated by are the players. So, you asked Larry a question about are the players getting appropriately compensated. Sports to me, I always look at the value chain, and sports is the most simple value chain around. It's players, teams, and leagues. And up until recently, all the money went to this part, and none of the money went here. And what started to happen, we created a company a few years ago called One Team, where we partnered with the NFL Players Union and Major League Baseball Players Union, and we corporatized the commercial licensing revenue for the collective players and created a multi-billion-dollar company around it. That was really the first step at bringing the players to the economic table. And what's going on with golf right now has also done that. So all of a sudden now, I think it's very important that people recognize that you can't have these games without the players, and there is a partnership, right? So, just figuring out how to allocate value distribution across the participants in the value chain is an element of where professionalization needs to go.
Sam, speaking of players, and this venue is very appropriate given the sponsor, of course, the PGA. You made a recent investment. Why did you do it? And what does it hold for the future of the PGA and or the potential that they will eventually figure out a deal as well with LIV?
Well, we approached the PGA Tour in late June in the wake of the framework agreement, and we thought that the idea of some sports team owners, a consortium of sports investors led by Fenway Sports Group, John Henry, Tom Werner, Mike Gordon, Jerry Cardinale, Arthur Blank from the Falcons, Steve Cohen, Wick Grossbeck from the Celtics. We thought if we put a group of sports team owners, operators, people with experience in these different leagues, we might be able to come in and partner with the PGA Tour and offer a solution that might make sense as they look to transition from this 501c6 membership organization to a for-profit business. Of course, the deal calls for, allows for the Public Investment Fund to make an investment. There's been ongoing dialogue between Commissioner Monahan and His Excellency and the people at the PIF. So it's an exciting opportunity, we believe, where the players, for the first time, will have equity in the league. The investors will be the minority shareholder with certain rights, but the players, the golfers in PGA Tour Enterprises will be the majority shareholder. So it's a unique approach, and I think it goes to what Jerry was saying about looking at it as a true partnership. This is really transformational for golf, transformational for the athletes that are involved, and very, very exciting for the group that's involved.
Yeah, so the players hold a great deal of power here.
Absolutely, yeah. This is a tour that is rooted in a membership organization where the players control their own destiny, control their tour, and the players and the tour will be are the majority shareholder of the new business that we just stood up called PGA Tour Enterprises.
Steve, let me turn to you. You know, you've had great success not just with the team, but with the real estate as well, an area that obviously you know a great deal about. F1. Tennis, how important has that been to sort of establishing asset value beyond, obviously, just the ownership?
Well, I mean, I think it's more of a kind of responsibility. I mean, when you own a sports team, it's really like owning a utility. You own a responsibility to that area of which, you know, covers the sports teams. And so, I mean, we brought the Miami Open tennis tournament because it was leaving for either Orlando or somewhere south. Because it kind of outgrew Key Biscayne. And I convinced them that we could do it at our football stadium because we had 250 acres of land. And then, you know, building upon that, when Formula One approached us, they wanted to have a street race in Miami. And they thought we would be a good promoter, being very active in the community, but we could not get that approved in Miami. So we told them we could do it at our stadium. They looked at other cities, they came back, they said, well, show us what you can do at your stadium. And it was based on what we did with the Miami Open, we got Formula One. And it's been a huge boom to this area, you know, that time of the year, it's the first week of May. And because, you know, Florida was really, the #1 industry is tourism. So it's something that how you can really participate, grow, and help a community, you know. And that's, you know, what we've done, and really participating in understanding that responsibility. At the same time, sports has opened up a lot of other areas for us where we're really involved in soccer and international soccer, bringing the top teams from UEFA to the United States, and that will continue. I think you'll see some league games coming here at some point in time, and we represent UEFA and in the United States as well as La Liga and several of the other ones. So it's really opened up doors. You know, one leads upon the other, and you keep growing it. I mean, sport. It's really a lot of fun. I mean, to build and be involved in it, and helping the community at the same time.
And Larry, let me sort of come towards our conclusion here with you. You know, a number of prominent athletes, of course, have also gone on, given their success in any number of areas, to team ownership. I wonder if you think about that at all.
Well, I've actually been able to do that with the Phoenix Suns, and you know, I purchased a pickleball team, the fastest growing sport in the country. You know, so it's something that you think about as a player, but it has to be presented to you in a way that makes sense, and you know, give you an opportunity to learn and be able to progress in the organization, which I was able to do with the Phoenix Suns. And so, like, that's something that, you know, a lot of athletes talk about, but not many get the opportunity.
What does it mean to say that it presented to you, and what does that actually mean?
Well, I mean, the ownerships, they don't necessarily need an athlete to come put capital into it. Like, you have to have the intrinsic value that you need to add to the business, right? Is there something that you can do that differentiates you from other people? And I think those opportunities need to be explored, but the athlete has to be proactive in building those relationships, cultivating them, and being able to learn and grow a new skill set that they'd never have had to do throughout their playing career.
And Jerry, I'll just end with you sort of where we started. I mean, you know, many people still would view the next sale in whatever sports franchise to the next incredibly wealthy guy who's just willing to, or wealthy person who's willing to pay more than the last one. Is that still going to be the case? Is there still a great deal of, let's call it, showmanship and ego involved in this?
Yes, but I think at these levels of valuation, some things are going to structurally need to evolve. I think the type of capital that's allowed to own sports teams needs to evolve. I think you'll see more institutional capital continuing to come into all leagues. I know the NFL is considering that right now. And look, I think the public markets, permanent capital, is definitely going to come to sports. Now the question is, you know, the thing that's going on in sports generally is it's a have versus have-nots kind of bifurcation. You have big markets versus small markets. You have the Premier League versus the continent of Europe. You know, there's this increasing tension where even in college sports, you know, college football, college basketball subsidizes the rest of the programs. So as this kind of professional capital comes into sports, you know, again, it comes back to how's that distribution going to be allocated, and there's definitely going to continue to be, you know, what's happening is you're having almost an increasing divergence, and what you really need to do is figure out that that's not good for the ecosystem because it's all about competition, and the competition has to be, you know, equally distributed. So there's a subsidization element that's going to need to also be factored in.
All right, we could continue the conversation for quite some time, but we're out of time. So, gentlemen, I want to thank you all.
Right, good job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you so much. And David, thank you so much for moderating that panel. So there we've heard all about the business of sports. We've heard about the investment in sports. And again, it's all about winning. What we're going to hear now in just a minute is how Miami is going to become the center, the new capital of sports. This is what's so important here. We're looking at it here in this very, very vibrant city where we've been for the last 2 days. So Anil Ranadive from Soma Capital is going to be our moderator. So please give a very warm welcome to the man of the moment. The mayor of Miami is with us. Please welcome Francis Suarez.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. No cartwheel, no cartwheel. How's everyone doing? I'm taking over, Anil. Welcome. Is everyone liking this Miami weather? Is this a great conference or what? Awesome. Sorry, Anil. Old habits die hard.
Look, I want to just say that first and foremost, Miami has captured the imagination of the world. And I have an inside joke with friends here that we just say Miami is paradise, period. And that I didn't know that life could be this good. And I'm from Silicon Valley. I've been there my whole life. I came here a few years back for a few days, and I never left. And since I came, I've grown one of the kind of most active, largest seed funds in the world, about $1 billion AUM. We've made hundreds of investments, 20 billion-dollar companies we've seeded, and have also, we own a sports team, so my dad's owner of Sacramento Kings, and Miami has more sports franchises than any city in America. And I'll say lastly, before turning it over to you, that I'm kind of a history nut. I've been following and going to Saudi for years and seeing the incredible development and leadership. And I just read Lee Kuan Yew's book, autobiography, about how he built Singapore. And you are a generational world-class leader. And it's a great honor to have you here and to get to ask you a few questions. What else are we missing? What's happening in Miami right now at a high level?
Well, first of all, thank you. And thank you for believing in us and moving here from Silicon Valley. And it was wonderful to have an opportunity to bring you and your dad on my podcast. And then he shared with me a story that he had with Steve Jobs, where he said that one of the most impactful Steve Jobs quotes was that Steve Jobs just wanted to make a dent in the universe. That's all. And a dent is such a small thing, and the universe is such a big thing. And so I put that quote on the top of the wall where I do my podcast. Just want to make a dent in the universe. And I think, you know, having been born here in the city of Miami, our city was incorporated in 1896. I'm the first mayor in its history that was born in the city. So you grow up with this deep love for the city that you were born in, with a deep appreciation for the country that my father emigrated to from Cuba at 12 and 7. And when you think about what we are building here in Miami, it is generational. I do believe it's generational. I think it's generational because we are understanding where the world is going. And the world is going to an more and more experiential economy. You can call it a knowledge-based economy. You can call it a digital economy. And I also think that cities are increasingly going to be built focusing on the most important ingredient in every human being's life, which is not how much Bitcoin they have in their bank account. Okay, it's your time. That is the one component you don't get back. You can't make more of it. Of course, you can focus on longevity and health and all that. So we built our entire city around that fact. And sports is one of those things that delivers on the appreciation of time, right? It's something you do with your children. It's something that you do you pass on, the teams that you love, you pass it on from one generation to the next. And so I think, that's the beginning part of the recognition. The second part is we're very blessed. We have great, you can call them partners, you can call them owners in our community. You just saw one right now, Steve Ross, who has made a massive investment in our community, not just with the Miami Dolphins, where he put hundreds of millions of dollars into the stadium to capitalize renovations, but also by bringing the Miami Open, which is, they call it the 5th Grand Slam, and bringing Formula One, which we are now in year 3 of a 10-year deal that I think I was told that they just renewed for another 10 years. So, we are, like you said, we are offering our residents everything when it comes to sports. We're the only city in America that has all the major sports and Formula One and the Open. And so there is no one that can go anywhere in the world and find a better sports offering than in our city.
Amazing. Sports is a $500 billion industry. It's been around forever throughout all of human history, and it brings people together, across all nations all over the world. And Miami has more sports franchises than anywhere in America, and it has massive global events getting started, like F1, as you mentioned. Yeah. What is the secret to your success in partnering with these incredible franchises, and where do you see the future? What comes next?
Yeah, I really think the secret to our success as a community is these incredible, you want to call them partners, owners that we have. I just talked about Steve Ross. Then you go to the Mas family. The Mas family and Jorge Mas Sr., the father of George and Jose, was an icon in the Cuban community, of the exile community. And they have built a multi-billion-dollar business, and they have located their franchise in the city of Miami. We did a phenomenal deal with them that was approved by the voters of the city of Miami. And then they went out and got Leo Messi. And there were some offers for Leo Messi from certain parts of the world, including I think a $250 million a year offer, and he chose Miami. And then the question becomes, well, why does a Leo Messi choose Miami? Why does a Tom Brady, who just retired, choose to live in Miami? Why does Jeff Bezos choose to live in Miami? Why, and on and on and on. Ken Griffin from Citadel. And I think the reason comes back to my initial point. We're trying to create a place where we value their most precious asset, which is their time. You can go to any billionaire in the world, and I would urge you to try this, and say, would you give up 80 to 90% of your fortune, if they're 80 years old or 90 years old, for 45 years of your life back? Who wouldn't make that trade? Who wouldn't want to start over 45 years earlier with $100 million and give up $900 million? Everybody would make that trade, because the most precious commodity is not the $1 billion. You can't take it with you. And so I think sports hits on, and there'll be a new iteration, which is, of course, esports, which we know is becoming a larger global phenomenon. My son is 10 years old. He just turned 10 on Thursday. He's celebrating his birthday on Saturday. And I have to now be a father in that forum. I have to learn how to play those games, right? Because if I want to work with him, if I want to enjoy time with him, it's not just about basketball, it's not just about football, it's not just about soccer or baseball, but now I have to meet him where he is, and where he is increasingly is in the metaverse.
Amazing. And just, I know these are short, so about a minute left. What are some of the things you're most excited about next? What do you look forward to?
By the way, I'm the mayor, so there's no time limits. I know Richard will get upset with me, but there's no time limits here. Um, look, what's next? I think like every global city, we want to realize our potential, right? I was born here. I love this city, and I just love to see the incredible people that are now living here and that are coming here and congregating here in conferences like this and others that we've had just in the last few weeks and that we're having just in the next few weeks, leading up to Formula One. I think, going back to the central point, we want to become the central aggregator and the central deployer of capital in the world. That is where I want Miami to be. I call it the capital of capital. And by the way, I don't think I'm the only person that wants to be that. I think there are a lot of cities across the world whose leaders would like to say the very same thing about their locality. And so that's the fulfillment of my dream as a Miamian. And we see it happening, and I see it happening, and it brings me so much joy, so much energy. I wish everybody loved it as much as I do. You know, I have, like everybody in politics, you have your critics and those who, they want a different version of Miami, maybe one that resembles more New York or LA or Chicago. But I see so many people coming from those places to here because we do three things and we do three things well. We keep taxes low, we keep people safe, and we lean into innovation. That's all we do every day, all day.
Thank you, sir.
You got it. Awesome.
Incredible.
Okay. Guys, love you.
And once again, thank you so much. Always a joy to hear from the mayor of Miami, without a doubt. And now we have a very special guest for you, of course. This is our final session of the day, and I'm absolutely delighted that we're now going to be looking at institutionalizing influence. And it is a conversation with Gwyneth Paltrow. So please welcome her here, and our moderator for the session, Moj Madeira, is joining us. Moj, lovely to have you here. We're so excited. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hello, good afternoon.
How fun.
This is fun.
Here we are in Miami at the FII Priority. It's our first time talking about the fund. I want to first start by thanking His Excellency Yasser Al-Rumayyan and Richard Atias. Thanks for having us. It's been really lovely being a part of this event and so many lovely people.
Yes, I'd like to second that. Thank you. It's lovely to be here. Merci.
You are an icon, an operator, a founder, a curator. You've built a global platform. Goop is known worldwide. It's changed the way that people think about wellness, thought leadership, curation. You've invested in over 80 companies over the past decade, 12, 13 plus years. Tell us why now, of all times, in the middle of a big shift in the world, is this the right time for you to launch a fund?
Well, I think, echoing what I've heard at the conference a number of times, obviously we're at a very interesting transition and inflection point with technology. AI is going to significantly shape the way everything is done. And so I actually think, of course, there are opportunities in AI and all of the technologies and hardware that will support it. But I also think it's a super interesting time for real life stuff. And people always need to have an emotional connection to something. They need face cream, they need food, they need experiences. So I think it's why I'm even more sharply focused, and why we're excited about the consumer part of our portfolio, because people, the more that they're sitting there in their chair and with their Apple goggles on or whatever they're called, like they're still going to need to get up and get into a physical bed and eat food. And I think there's going to be a lot of really interesting IRL opportunities.
So I was so impressed when I first learned about your investment and passion around investing and investment in founders. Talk to us a little bit about the things that you're looking to invest in within consumer and CPG. What are the things that you're looking for?
I mean, I'm always really looking at the people first and foremost. I think it's a mistake that I made early on, both in running Goop and in investing. Sometimes I think an idea is so exciting and captivating, but if the jockey isn't the best, it doesn't, you know, to the point where you could even, like, if there's an incredibly brilliant founder who maybe hasn't even fully honed the idea, you know, I like to bet on those founders, especially second-time founders, because just learn so much by that, so much by that point. And you know, I love the health and wellness space, of course, and I love things that kind of disrupt the way that we think about our daily lives, and areas that kind of push culture forward, the way that we've done at Goop as well.
So there's a real importance on life extension, wellness, mental health. You know, we're in the middle of a fundraise. The big question is constantly, you know, what are the types of things that you're investing in? What do those TAMs look like? And what are the moats? And I think you have the most incredible instinct of anyone I've ever met.
Thank you. I don't think that's true, guys.
Well, if you look at the portfolio of brands you've helped develop at Goop and the founders that you've invested in, I mean, I'd love for you to talk a little bit about how 80+ companies off your own balance sheet is not a joke.
Yep.
Before everyone else was doing it, you were really honestly the first talent I knew to be doing it at that level. What are the things that had you sort of cross the line to, I'm willing to write a check into this?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important, you know, when I was a young, eager investor, and I would just sort of be like, oh, this is such a good idea, and I didn't know about TAMs and understanding, like, how big is this market actually? And I mean, sometimes, of course, you can invest in something that's very niche and has a small market, and it can be successful. I don't know, the way that I think about it, you know, I really like it to be available, or at least aspirational, for a lot of people, right? It's like you wanna invest or amplify companies that are gonna change the way that people live and are gonna, you know, do well and be successful. You know, from a moat perspective, I think, well, you know, I kind of shy away from commodities, things that are easily replicable, like, for example, I love athletic greens or AG1, I take it every day, but I feel like at the end of the day, you know, it's replicable. So I even if I love something, which I used to just invest if I loved it, now I think, like, you know, is there a moat around this? Could somebody else do it? Or sometimes you'll see, you know, for example, I met with a young founder recently that has a really interesting birth control app, and you know, it's a great idea, and she has some proprietary tech, but you know, I was thinking, like, Google could turn this on in 2 seconds, or Clue, or any of the existing platforms. So I just want to make sure that there really is something proprietary there that people can't replicate.
So one of my favorite conversations that we both heard on the opening day was about Vision 2030 and Princess Rima's work around gender parity and equality in the kingdom. And I was thinking a lot about, between both of our portfolios, we've invested a ton in women. And as the kingdom brings forward gender equality, what are the things you think we can teach the kingdom about what we've learned about parity and how that's working out for us?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, I think one of the most indelible lessons I've learned through my journey is how important it is not only to capitalize women and have women founders and women running companies, but to have women in cahoots with each other. I think, you know, historically the patriarchy has us feeling like we're competing, and it's a way to sort of disempower us. And we have an amazing group of female founders that we are co-conspirators with, and we, I think, make each other, when you kind of disassemble that idea that women are in competition, and you really come together and to support each other, and even if you have, you know, competing product or similar ideas or whatever, the power of women coming together to share ideas and do what we do best, which is those archetypal feminine qualities of collaboration and creativity and compassion and connection, incredible things happen. So I would encourage any nation who's really thinking about how to empower women on a go-forward basis, that encouraging the women to collaborate with each other.
And just to double click in on that, there was this amazing stat that was shared with me that women investors tend to achieve positive returns and outperform men by 40 basis points.
Yep.
So look at us.
Look at us.
And why do you think that is?
I think that women approach things from a more practical and instinctual standpoint. Like, would I use this? Do I love this? Will I switch to this product? I think that's just our nature. And so, you know, it's kind of like, I know there was this amazing group of housewives in the 50s in America who started day trading and like built this huge portfolio because they were buying things that they used and things that had incredible growth. So I would never bet against a woman who has a strong instinct and a high IQ.
And if this trend continues, Gen Z and millennials, women particularly, really do want to be investing. And one of our mandates is to bring more women onto the cap table.
Yes, definitely.
So if there are more women on the cap table and more women investors, how do you think that changes the landscape of both consumer and founders? Like, what does that do to the industry as a whole?
Yeah, I mean, I think it raises it significantly. And there's data that shows that, you know, a diverse executive team, for example, will outperform, you know, by number of basis points. I forget exactly what, and I think it's true for cap tables and investors as well. It's like, I mean, I'll speak for myself as a founder. The more diverse the perspectives are, the more I'm running it through other people's filters with different backgrounds, different ethnicities, like the more I truly understand, the more I empathize, the more, you know, viability there is for the business long term. So I think it's incredibly critical. And by the way, I think that's why a lot of, you know, the companies that we look at to invest in, that's why they want us on their cap table, because we bring with us this incredible group of diverse people who want to be on cap tables and who have something to say and who can really offer opinion that's accretive to the businesses.
Were you surprised when you were raising money for Goop at how few women were on the GP fund side?
There were none.
Right.
There really were so few. When I started raising money 10 years ago, I was always the only woman in the room, and me and my female CFO. And for sure, someone wanted a selfie with me instead of to invest in the business. Oh, I love the Royal Tenenbaums. Can I have a selfie with you? My wife loves you, which I love too. I mean, it's very sweet, but you know, I think it's like, okay, well, you know, do you want to see my unit economics? Do you want to see the percentage that I'm growing? Do you want to see that I'm sort of tapped into something in this wellness space? But it took a lot for me to kind of break through. And you know, it's something that I see a lot with women-led businesses who are making product for women. I think it can be very tough. I mean, I can name a number of companies. Wall Street has a really hard time with women-led businesses with product for women. So I think it is a fight for us.
Which is insane when you think about the household income and who's controlling
discretionary,
right?
Yeah, absolutely.
All of that.
All of
where
it.
you live, where you go to school, what you eat, vacations that you're taking.
Yeah, but if you look at even our 5 like best friends who are public CEOs right now, women, in our group, like they're all having a rough go of it at the moment, you know, and there isn't even really, like, it doesn't even match with a lot of the earnings. So I think it's always hard, but it's worth fighting.
And so you are a convener. That's like really your instrument is convening.
Yes.
Both in products, in people, in experiences. Hands down, if there's anything you say to me, do you want to? I just say yes, because I know that it has been curated through the lens of it's honed. What have you learned? It's been how many years?
15 years of Goop.
15 years
yeah.
of Goop.
Mm-hmm.
Thousands of brands. What is the through line for you, and what has been the winning formula for those brands?
So again, great founders, agile founders who've been able to navigate the changing landscape of like an iOS 14 update that makes their CAC triple, and people who can figure out different ways to market, and who also have great product. Like the days of, I think also because we're living in this super interesting time where, you know, it's really easy to get Shopify, it's really easy to have a following, right? And you can kind of disintermediate all the stuff to just start a brand. I mean, which is great because, you know, it's very democratic. It's really kind of like the American dream. But at the same time, I think people get excited about the idea of launching a business and they're not thinking about TAM. They're not thinking about like being obsessed with quality. And so a lot of these things become ephemeral. But the businesses that I've seen that have done the best, that we kind of incubated at Goop and have really grown, whether it's, you know, Gucci, Westman. We only sell clean brands. I think we've established a clean platform that's very rigorous, and
it's the highest standard of
it's
clean.
the highest standard of clean. It is much higher than Sephora or anywhere else. So brands have to work hard and sometimes even reformulate to be on our platform. But our consumer loves that they know they can trust that what we sell on Goop is clean to our standards. So, you know, Gucci Westman is a makeup brand, which I think is very exciting. If you look at an exit like Charlotte Tilbury, she's also a professional makeup artist. She's doing incredibly well with incredibly clean, professional grade makeup. So something like, so they're a husband and wife team. She's the founder, he runs the business. He's a second-time founder. They know what they're doing. But there's like a religious adherence to quality. And then, of course, you know, she has this particular role where she's doing Jennifer Aniston's makeup for a cover of a magazine. So, you know, and I think you have to also look at marketing channels in such a different way now. So, you know, that is impactful that she's doing, you know, showing up in different places, doing makeup for celebrities. So those brands, I think, that have incredible product, are filling a white space, have a great founder, and who are not just kind of doing direct-to-consumer digital marketing, those have done the best.
And I think what I'm hearing you say is the through line has been being able to really leverage their influence.
I think leverage influence, but I do think that there's a limit to that.
Right.
Like, I think you just need to be so innovative. And there are so many people now that have influence and who are building businesses off influence, that there needs to be something else.
And what is that something else?
I mean, I think that needs to be sort of the seed, and you need to think about like all of the ways that, you know, because Gucci Westman, for example, or even me, like I don't want to be, if I'm the only consumer-facing reason that people come to Goop, then it's like the key man is too risky. Like you got to try, you have to build the business to stand on its own legs. And so I think, you know, I'll speak for myself anyway, like really leaning into the values of Goop, like why we make the things that we do, why we care so much. I think also the multi-vertical part, you know, we have all this great content that's free that will tell you the best places to eat in Miami, or you know, I think things that are additive to people's lives, create meaning, so that, you know, my influence or people that feel an affinity to me is just one leg of the stool.
So that's stickiness.
Yeah.
So our first fund, Kinship, we're raising a $75 to $100 million fund, and we're really looking at being very focused on how many companies we invest in, wanting to go deeper and heavier with those founders.
Yes.
And this is something we're very passionate about. We're really, like, we're passionate about being deeper and more present in their lives, because we find that they really want us active in their lives as investors.
And we work for them.
We do work for them,
so,
and that's the thing.
And we want to see the upside. It's like we invest, and then we really do spend time with our founders talking about like how we can help them on, you know, through a variety of ways. So I think we want to be able to participate. You know, when I would sort of put in a little bit of money into somewhere, and then I would get squeezed out of the next round. Or
Right.
It's like we want to have like a meaningful footprint in these businesses.
And I think, I guess just to, I know we have to wrap up, but when we think about the 25 companies, 30 companies that we'll be investing in, like in your mind, what's your hope of that like construction? Is it all consumers? Is it brands? Is it technology? I think I'm lucky I get to know the amazing things you've invested in, but I think it'd be great for you to share a little bit about the things you've been really passionate about.
Yeah, I mean, again, like I did the housewife thing of like investing really early in Pinterest because I used it and I loved it. It helped me aggregate a place, to put ideas or Aura Ring. I was in the first round there because I saw, okay, I used it. I understand the kind of fascination in tracking your own data and how it dovetails into longevity and I think we'll always continue to be interested in these kind of lifestyle things that make life easier and more interesting in the wellness space and technology.
Data.
Data, absolutely.
Right, that means a lot to us.
Yeah, for sure.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for having us.
Thanks for having
us. It's been so amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Moj. Thank you, Gwyneth. So. Thank you all for being with us until so late. We'll have a quick wrap-up video in a few seconds. I cannot thank you enough for these amazing 2 days. So much positive vibes. Yes, you can applaud yourself. Thank you, Mayor Suarez, for hosting us in this amazing city of Miami. We'll be back definitely next year. So save the date, end of February, as usual. Now it's become a tradition. We hope to see you in Brazil on the 11th, 12th, and 13th of June. We hope to see you also in Africa, a continent that we cannot ignore. It's the new frontier, to be probably first week of September. And of course, please be our guests in Riyadh. Join our community as members. You see that we are really becoming a movement. And we hope to see you at our flagship event the last week of October, the last 3 days of October in Riyadh, to regroup, recap, and maybe look at the mega trends of 2025. Time is flying. We know we are only February, but I have the feeling that we'll be, again, soon together. And just after this short video where you will see what you have accomplished during the past 2 days, we see you for a Friday brunch next door at the Farina Hotel. Thank you again and have a wonderful weekend. Thank you.
Welcome to FII Priority Summit Miami 2024, where innovation meets action.
We are back. In 1 year, the FII Institute has become a movement. We want to be catalysts of ideas, curators of platforms, and influential initiatives, and inclusive connectors.
We have a mission this year is basically the sustainability, the education, AI and robotics, and also healthcare.
All of the successive waves of technology are built on top of the previous ones.
How could you have such different views on the same technology?
If we don't create environments where the good folks are learning how to use AI, the bad guys become the experts on it.
It means people have to scale up. That's the name of the game.
And seeing the changes, seeing the excitement is unique.
AI, I like to think, is the bicycle of the mind.
FIFA is an official happiness provider since 120 years. We need occasions to bring people from all over the world, from different backgrounds, different countries, different religions, to come together.
Today, it is impossible to separate geopolitical risk from capital allocation.
Performance, liquidity, and the fact that you're getting that diversification at a lower risk profile.
Are you gambling or are you investing? And I think the job here is to try to be mitigating risk and be investing.
Broadly in the Mideast, particularly, around energy and energy transformation, I think there's going to be a lot of opportunities.
We want to be the world leader when it comes to the blue hydrogen.
America was built on home ownership.
The revolution around the urban design and urban living is around the line.
What you really need to do is to make cities resilient.
If you want to see the cities of the future, you should go to Saudi, because it's your gate.
We need a different kind of AI.
AI is getting so predictive of knowing what you're going to get.
The key to a positive future is multi-model, I call it multipolarity.
All of us will have to continue to adapt and learn.
The data is the key part.
There's going to be a series of waves of opportunity.
Synthetic intelligence is maybe the most fundamental of the revolutionary technological trends in this moment.
These systems can actually read what 1 million people felt and produce something as good as the great humans can.
I will start this amazing morning, and thank you again for your commitment.
How do I find the best person in the world to solve that problem? And how do I convince them to join me?
Essentially what we do and what you do, Courtney, we're like talent scouts.
We are a high-tech, high-speed innovator. This is a day in which space is a domain just like every other.
The private equity world will do well as long as the economy does well.
Don't invest in something you don't understand.
We live in very difficult time of wars, conflict, everywhere.
The world will be shaped through the embodiment of ideas and words in software platforms.
What is changing now?
The traditional media landscape has been remarkably transformed.
I happen to really like taking that archaeological dig into new worlds and learning the language of those worlds from a beginner's mind.
Thank you for having me out here. It's an honor, and it's been an amazing couple days, and I'm always so impressed with the people you gather, and I really do feel the growth that we're seeing in FII is really great.
Thank you again so much. His Excellency Yasser Al-Rumayyan.
Thank you.